nation's logistical prowess. This provides preferential market access from Europe to Asia, cementing Sri Lanka's role as a key player in global commerce. Colombo's skyline, bridging eras, ushers in an age of innovation, symbolizing a transition to a dynamic future. Introducing Port City Colombo, a world-class master-planned city development built as an international multi-services special economic zone, financial center and business hub. Port City Colombo, a financially ring-fenced city, is the center of commerce and innovation, where the Colombo Port City Economic Commission serves as a single-window investment facilitator, streamlining investment processes. An international regulatory framework ensures compliance with the highest global standards, offering the freedom to transact without foreign exchange controls, minimizing risk and hedging costs. The city includes a robust investment protection, fostering confidence. Green Channel visas, valid for up to 10 years for investors, their spouses and children, facilitate easy entry, fostering a diverse and innovative community. Port City Colombo is ready for vertical development, with its complete infrastructure, including strategically placed substations and a comprehensive utility network, ensuring reliable power and essential services across the entire city. Its groundwork supports residential and commercial projects, offering a solid base for high-rise and mixed-use buildings and complexes. Efficient administrative services and an international commercial dispute resolution center ensure swift, fair business resolutions. Employees in Port City Colombo benefit from 0% personal income tax and remuneration in foreign currency. Businesses of strategic importance enjoy over 25 years of tax holidays, no corporate income tax, sales tax, or border tariffs, promoting growth within a comprehensive business ecosystem. Port City Colombo redefines urban living with its master-planned cityscape designed for comfort and luxury. Exclusive villas, a yacht marina, the Colombo International Financial Center, an integrated resort and a convention and exhibition center, and a pioneering duty-free retail offering, complement luxurious apartments and green spaces, offering a blend of sophistication and peaceful tranquility. The city includes top-tier education and healthcare, alongside the entertainment. ESG principles are central to this special economic zone, ensuring a legacy of environmental and social responsibility. Port City Colombo is sculpting a landmark of regional significance and global appeal. It's where ambition and opportunity converge to forge a realm of infinite economic potential, heralding a new era with a singular vision. Invest in Port City Colombo.
You never know how far one idea will go and who it will impact. Like her family, their community, our planet. At Deloitte, we measure ideas by the impact they'll have. Because why work so hard to find solutions if it doesn't make a difference in people's lives? Why connect, or innovate, or engineer anything, if not to make an impact that actually matters? No matter who you are, where you are, or where you're going, Deloitte is there, and there, and even there. We are dedicated to helping people and organizations solve problems, to know faster, to grow farther, to go from red to black to green, creating impact where it matters most.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action. So you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
As a nation, we have evolved through generations, developed new ideas, and have ushered in new hope, paving the way for widespread development through each sector. Today, we are at a unique juncture in our nation's history. The people stand together with renewed hope in their hearts, anticipating new growth and prosperity to take shape. The people have taken it upon themselves to build the nation. Amidst all, we have shared in this vision to deliver the dreams of the people, to deliver hope. In key areas of economic development, an aggressive development plan is taking place with a vision to transform Sri Lanka. With strategic acumen, human belief, and an unstinting passion to bring the nation and her people, Axis Engineering has embarked on a journey of nation building.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished invitees, this is a further announcement suggesting that everyone now be seated. We hope to begin the formality of our event in a very short time from now, and we expect our chief guest to arrive at any moment. So with that in view, we would like to have everyone comfortably seated right now. Thank you very much for heeding our invitation. Your Excellencies, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Members of Parliament and representatives of government, distinguished invitees, academics, specialists, professionals, corporate heads, stakeholders, and dare we include citizens those that are linked in with this electronically and outside this auditorium. Welcome to something which we might refer to as a welcome focus. So this is not a focus on that which has passed. This is not a review of what has taken place or has not taken place before. Rather, the focus, very importantly, is on the future. Lanka's place in what we might refer to pertinently as a global future. So it's not going to be necessarily isolated, a neighboring nation, an island in the Indian Ocean that hardly anyone recognizes. No, it has to be something more than that. And it certainly is not about wishful thinking, but rather it is about embracing reality. Now, what is this reality? Well, there are to be noticed indices of growth, of structures and infrastructure and programs and plans that have been laid out, some of them very ambitious. But it could be, the word is could be, that they will all be hollow shells, or should I say hollow shells, just an outside thing, unless it is filled with what we refer to as human capital. Now, why do we say that? Well, this has to be viewed with a positive perspective. We have to recognize that there is a confluence between that which is economic growth and human capital. And the human capital index at the present time, as it relates to this island of Sri Lanka, is operating at 42% below its capacity. And that is a disturbing statistic. 42% below its capacity. It has stagnated, according to all available reports, that the human capital index lags behind and sticks with something very small and was registered back in 2012. There has been no growth since. So therefore, we might say this is a welcome focus. There's obviously need for recalibration. Investments need to be made toward learning or providing the opportunity for learning. And if Sri Lanka is to graduate from its present position to being an upper middle income level country or a nation, there has to be a transformation. There has to be a transformation. It isn't just about being the way we have been. So this transformation can only be reached with human capital development. And the theme, therefore, for our event, the Sri Lanka Human Capital Summit 2024, the theme, Unlocking Sri Lanka's Economic Potential by Building a Future-Ready Global Talent Pool. So who is going to be unlocking? How? Who can power the initiative? Well, we hope that by the end of day, you here and those listening in will recognize whether you have a role to play in that incentive, that impetus that needs to be created. So with that in mind and that idea in mind, we would like to now have our focus on the national anthem of Sri Lanka. Why do I say focus on the national anthem of Sri Lanka? For those of you who know the lyric and understand the language of the lyric, see whether you can spot the doing words, the verbs, the action words within the lyric of the national anthem. And then it makes a great deal more sense. The national anthem. We now follow that with another ceremonial, customarily with an actual lighting of an oil lamp, but this has been imaginatively transformed into another realm. And we call this a digital lamp. So we will now invite some of our distinguished guests and participants here present to initiate the lighting. We would like now to have the Honorable President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, to be joined by the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Mr. Dinesh Gunawardena, the former President of the Maldives, Mr. Mohammed Nasheed. We have the former President of, the Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, then the Minister of Transport and Highways and Minister of Mass Media, Mr. Bandula Gunawardena, representing ministers of government here present. Then the Secretary to the President, Mr. Saman Ekanayaka, the Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Anura Risanayaka, the Chairman of the Human Capital Summit, Mr. Dinesh Weerakkodi, then Mr. M.M. Naeemuddin, the Secretary to the Minister of Investment Promotion, and the Editor of the Daily FT, Mr. Nista Qasim. So we have had all of them duly illumined, as we say, via the digital method of things. Can't describe it any other way. Okay, so we have something on screen right now.
Sri Lanka, a land of beauty and potential, stands at a pivotal juncture in its economic journey. Our greatest asset is our people. To elevate our nation, we must invest in human capital. Achieving sustainable growth requires a strategic focus on developing our human capital. Inclusivity and innovation are key. To achieve we must look at navigating complexity and urgency, building a resilient export economy, analyzing current state, alarming HCI statistics. We face a complex intersection of technological disruption, environmental stewardship, and social equity. Our competitive edge lies in nurturing a skilled global workforce. To thrive globally, Sri Lanka must build a sustainable export economy, fostering talent, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation. Our Human Capital Index has stagnated at 0.58 since 2012. We must recalibrate our education and empower our workforce. In 2016, we gathered key insights at the Human Capital Summit. These ideas form the seeds of our transformation. As we gather for the 2024 summit, we focus on nurturing, harnessing, and amplifying our human capital. Our approach prioritizes 5 key pillars: public sector capacity, information technology, tourism, financial services, and startups, enhancing public sector capacity to serve a dynamic and growing economy, advancing our IT sector to be at the forefront of global technology, boosting tourism to showcase our culture and natural beauty, strengthening financial services to support economic growth, encouraging startups to drive innovation and job creation, prioritize STEM education, skills alignment, digitalization, diversity and inclusion, and engaging the Sri Lankan diaspora. Focus on competency development, industry-academia collaboration, and upskilling and reskilling. Ensure competitive compensation, improve quality of life, professional growth opportunities, attract global companies, support startups, strategic tax policies, and build a vibrant research landscape. Together, we can unlock Sri Lanka's economic potential by building a future-ready global talent pool. Let us ignite the flames of progress and ensure our nation thrives. Welcome to the 2024 Human Capital Summit. Witness the journey of transformation in our quest to develop our human capability.
So that foregoing helps us to focus again on the million-dollar question. Is Sri Lanka a magnet for talent? What's the honest answer now? Is Sri Lanka a magnet for talent? The reality seems to be that people are trying to flee. And where are they fleeing to? To developed nations. That's what it seems to be like. So, how is it possible that Sri Lanka could be attractive within the global sphere? It'll be of interest to know that 65 specialists will focus on the different pillars that were suggested are there during the course of today. And some of these people who will be sharing their insights and maybe instructing have taken the trouble to travel from overseas just for this summit, which helps us to realize that there is a feeling of positivism with regard to what the potential Sri Lanka offers is. So, what about our people recognizing these potentialities, even as outsiders seem to be able to understand that? So, as was mentioned, 2024 builds on an initial impetus that was created at an earlier date in 2016. And this is not about talking shop. There is going to be a substantial report that is going to be made ready at the end of today or in the days ahead, and that will be the action plan upon which people and the government will need to act. We now have a very special message from the chairman of the Human Capital Summit, Mr. Dinesh Virakode.
The Human Capital Summit was an idea of President Ranil Wickremesinghe when he was Prime Minister in 2016. He wanted to create a platform to bring all the key players to work together to find solutions to address our skill gaps. The 2016 summit brought forth some thought-provoking conversations among key decision makers in the country as well as overseas, which resulted in several breakthrough ideas and suggestions. Some of the proposals were implemented within the private and public sectors. Today, a well-educated and skilled workforce is a must for Sri Lanka to drive economic growth. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka has lost thousands of trained.
The talent retention strategy to stem the talent drain. The summit has been structured to include 4 sessions, first being the inaugural session. Participation of high-level policymakers will set the tone. The technical session provides a landscape to facilitate the sectorial discussions. The sectorial session, the 5 critical sectors identified for growth and affected by the brain drain are tourism, information technology, finance, startups, and the public sector. The 4th leadership session will brainstorm the key discussion points from the sectorial sessions. The forthcoming recommendation will be documented by Deloitte for submissions to the President. We are grateful to Deloitte, who have flown in 10 of their resource personnel at their own cost for this purpose. We are privileged to have with us our eminent resource persons, including policymakers, experts from the international agencies, professional industry leaders, business leaders, skill experts, and entrepreneurs from local and overseas. This summit will have the inputs and insights of 65 speakers and panelists. Our special thanks goes out to former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Scott Morrison, Dr. Zamri Abdul Qadir, Minister of Higher Education of Malaysia, Mr. Mohammad Nasheed, former President of Maldives, and all dignitaries who will address us today. We thank the panel of experts for supporting us in designing a fruitful and productive Human Capital Summit. Today's summit is a collaboration of both the private and the public sectors, funded entirely by the private sector. We are grateful to those who have willingly come forward to lend Sri Lanka a helping hand at this juncture by providing funds, giving their time. A big thank you goes out to the team who have worked tirelessly in organizing this summit of this magnitude under the leadership of Dinesh Virakodi, Chairman of the Sri Lankan Human Capital Summit. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Sudesh, for helping us to appreciate the range and scope of what is meant to be achieved during the course of the day. An expert who has with eagerness chosen to address this summit is the President and Chief Executive Officer of SHRM, the largest body of HR professionals in the world. And he is currently in the United States of America, but has contributed vitally by joining us via the medium of video. So this is a video presentation by Johnny C. Taylor, Jr. Please pay him heed. He has a lot to share and for us to absorb.
Hello and welcome to Sri Lanka's Human Capital Summit 2024. It is indeed my honor to be with you today virtually, although I look forward to one day visiting you in person. It's really my honor to be here for such an important conference. I want to start with extending my warmest greetings to the esteemed senior officials of the Sri Lankan government, His Excellency, the Honorable President of Sri Lanka, the Chairman of the Board of Investment of Sri Lanka, distinguished office bearers from the Association of Human Resources Professionals of Sri Lanka, and all of our speakers, our panelists, and other distinguished invitees. Today's Human Capital Summit is centered on the critical theme, unlocking Sri Lanka's economic potential by building a future-ready talent pool. And when you look at it, it really all comes down to human capital. It's there in the very name of the summit, and it's the #1 challenge keeping executives from across the globe up at night. It also happens to be why we're gathered here today. You see, if you're here today, then you likely already know the importance of human capital. You understand the value of our most important resource, our people. And in the 21st century, there's no end to the challenges we're facing as an HR industry. Challenges in recruiting, retaining, and engaging our top talent. As you're all fully aware, getting talent in the door is only one small piece of the puzzle. Once they're here, we must then figure out how to keep them in a competitive marketplace, one where everyone is vying for their skill sets. To retain talent, employees need to know your company is worth staying for. They need to know you're investing in them and that there are opportunities for upward mobility in their places of employment. But the big question is, how do we do this? And I'd like to talk to you about how we at SHRM, as the foremost expert, researcher, advocate, and thought leader on today's evolving workplaces, approach these very challenges. #1, I'd like to talk about global worker displacement. And I want to start by zooming out and examining the very real battle we're facing. Across the globe, we're already seeing predictions for the elimination of many jobs in the near future. I'm not talking 20, 30 years away, 5 to 10 years. And among the many jobs at risk for displacement are manufacturing and assembly line workers, cashiers, record-keeping and administrative roles, bank tellers, and agricultural workers. Yes, even agricultural workers. The manufacturing industry alone could lose as many as 20 million jobs by 2030. This number represents 8.5% of the global manufacturing workforce, so it's actually not a small disruption. And the World Economic Forum predicts a greater than 40% decline in record-keeping and administrative jobs across the globe, or 26 million jobs by 2027. In the agricultural industry, displacement has already begun, as I've alluded to, with farming employment dropping nearly 20% globally over the last 20 years. While some of these numbers may come as a surprise to you, others may not be at all surprised. If anything, many of these predicted displacements are just that, predictable. You see, we're living in a time of increasing technological innovation, and slowly but surely, we're seeing a shift away from production and toward the service industry. This has been happening for a while, but as new technologies take hold, we're also seeing a shift toward automation of lower-level work and routine processes, with the next step being technology's increased role in higher-level, more nuanced tasks. So now let's bring this conversation closer to home. Of the vulnerable industries I mentioned, in Sri Lanka specifically, the agricultural sector provides for 7.8% of your GDP. I don't have to tell you that. Manufacturing makes up 30.5%, and services 61.7%. Job displacement is a real concern and should be at the forefront of your conversations as you strategize about how best to prepare your future workforce. You see, at the end of the day, there are two things that represent a fundamental threat to human beings, existential, and those are a threat to their lives and a threat to their livelihoods. This plays out time and time again. During COVID, when people hunkered down in their homes, during times of mass migration, when tech gurus flocked to budding technology hubs such as Silicon Valley, London, or Berlin. People will go to great lengths to protect what matters most to them and to be able to provide for themselves and their loved ones. Job displacement, therefore, presents a clear threat to livelihoods. So naturally, if jobs are displaced, your workers will go with them. We've seen this before. How many times have you asked someone, what brought them to the area, only to learn it was a job or a spouse's job. Self-preservation is an innate part of human nature, and people will leave comfort and loved ones to follow job opportunities if they believe that it will guarantee their survival. Throughout history, this has happened all over the globe, but it's a very real problem in Sri Lanka right now. Known as the brain drain, more than 300,000 people have left your country for foreign employment in 2022 alone. That's over 29,000 people a month. Just let that settle in. 29,000 people a month left. Altogether, we're seeing more than 1 million migrant workers currently employed abroad. You're up against a world of challenges, many seemingly unfair, out of your control, from natural disasters to technological innovations, and ever-changing world of work. These things have left many of your top industries vulnerable to displacement. One such industry, tourism, employs 11% of Sri Lanka's working population. You have the great fortune of being named the best destination to visit by Lonely Planet in 2019 and once called the best island by Travel and Leisure. Sri Lanka was in a great position as a top tourist destination until it wasn't. Because along came a bumpy little bump in the road. You may have heard of it. It's called COVID-19. At that point, we had a threat to the livelihoods of your citizens. And COVID-19 left the hospitality industry struggling, as many foreign governments advised their citizens against traveling recreationally. And while COVID is behind us, it's 4 years behind us, the tourism industry is still suffering, experiencing stalled growth and a labor shortage at once. And then there's the technology industry, another strong sector in Sri Lanka, generating $1.5 billion of foreign exchange in 2022, employing around 175,000 of the skilled workforce in the country, and contributing more than 8% to the nation's total exports. This is a power sector. But even the technology industry is not immune to displacement challenges. They're not immune to facing a surge in labor migration amongst its mid-level employees. Employees are gaining experience in Sri Lanka and then taking it elsewhere, profiting foreign nations. Leaving in pursuit of better livelihoods, finding suitable hires is increasingly, therefore, becoming a struggle. Now, add to the mix of all of this is the mix of development and integration of artificial intelligence, or AI, generative AI, leaving companies worried about further disruptions in the job market. And the challenges here are only growing. With a 2025 revenue goal of 5 times the current level and a shortfall of 75,000 workers in the sector. Now, a third example is the apparel and textiles industry. Throughout Sri Lanka, there are approximately 900 factories serving companies such as Victoria's Secret, Liz Claiborne, and Tommy Hilfiger, just to name a few. This industry has been consistently growing over the past 4 decades and is the country's leading export source, accounting for approximately 44% of total exports and providing approximately 33% of the manufacturing employment in the country, which amounts to 350,000 direct hires. But global economic slowdowns, rising production costs, and fierce competition from regional players like Vietnam and Bangladesh are putting intense and immense pressure on profit margins for players in the textiles industry. All this while the consumer landscape is demanding increased commitment to sustainability and ethical sourcing. So the result, manufacturers are considering moving operations outside of the country. Again, their livelihoods are being threatened. These are real and seemingly unending threats to the livelihoods of Sri Lankans. And the result, increasing numbers of workers migrating abroad for employment, has resulted in substantial talent shortages. The brain drain. But my friends, this is by no means a doom and gloom message. I know if you're listening, you're wondering. But it's one of hope. With preparation and foresight, you can lead your nation through these challenges, and more, you can emerge on top and ahead of the curve. You may ask, so how do you do that, Johnny? Well, the first step in addressing a talent shortage may sound obvious. You must use all of your existing talent, all of them. It's a matter of putting your people to work. Sri Lanka's Human Capital Index measures at 0.60. This index reflects your nation's utilization of human potential, and therefore you're operating at 40% below your capacity. This presents a key opportunity, not a problem, an opportunity to recalibrate your education systems, invest in lifelong learning, and empower your workforce to thrive in the dynamic landscape of the 21st century. We talk often at SHRM about the value of untapped talent pools, and your nation has several. The youth unemployment rate, ages 15 to 24, in Sri Lanka stands at 26%. That's more than 4 times higher than the overall rate. Particularly amid the rise of revolutionary technology like AI, this generation should be fully employed and engaged. And let's go to another area, women. Women in Sri Lanka have made significant strides in the workforce. This is incredibly important around the globe. But challenges remain in achieving gender parity. Female labor force participation is currently at just around 34%, which highlights the need for policies and initiatives to empower women in the workforce. Through leadership opportunities and equal pay for equal work, we can help Sri Lankan women unlock their full potential while adding much-needed new talent to the workforce. Bringing all of our people into the fold, utilizing all available talent, it's frankly just the beginning. And it only solves, though, for one part of the labor shortage equation. We must simultaneously address the problem of worker displacement. So I talked about worker displacement, and now we're trying to bring all of the workers into the labor pool. We must do this through upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling. As humans, we're prone to dislike change. I mean, it's just as much as people say it, we dislike change. We take the same routes home from work every day. We shop at the same grocery stores. We fill up our tanks at the same petrol stations every week. And in the workplace, it's no different. We see things are changing around us, and yet we think we don't have to change with them. My friends, it doesn't work this way. As technology advances and society transforms, we cannot be helpless. We must also transform. And as HR professionals, we owe it to our employees to invest in upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling. It is our responsibility, our obligation, to help prepare them for the future. This is critical to fight the brain drain and bring talent back to Sri Lanka to stay. At the end of the day, job displacement happens. It's happened from the beginning of time and will continue to do so. Technology will evolve, society will change, and the modern world will start to require different skill sets from its workers. But if we learn to look toward the future, investing in upskilling and reskilling now, and put our employees first, you can bring top talent back to Sri Lanka, giving them the best possible livelihoods right here in their own nation. And we at SHRM, we look forward to working with you on these goals as collaborators, as partners, and as friends. Thank you.
So, the T word has resonance. Transformation, the T word. And we appreciate very much what we heard. Another distinguished speaker, certainly no stranger to Sri Lanka, considering the fact that he was here back in the year 2016 for the first Human Capital Summit. He was at that time serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs with the government of Malaysia. He still serves his government, but now with the portfolio of Minister of Higher Education in Malaysia. We're delighted to be able to include in our program Dr. Samri Abdul Qadir, and he joins us remotely from Malaysia.
And good morning to all in Sri Lanka. It is an honor to address the summit again after 8 years, last in 2016, although virtually. My apology for not being able to be there physically. I was in Colombo, as alluded by Mr. Speaker just now, in October last year, for the 23rd Indian Ocean Rim Associations, or IORA, Councils of Ministers meeting, in a different capacity as the foreign minister, where I had the pleasure of meeting the Honorable President Ranil and the Honorable Danesh. For your information, Mr. President, and all guests, and presently streaming live from the Malaysian Parliament as the parliamentary session is taking place here. Today, Thursday, we are wearing this traditional Malaysian batik. And now I'm wearing this batik. I think Sri Lankan also is quite familiar with this dress. Today, Mr. President, I wish to address a subject of paramount importance for our future, making education future ready. As we gather here in this summit, let me pose one question here. Do we really comprehend what type of society we are living in today? The world is changing rapidly, and hence the landscape of education and work. The rapid pace of technological advancement, the evolving nature of work, and the growing need for sustainable development are reshaping our global landscape. These changes demand that we critically assess and transform our educational systems to prepare the next generation for an uncertain yet promising future. But before we delve into these challenges, let me begin with a quote from the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, the visionary Prime Minister of Singapore, who once remarked on Sri Lanka's potential and challenges. He saw Sri Lanka as a stunning island with a rich history and a promising future. His insight underscored the importance of harnessing your nation's strength and addressing your weaknesses to build a prosperous and sustainable future through education and human capital development. Mr. President, Sri Lanka, known as the pearls of the Indian Ocean, boasts a rich cultural heritage, a diverse and vibrant population, and a strategic geographical location. Your literacy rate is one of the highest in South Asia and have a long-standing tradition of valuing education. Sri Lanka's natural beauty, coupled with its rich history and cultural diversity, make it a unique and resilient nation. This is the beauty of Sri Lanka. Our youth are growing up in a world vastly different from the one we know. Automation, artificial intelligence, and digital platforms are not just futuristic concepts, but present realities. These technologies are redefining industries, creating new job opportunities, and at the same time, rendering some traditional roles obsolete. In this context, the question is, are we equipping our youth with the right skills and knowledge to thrive in such an environment? Moreover, as we face complex global challenges such as climate change, economic inequality, and social unrest, the role of education extends beyond mere job preparations. It must also cultivate critical thinking, ethical reasoning, and a sense of global citizenship. Our education system must evolve to meet these demands, ensuring that our young talent can contribute meaningfully to a more just, equitable, and sustainable world. Mr. President, allow me to outline 7 key points on how to make education future ready, focusing on the essential aspects required for transformation. 1, the changing world and economic foundation. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace. Competition is fierce, and the economic foundation is shifting dramatically. We have moved from relying on natural endowment to an era of mass production where standardized items dominate and the cheapest cost wins. But today, we are transitioning to a knowledge-based economy where the quality of human capital and talent is paramount. This shift demands that we rethink and redesign our educational systems to prepare our youth for the challenges and opportunities ahead. 2, the evolving role of government. We are witnessing a societal transformation that demands a new approach to governance. People want to be involved, engaged, and have a say in how they are governed. The era of government knowing all and doing all is over. We need a new way to govern, one that collaborates with networks of private enterprises, civil society organizations, and a non-governmental organization. Our educational institution must align with this new paradigm, fostering a sense of civic engagement and responsibility among our students. 3, navigating the post-normal era. We are living in what many call a post-normal era characterized by 3 C's: complexity, chaos, and contradiction, where things happen simultaneously. In this new world order, we face unprecedented challenges that requires innovative solutions. Our education system must equip students with the skill to navigate this complexity, embrace uncertainty, and turn contradictions into opportunities for growth. 4, demanding new talent. This new era demands a different kind of human capital. The future requires individuals who are innovative, entrepreneurial, risk-taking, multitasking, flexible, quick to adapt, and tech-savvy. These skills are not just desirable, but essential. Our education system must pivot to develop these competencies, ensuring that our graduates are not only ready for the future, but are also capable of shaping it. 5, evaluating our existing education system. This brings us to a critical question. Is our existing education and training systems fit for these new demands? Can our current educational regime produce future-proof and future-ready talents? Or are we trapped by the legacies of old ways where prior success is no assurance of future success? Therefore, the current education system must be reformed and particularly in pedagogical methods and campus-based learning. This is, Mr. President, what we are trying also to do in Malaysia, which is no more campus-based purely, but we also transform it into the industrial base. We have the system, for example, the system of 2U, 2I. It sounds interesting, though. This is 2U means 2 years the student will spend their time in campus, and another 2 years they will spend in industry. Do we make it more flexible and agile as much as we can meet the demands of the country's job market? 6, breaking old traditions. To achieve this, we must break all traditions that hinders progress. Rigid definition of education must give way to a more flexible, accessible, and broad spectrum approaches that suit future needs. Our curriculum needs to be adaptable, allowing for personalized learning paths to cater to the diverse talents and interests of our students. By doing so, we can foster an environment where creativity and critical thinking thrive. 7, promoting a culture of change. Promoting a culture of change is essential. This involves the whole nation's approach. All layers of society must be on board. We need to engage, explain, and set clear expectations. By fostering a shared vision for the future of education, we can cultivate a culture that embraces change rather than fears it. We must be ready to initiate change. Change is a must. We must keep pace with the evolving world, or else risk being left behind. Change is risky, difficult, and often met with resistance. However, change must be planned well and executed effectively. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the future work in Sri Lanka, it's very important for us to see this, sharing some of the experience that we have in Malaysia in order for us to shape our technology for the future. As we look forward for future of work in Sri Lanka, it is clear that technology will play a pivotal role as much as the way we see it in Malaysia. Embracing technological transition is essential to secure a brighter future for the workforce. According to recent studies, around 20% of jobs in Sri Lanka are at risk of automation by 2030, highlighting the urgent need for the upskilling and reskilling initiative. The ICT sectors in Sri Lanka has seen significant growth, with the industry expected to generate over $5 billion in revenue by 2025. This growth underscores the importance of integrating technology into our educational framework. They must ensure that the students are proficient in digital skills, data analytics, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and blockchain. Honorable Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, let me quote one of the leading economists, Friedrich Schumacher, who says, "Small is beautiful." This phrase encourages us to focus on sustainable, localized solutions to complex problems. Schumacher argued that the focus should not always be on grandiose, large-scale solutions, but rather on small, manageable, and contextually appropriate intervention. This principle is particularly relevant to education reform. Making education future-ready doesn't always mean sweeping top-down changes. sometimes it is the smaller, more focused initiative that make the biggest impact. This could mean developing community-based learning center, integrating local wisdom and practices into the curriculum, or fostering small-scale innovations hub within schools. By starting small, we can build a more sustainable, adaptable, and inclusive education system that meets the unique needs of our diverse student populations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, making education future ready is not just an option, it is an imperative. As we stand at the crossroads of change, we must seize this opportunity to redefine and rejuvenate our educational system by embracing flexibility, interdisciplinary learning, innovation, technology, lifelong learning, collaborations, breaking traditional barriers, and promoting a culture of change. We can ensure that our students are not only prepared for the future, but are also empowered to shape it. Let us commit to this vision and work together to create an education system that truly prepare our youth for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. For that, Malaysia is looking forward to working closely with Sri Lanka. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all.
I'm sure we do appreciate that timely intervention by Dr. Zamri Abdul Qadir, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, the Government of Malaysia. In essence, while he's speaking about reforms, the idea is of democratizing educational opportunities, isn't that so? Where the people are able to decide how and what they need to learn. Our guest of honor here present visits from Australia, the 30th Prime Minister of that vast land, who has himself dealt with the subject of developing human resources capacity in that land. And of course, that country certainly has been a magnet for talent. We know that because our people are going there. So we would like now to invite your attention as the Honorable Scott Morrison addresses our Human Capital Summit.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Can I begin by extending my thanks to President Wickremesinghe, who I've known for some years. You want me to use the other one? Well, we're very mobile. His Excellency and I met many years ago here in Sri Lanka. We were both opposition politicians at the time, and since then we've come across each other's paths for many years, and so I'm very pleased to be here with you, Ranil, and with your team and all the other distinguished guests who have joined us here, and I'm very pleased to be a part of it, members of the Diplomatic Corps, but most of all those who are sitting throughout the auditorium today and seeking to address what has been and will continue to be a very significant challenge for Sri Lanka. I didn't really want to come here today and tell you what Australia has done. I wanted to come and offer you some encouragement, some affirmation and some challenge in terms of what lays ahead for Sri Lanka. I want to talk about three things. I want to talk about priorities, I want to talk about plan, and I want to talk about partnerships. When it comes to priority, first things first is what should drive your most immediate attention. And in this respect, I want to pay tribute to what the President has achieved here in one of Sri Lanka's most difficult moments. And it has been heartbreaking from across the other side of the Indian Ocean to see the many challenges that the people of Sri Lanka have gone through over many, many years. Some of those natural disasters, other those economic calamities. There has been war. There has been every manner of challenge that the people of Sri Lanka have had to face. But you have been resilient, and you are here, and you are pressing forward. We talk about having a workforce for tomorrow and a future for tomorrow. Well, you've got to get to tomorrow first. And that's where I think the President has done an extraordinary job after the economic crisis of just 2 years ago to be able to bring stability. Why will people leave and go somewhere else, as we have been hearing? Because they believe there are better opportunities somewhere else. Because they believe that they can start their businesses and grow them quicker somewhere else. That the skills that they have will be deployed better for themselves somewhere else. And so, if you're to retain your talent here, then there has to be a very good reason to stay here. There has to be a strong belief in the future of the Sri Lankan economy and its community, which will encourage people to remain, to invest, and to take up opportunities, and to go that extra yard. And so, while the things I'm about to affirm, you could say, have absolutely nothing to do with human capital development, I would say they're the most important things you must continue to do, particularly over the next couple of years. And they go to the stabilisation of your economy, the courageous plan that has been put in place over fiscal repair, on revenue reforms, on debt restructuring, on strengthening institutional financial settings and the independence of your central bank, on prudential controls in your banking system, important reforms to your state-owned enterprises, improved transparency and everything from procurement and how foreign investment occurs in Sri Lanka, anti-corruption safeguards, the recasting of the social safety net. All of these things, which President Wickremesinghe has been leading, are so vital to Sri Lanka's future that you actually don't even get to talk about a workforce in the future unless you can continue the commitment and determination to address those challenges. And so I would come and reinforce the urgency of staying on that path in the years ahead. Moving away from that path will ensure that not just foreign investors, of which this gathering also addresses, but the confidence of international institutions and agencies, many of them whom represented here today, will lose confidence. What the government has done to restore that confidence, to restructure debt, to get the economy stabilised, to stabilise currency, to get inflation under control, that is setting up your opportunity for tomorrow. And so I would urge you to continue to have first things being first and continue down the path of that economic reform so Sri Lankans can see that there is an economic future there for them and their families as they move into the next decade. Once you've stabilised your economy, though, and you're well on the path to that, but there are many difficult years ahead on that path, there needs to be an economic plan to build on that stability. And again, I think the essence of that plan is in place, and there are more things that can be achieved. The economy must be export-orientated. We have seen other countries going through similar challenges turn their economies into an export-orientated focus. A country of 22 million, my good friend in New Zealand, Bill English, who was the finance minister there and the prime minister there, used to say, for a country the size of New Zealand, the same applies to Australia and indeed Sri Lanka, you don't get rich selling things to yourself. And so it's important that the Sri Lankan economy has an outward focus that it thinks well beyond its borders in terms of who its markets are and what its needs are. And the work of the Foreign Investment Board here, I think, has been critical to that end, and I'd encourage you to stay on that path. This must be a capital-friendly economy, one where there is policy and legal certainty, one where there can be confidence in how the rule of law applies, that contracts will be honoured, that there are clear property rights, there are timely legal processes, there are ease of permit approval and the process that goes around that being transparent and fair, that there's an open and proactive trade and investment settings, and that there are security safeguards there to protect national sovereignty when it comes to attracting that foreign investment and working with partners around the world. It must be an economy that is energy secure, one where you have reliable, affordable power. It must be one where you have reliable infrastructure. And again, much has been achieved in all of these areas, in road and rail and port maintenance and infrastructure, energy transmission, digital connectivity. It must be an economy that's technology equipped, one where digital infrastructure and the tools and literacy on take-up of digital is spread across the population. One of the most innovative financial digital economy reforms I ever saw take place was in this part of the world in India, when India moved to provide electronic digital bank accounts to every single one of their citizens. And an extraordinary undertaking, absolutely extraordinary, but one which transformed their economy and laid the digital infrastructure to drive so much more of their economic change that's been so important to their economic development. And of course, you need an adaptive and skilled workforce. One, if it's export orientated, is focusing on what the needs are of customers beyond your shores, even more so than those that are on your shores. Across your economy, there are many opportunities in sustainable agriculture, and I'd say ag tech as well. In the manufacturing sector, your textiles, apparels and food processing industries have proven mainstays. I think one of the keys when you're building manufacturing policy, industrial policy, is you've got to focus on your strengths, the things that you are known to do well. I think there are opportunities in TV and film production. I was discussing with some friends last night. Areas in fashion design, food tourism. Tourism more broadly in hospitality, Sri Lanka is a standout product. But in order for tourism destinations to be successful, you need the right people, and you need good transport links, and people need to be able to move around freely and safely. I used to work in the tourism industry before I went into politics. One of the key things when people are moving around the world back then was, will they be safe where they go? I would say that is probably more than doubled, if not tripled, in terms of people's issues when choosing a destination anywhere in the country. I'm talking about all of these things because you need an economy that is enabled for your private sector economy to develop. So businesses will invest, capital will be attracted. All of that is important because if you want to develop your skilled workforce, the sort of partnerships that you will need to have in place have to draw in that capital, have to draw in that technology. And if you don't have an economy that can support that, then your ambitions in the area of developing your workforce will prove only to be ambitions. So having a plan, one that's determined, one that's focused, one that's integrated, that doesn't work in silos, that understands what it's trying to achieve, that economic plan combined with economic stability sets you up for your opportunity, I think, to grow your workforce so that Sri Lankans will want to remain here, will want to do the things that you're encouraging them to do by coming together here in this forum. So I'd leave you with three things when it comes to partnerships. The first one is, I'd say that Sri Lanka needs a VET offensive, vocational education and training, and almost a single-minded focus on the delivery of vocational education and training programs around this country. We have seen the success of that in other parts of the Indo-Pacific, and particularly in Southeast Asia. Two that spring to mind most significantly are Malaysia, who you've just heard from, but the other one is Vietnam. And Australia was involved during the course of the government I was a part of and led in a very significant skills supporting initiative in Vietnam. And that has resulted in the presence, and I don't just mean remote delivery of programs and small setups working out of rented office buildings. I'm talking about deeply invested, situated, private and not-for-profit sector training institutions that are part of the country's future economic infrastructure. RMIT, for example, in Vietnam is one of their biggest operators in that country, and it is transforming their workforce. I'm very proud of the work that the Australian government has done and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade have done in running that program over many years. That program began back at the same time that your first, or just before actually, the Skills Summit, the summit of what we're here for, human capital here in Sri Lanka. When you started that summit all those years ago, that's when this program in Vietnam had begun with Australia. Has strong government support, it's based on public-private partnerships, it looks carefully to get a coordination of training and accreditation standards, standards that are recognised in countries where your investment is coming from. So when capital comes and invests and builds industries here, it can have confidence that the training and the skills and standards that people are being trained to are the same as what exists in their own countries, which can give them great confidence in stepping forward. So I'd be encouraging through your development partnerships, whether it be with Australia or Japan or the United States or elsewhere, that there be a much greater weighting given to the support that is channelled into building that critical mass of vocational education and training capability, both in private sector, in government sector, and in the not-for-profit sector. The second one I'd argue for in partnerships is a closer economic relationship with India. We have seen the success of such a relationship in our part of the world between Australia and New Zealand under our CER rules. There is effectively a single economy that exists between New Zealand and Australia. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that that can be completely mapped against Sri Lanka and India, but I think the initiative taken by the President last year with Prime Minister Modi, I could not think of a more important relationship for Sri Lanka. One that would see your economies integrated, your energy sectors integrated, your banking sectors integrated, your payment systems, all of these things, which can open up a new type of economy here in the subcontinent, which Sri Lanka will be the biggest beneficiary of. I think the relationship, closer economic relationship rules between Australia and New Zealand have benefited Australia, but I can assure you they have benefited New Zealand many more times over. And that is the opportunity, I think, that exists for Sri Lanka. India has many priorities. Australia has relationships with other large countries, the United States, Japan, many others. And in order to drive those relationships, where you are the smaller partner, you are the ones who have to take the initiative, because those larger countries will often have many other competing priorities. But I could think of few more greater priorities than binding together that economic relationship with India. The final one I'd mention on partnerships is, I think, the opportunity that is presented through the Quadrilateral Leaders Dialogue. I was a founding member of that dialogue with Prime Minister Modi, President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida. And the Quad is designed to deal with problems like this within the region and deliver coordinated support from some of the larger advanced economies in the region. In the same way that we work together, whether it was to deliver COVID assistance, we are also working together in that quadrilateral partnership to deliver practical economic development support in places like the Mekong Delta. That same level of focus could be equally applied here in Sri Lanka. The champion of that within the Quad would obviously be India, given they are they are the principal partner in this part of the world, as in the Quad in this part of the world. But I believe it would get strong support for all the right strategic reasons that you would imagine as to why Australia, the United States, Japan and India would agree that Sri Lanka's security, Sri Lanka's sovereignty and Sri Lanka's economic success, which reinforces that, is so important. And I would urge you and encourage you to pursue the engagement of the Quadrilateral Leaders Dialogue to that end. Hopefully that gives you some insights. I apologise if I've gone on too long, but it is about priorities. First things first, get your economy and get your financial system stable so you have a platform on which to build your economic plan. A plan that will deliver you an innovative, externally focused, export-orientated economy which is enabled by then the workforce that you're able to build with the many programs that are there through the partnerships that you have, be it with your development partners like Australia, or it be your closest neighbour in India, or indeed the broader coalition of friendly nations that believe passionately in Sri Lanka's sovereignty and independence. Thank you again for your attention, and again, Your Excellency, congratulations on the extraordinary nation-saving work that you've been doing here in Sri Lanka.
The Honourable Scott Morrison, thank you very much for those emphases which we understand and appreciate. Speaking of talent, we have two exceptional, we might say, young, enthusiastic and creative, artistic. Yes, we have that kind of talent too, and I'm very pleased to invite on stage Shenuka Vijayasinghe and Amasha Thisara. And they're going to give life to a wistful song, a lush song, a yearning one that asks in the lyric that they be led to some good place. Like the national anthem says, Yamu Yamu Vi Nupama, Jayabhumi Kara. This is my prayer. Thank you very much for that artistic intervention, Shanuka and Amasha. And now, the address by our chief guest, the Honorable President of Sri Lanka.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison, President Nasheed, Your Excellencies, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests and friends. It was mentioned that nearly 400,000 Sri Lankans left this country in 2022. The number that left us in 2023 is been similar, little less I would say. This will continue. Numbers will drop, it will continue. But we can stem it by about 2026, 2027 if we undertake the fundamental economic reforms that are necessary. The bankruptcy of our nation made them realize that we can't go on as it is. Life is going to be more difficult. They had to look after their children's education, they had to pay their debts, the money wasn't sufficient, so they decided to leave. We fixed our salaries when rupees, we had 185 rupees to a dollar. We fixed our prices when there's 300 rupees to a dollar. So can you imagine how a middle class executive can exist? What we have done so far is to ensure that the creditors of our nation, both sovereign states and private entities, have recognized that we have the capacity to repay their debt after the concessions given to us. That is all, full stop. How do we repay the debt? Where do we find the money? The foreign exchange? When I brought the economic transformation law bill, one party went to parliament. One party in parliament went to courts and said it should be rejected because we require import substitution economy. So first and foremost, we must get out of our heads that there are no such thing called an import substitution economy. How do you substitute for your economy, for your imports? You still need the raw material abroad. So, what we have to first undertake and commit ourselves is to a highly competitive, modern, export-oriented economy. As Prime Minister Scott said, I agree with you 200%. We have to get the rest of Sri Lanka also to agree to it. That's a small problem. Nevertheless, I think you have the opportunity now, and most of the people in our country feel so, that there has to be a fundamental change in the economy. When we do that, we will realize the sectors we require people. We have about 300,000 to 400,000 acres of land to be cultivated through modern methods. We have land held by the villagers where agriculture can be modernized. If we go up to 8 metric tons a hectare, 8 metric tons of rice per hectare, we will only need 2/3 of the land for rice cultivation. They have done Murray-Darling, even gone up to about 10, but that's a small area with water available. So this is one area. Development on tourism. There's big scope for IT and related industries and to train people for automation. So many areas I am not going to deal with all, except to refer to economic cooperation with India. We've decided on an integrated system of integrating, we will have power connectivity, but of all the sectors, the most important one will be land connectivity. Then the Tamil Nadu economy, which competes with Maharashtra and Gujarat, together with Andhra and Telangana, will have to use the ports, can use the ports of Sri Lanka. Trincomalee and Colombo. That's going to make a big difference for them and for us. So there are many areas that we have identified, which we have to expand. And we must be friendly to foreign investment, and more than that, also friendly to local investment. The private sector, big and small, has to expand. We can't do, there are no other way. Now within this framework, yes, we must look at our human capital formation. Without having financial capital, you can't develop your human capital. So there was the approach to be taken. I was always reminded of the Williams Committee report, which I think Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser brought out, and I had to go through that when I was the Minister of Education. It didn't go for overall reform, but it identified the different sectors. That's what we have to do. We can't tackle everything at the same time. So first, we have to look at the vocational and the technical sector. A lot of the people who went from this country were not graduates. They are vocationally and technically qualified. So where is it? We have too many agencies, too many departments, ministries running these agencies. I want to have one single agency for this area, which will look after post-school education. All the training centers, as they are called, there may be about 700 or 800 in the country run by the government alone, to be merged into about 300 vocational colleges, which then can be updated and modernized. That's what we have to do. Replace the technical colleges of varying standards with advanced colleges of technology and management, and be able to introduce the associate degree in the technical and vocational subjects. So these are two of the main issues we have. Then to begin with is our qualification, the NVQ qualification. I think we must relook at the NVQ qualification and bring it in line with the Australian ones, which is accepted internationally and which makes provision for the associate degree. There's much more we can learn from Australia. This is one of them. Because if we look at the countries in Asia that has developed, all of them have turned to they have a good system of vocational technical education, higher education, and therefore capital formation. If you take Japan, we have Korea, we have Hong Kong, and Singapore in the top tier. There's China, there's Vietnam, China, Malaysia, Thailand in the next years. UAE is catching up. Qatar is catching up. So these are the systems. If you looked at the Vietnam system in 1990, we were light years ahead of them. So what we need is assistance from outside to develop these systems. We are so far used to asking an aid project which is mainly consists of buildings and some equipment. We go away with that. I will not allow anyone to get money for putting up buildings. The foreign assistance we require, the central will have to decide, will be to strengthen and modernize the system. So in this respect, one of the countries which I will reach out to is Australia. We have a lot to learn. We can also be a platform for human capital formation and do that in this whole region. If for India to develop, for Bangladesh to develop, for Sri Lanka to develop, we have to improve our human capital formation, the policies we have. We have the South Asian tendency of following the Raj, though the Raj has disappeared, and therefore the emphasis is on degrees, even if it's unemployable. We've got to change it. All of the BIMSTEC countries must get together. But for Sri Lanka, talk with, seek the assistance of some of these countries to build up the system of education. Already there's a project paper which I think the Australian High Commission produced somewhere in 2021 or 2022 on the educational opportunities. We already have Deakin University. I think Edith Cohen has opened up a very nice building recently on our way to Parliament. You have Sydney Technology a few blocks away from my house. So we can see the universities coming in. We are also developing some of the new not-for-profit universities in the government sector, hopefully 4 on technology. So this is an outline of what we have to do and what we have to take into account in our deliberations. Firstly, the system has to change. You don't need new technology for import substitution, because it basically can't be done. And secondly, we have to go through with reforms followed up by strengthening our education and training system. So I don't want to take any more of your time, but to thank everyone who's contributed to this session, opening session of the human capital formation. We started the first in 2016, but infighting at the latter stage of a coalition government, 2 years of COVID and 2 years of economic crisis brought all that to a halt. So let's think anew and go ahead. Thank you.
We'd like to invite the President to please tarry a little while longer on stage and to be joined by our guest of honor, the Honorable Scott Morrison. Please, may we invite you, sir. And also the Chairman of the Human Capital Summit, Mr. Dinesh Virakodi, accompanied by Mr. Roshan Kulasurya, the President of AHRP, will be on stage to hand over tokens of appreciation to our chief guest and guest of honor. And our grateful thanks for the participation of our distinguished guests. Thank you very much indeed. Which allows us now, those of you who are here and present, to partake of some refreshment in what is delightfully known as a tea break, but they offer coffee as well. So it's a break. It's 10 minutes duration. The service is over there, and it's a buffet arrangement, and we invite you to move along in that direction. we would like to mention that there is going to be a draw. Please note now that there's going to be a draw at the end of the day. And there are some valuable prizes on offer, but you need to place your business card in the receptacle that is over there in that direction. So while you're there, that might be a good place to stop by. Place your business card. The prizes are 2 modern AirPods with smart wristwatch attached, another smartphone, and Flamingo have offered 2 duty-free vouchers as prizes. So prizes are good, and at the end of the day, the draw will be conducted on the basis of business cards that are placed in the receptacle provided over yonder. 10 minutes is all we have, and we resume here with the technical sessions. With that in view, we would like to invite you all back to your places. If you do happen to have refreshments in hand, that's okay. There are tables and you can use the surface to place your cups, saucers, plates, and so on. While we have your attention, we might also mention, as we did earlier, that there is to be a draw at the end of the day for prizes. We have a set of AirPods with a matching smart wristwatch as a prize. Also, another smartphone is on offer as a prize, as well as from Flamingo, we have 2 duty-free vouchers. Those are the prizes on offer on a draw that will be conducted based on your visiting cards being placed in a receptacle or in a container at the end of the room. So you are welcome to keep that in mind. At the end of the day, a draw. But right now, we would like to invite you back to your places and be seated around the tables as we move and launch into our technical session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, here is technical session number 1. We have already been told, as Sudesh was keen to share the details, we have the pillars coming up, but before that, we have some vital presentations that pave the way for the panels that will form a little later. So patiently waiting and remotely connected and eager to begin is Dr. Roberta Bassett. She's with the World Bank and is the global lead for tertiary education. So obviously our focus is on education as we start off our technical session. Focus on education. So we would like to invite your attention as Dr. Roberta Bassett addresses this audience. And no doubt we will be able to ascertain that which is relevant and important for Sri Lanka. With regard to development of human capital, we have already had some ideas already presented during the inaugural, some ideas, but now it is time for settling in with the nitty-gritty. So we are set and ready. I hope you are geared, ready, willing, and eager to absorb what is shared by Dr. Roberta Bassett, linked up remotely and online. Thank you very much, Roberta.
To be joining you today. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person. This came during my annual leave, but it's an honor really to make the time during this period to be part of the Sri Lanka Human Capital Summit. What you're doing today is incredibly important work for building on what's to come for Sri Lanka's economic and social development. So I'm extremely grateful for the invitation and pleased to take part. I have a presentation today, and what I'm going to do is a little bit off-piste from the brief that I was given, but I'm going to beg your indulgence, because what we are doing at the World Bank right now, I am leading a new study, a global flagship study on the arguments and evidence for tertiary education as a key driver for economic development, including human capital formation. I'm trying to get the slideshow working. There we go. So this will be released in December of 2024. You are getting some of the earliest access to some of our key findings that are very explicitly about human capital formation via post-secondary education. And what I would just argue here as I get started is that inside the World Bank and outside, one of my key roles is to argue this exact point, that without high quality, relevant post-secondary education, human capital development will always be stymied, because good teachers come through post-secondary education, good doctors, expanded medical, community service workers, et cetera. All of these key drivers of human capital in education, health, and social protection rely on excellence and high quality in the post-secondary space for leadership, for evidence-based policymaking, for good quality labor to go into the workforce and do these key jobs that then build up society. So that's my pitch for why tertiary education is very important. I will work very hard to keep within the time because I know we're behind schedule. So I'm just going to start here on tertiary education and human capital, what it is and why we invest in it. We at the World Bank define tertiary education as all formal post-secondary education. Why do we invest in it? I'm sorry, this is moving before I wished it to. So, and these are the key human capital points that I want to focus on, that it's tertiary education is instrumental in fostering long-term growth across all development stages of economic development in countries, from low, middle to upper income countries. Workers with tertiary education are more employable, they earn higher wages, and they cope better with economic shocks. There was a period during the COVID pandemic where there was some data that indicated that actually tertiary graduates were being affected more greatly in the early stages of COVID, but the rebound in the job markets globally showed that the tertiary education graduates regained their place in their economic strata more quickly than other education workers. And that tertiary education provides the highest return on investment, and I will speak a bit on this later. Some of the World Bank's earlier work on return on investments in education seemed to indicate, and probably were at the time accurate, that the primary education was the highest return on investment for education expenditures. That data since the early 2000s actually has pivoted very strongly to support the tertiary education investment space. And then in terms of non-economic impacts, we see individual and societal benefits, including better health outcomes, more participation in civic and political engagements, and also happiness. So tertiary education as a whole provides a broad spectrum of benefits in the human capital space, and that's what I'm going to discuss a bit today. Just some background information: more people than ever globally are accessing tertiary education. You can see here on this slide that over the past 30, 40 years or so, we continue to exponentially increase. It's more than doubled in the last 20 years, and we expect a tripling over the next, from the last 25 years coming in 2030. So we're seeing post-secondary education be almost default outcome for students in much of the world, and much of the world is being left behind, and that's sort of what I'm going to discuss here. So here we see tertiary education attainment rates, and this is the completion of tertiary education, and it's the completion that we're focusing on now. We focus for a long time on enrollments. That may also be a key consideration for many of you in the audience. We are looking more at attainment because attainment leads to stronger impact, and that's what we're really trying to gauge here. So we're seeing attainment growing globally as well, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa and East Asia. And you can see here on the slides, though, but every region is experiencing growth, almost actually in very similar patterns. But you'll see over time, the gaps are getting bigger, and that's a bigger concern. So we see here tertiary education as a privilege, and then access actually is remaining enormously impacted by parental education. And so you see the intergenerational forces of educational access and attainment at work in every region globally. We look more and more on what the impact of getting tertiary education today is for the children of those graduates tomorrow. And that's something for all of you who work in policy to consider. But you can see that we see here access to tertiary education based on parental attainment, how much higher it is for those whose parents also attended tertiary ed. And why? So these are the top 10 skills on the rise as defined by the World Economic Forum last year. And you can see so many of these are the underpinnings of an effective tertiary education. We do see some of this, of course, coming through primary and secondary, but so much of it is refined and improved during that developmental period that happens in the post-secondary space: cognitive skills, self-efficacy, management skills, etc. So much recently has been discussed around technical, vocational skills, and TVET is incredibly important. Employers are announcing or presenting more and more that what's missing from their employees are actually these skills, these soft skills that are developed through a sound educational foundation that's built around some of these competencies and not necessarily explicitly defined towards professions or technical outcomes. So in terms of the World Bank's work, why do our clients borrow for tertiary education? For a large part, in a very human capital way, it's to close equity gaps. Those of you who are living this human capital life know that one of the driving concepts behind this effort is to close global equity and local equity. This idea of improving the quality of teaching and research to produce better graduates, to produce better workers, to produce more informed citizens, to develop local capacity to address global challenges. This is a huge consideration for so many of our clients because what is being imposed on them by external research capacity is often not necessarily relevant to answering these issues at a local level. And so building the local capacity, local skills to address global and local challenges will reinforce the benefits of and the outcomes from improved education and skills development. And then this last is an inability to finance the expansion of public tertiary education. This point is for another time, but it is a limitation that I think many countries, potentially even Sri Lanka, because they've had such good World Bank supported and other higher education investments understand that the expansion of public tertiary education is incredibly important, but the financial constraints that are limiting that expansion are requiring them to find more creative ways to finance the sector. It doesn't, in fact, in any way say that they don't value the human capital outcomes from tertiary education, but it is being constrained heavily by the economic forces at work in the country. Here you can see some more pipeline pressures globally, and we broke this down by region, very much related to how the World Bank depicts our own operations. And you can see here by 2100, there is almost 100%, there's an expectation of 100% completion of secondary education. And as those of you in the audience know, since you do this for a living, the pipeline pressures are entirely why there has been investment pressures on secondary and then tertiary education. The globe has reached near 100% in primary education, almost universally around the globe. That has put pressure on secondary education and post and secondary TVET, and that's putting pressure on tertiary education. What are the outcomes from those students who finish at each of these places? What are their options for building their skills, for accessing better jobs as they move through this pipeline? And is there a space for them? Someone mentioned earlier about unemployment and the employment outcomes, and that is incredibly important. But also that ecosystem that allows those with skills to create employment, to bring employment in, to be the driver of economic development. Those things need to work hand in hand. And I think there's a big challenge here on determining who gets to access each stage of the education pipeline as these pressures get bigger and bigger, because that itself is a massive challenge for each policymaker and government official as they drive the governance environment around the education to solve. This is very challenging. Here is just, I'm going to show you just a little bit because I could do this too long, but the average rate of return to tertiary education, as you can see here on the right, I'll just focus on this table, the return to tertiary education and the share of tertiary education workers. As the share, which is green, of the tertiary education workers globally has continually grown since the early 90s, you actually see very stable returns on this investment to tertiary education, which shows that the supply and demand issue has not been affected yet by the growth in the share of tertiary workers. There's quite stable returns showing that the value is consistent on achieving tertiary education. And this is something one would not expect. And you do see in the wealthiest countries a slight decline, but very, very slight, so that the benefits still are strongest in the tertiary sector. And I'll show it here in a maybe slightly more accessible way, the difference to the rates of returns from tertiary and secondary education. And here you see that the returns to tertiary education are highest in the low-income countries. And that, again, just shows some supply and demand issues, but also why there's still a lot of space to invest in tertiary education to build these human capital skills and to build the basis for also improving human capital elements in health and social protection. And then here, some heterogeneity. In this blue line in the middle, you can see South Asia, where Sri Lanka would fall in this data. And even as the share of tertiary education workers has grown across the lower bar, the returns have remained very consistent in your region, as it has in actually most of the world. But there is heterogeneity based on countries, largely dependent on the share of tertiary workers in the economy. This is just some expanded information about the impact of research, and you can see that the citation research that we've highlighted here is India and China, but also we're also showing you a lot of the OECD countries in comparison, and the growth, the sheer growth that's coming out of our client countries, the client countries that are in emerging economies and strengthening economies, the recognition of the value of research for innovation, also again to underpin growth within your own sectors and your own countries. One of the key drivers in the human capital indices is about tech adoption and digital skills development. And here I'm just showing the impact of tertiary education on that, on the frequency of internet usage by education level, and on computer ownership, again, by tertiary education. You can see in both cases, those with tertiary education, as one probably would expect, access the internet more, own computers and other digital technologies more, and have higher digital skills. Again, a key component of measuring human capital and the human capital development. Here, advanced skills and spillover effects. You hear this slide is from our research, one of the ones that we are digging into more that the average growth in universities per million people and how it relates to the growth in GDP. Some of this might be a chicken and egg question, but there is, and we're working on the evidence which determines or will allow us to explain this better. But you can see globally with the increase in the number of institutions of post-secondary learning, you see a higher growth in GDP. Again, just trying to connect the effects of higher level skills development and higher level educations to economic growth on the ground. And this last data point slide, which I think is going to be extremely interesting as we bring this work out globally, is the labor force participation based on education level. And this is particularly notable in this slide for women in every income category country around the world, from low income to high income countries. The effects of tertiary education for labor force participation is enormous. And here you can see too, for all of the regions, we broke this down as well. There's some challenges we're trying to depict, especially around South Asia, as increases for women accessing post-secondary education has grown. Labor force participation has not grown at pace. And we're going to try to unpick that a little bit, but still and all you can see the impacts and benefits of post-secondary education for labor force participation is immense everywhere in the world. So I said before, one of the key questions was why our client countries invest in tertiary education. I wrap up here a little bit with why else they should invest in tertiary education. Part of this is to stem the human capital losses for talent retention. Sri Lanka is affected by this. Your region is, much of the world actually is as well. Talent retention is extraordinarily difficult without a strong investment, not just in the provision of tertiary education, but the jobs that tertiary education provides. And those things, when they build a robust economy around them, allow for stronger talent retention on the ground. To build resilience into their societies and economies to withstand the shocks that come, whether that's a pandemic, whether that's a global financial challenge, whether that is disruptions based on climate change, whatever it is, increasing the quality of your human capital through post-secondary skill development builds resilience in your sector. To develop the talent and capacity to sit as equals in the global community, at the same table, in the same conversations, and in the big policy driving conversations. This is incredibly important to have a voice that represents all of the clients that are in this space and not just the wealthy countries driving policy dialogues. And then to find, as I said before, local solutions using global knowledge and tools. Some final thoughts around tertiary education and human capital, that tertiary education should be more focused on lifting the bottom instead of pulling from the top, strengthening education and labor market connections. This is a key issue for making sure that the human capital investments are about what is going to serve the community, serve the economy, serve the country, investing in different types of higher education, tracking the graduate outcomes to know how to change and adapt based on what students are experiencing when they enter the labor market, and really engaging labor market leadership to ensure that curricular development is thoughtfully done, that there are opportunities for experiential learning, et cetera. And then to improve social mobility with a focus on talent, competitive fair admission systems, information provision from the earliest stages in the education pipeline, and financial assistance to address the constraints for low-income people to have greater equity in the sector. And then this final point, which you all know very well, is ensuring technological adoption for tertiary education, because digital skills are going to be the driving element of all jobs coming. And understanding how that will change professions, allowing students and workers to have agile thinking and agile skills in the digital space will allow them to have longer careers that allow adaptability as they work their way through it. Here I close just so that you can see we developed a structure for evaluating the quality of the tertiary education sector in each country based on these 5 pillars. It's a policy advisory framework that countries or researchers can use to assess the fitness for purpose of a sector around all of these human capital drivers that I mentioned before. And then this last point is the World Bank's vision for post-secondary education, tertiary education, with the mission to end extreme poverty and boost prosperity on a livable planet. And here we focus both on the individual and society, and how this investment in post-secondary is not just for individual returns and better salaries for them, but also for a long-term growth plan for a country to have a national strategy around growth and sustainability for social cohesion and for strengthening their nations as a whole. I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Before you go, Robert,
Sure.
I hope you're still there. We'd like to just direct a little question to you. We, I think, understood the rationale that you provided. The tertiary education does bring results, and it certainly needs or requires investment. We just want to know whether you can share with us your experience with India in actually reversing the brain drain. What were the factors or the vectors that played a part in reversing the brain drain in your experience with India? Thank you.
Absolutely, sure. You know, India has a very robust investment environment, right? They have a space that provides relatively easy access to entrepreneurial behaviors, to venture capital, to other forms of investment that allowed for innovation and entrepreneurs to start building in that space. Once there was an active, innovative space, and some of that was foreign direct investment, some of that was opening investment and financing opportunities to the diaspora. But a lot of it was about matching what was happening in the post-secondary sector with the economy, with economic drivers, what was happening in the banking sector, what kind of tax policies are in place, those types of issues. And combining those together created a robust sort of innovation environment that stems the brain drain. And that we're seeing not just in India, but in other places as well, though India is the best example, because they have had this massive wealth production that has then led to interesting jobs, entrepreneurial spaces, sort of new forms of Silicon Valley and digital development that has taken over really large swaths of urban economy, right? Urban economies across the entire subcontinent. So yeah, it is about understanding a holistic ecosystem where the skills and the investments and economic development are all tied together, not one or the other. And in India, there's a more, I think, seamless relationship between those forces that then impact what jobs look like and what investment potential exists for anybody with an idea. And you know, some places that have either more restrictive governance environments, more difficult international banking laws, or similar types of constraints for innovation and growth have a harder time than giving the space to those who would come back and invest or would never leave, right? Brain drain also is not just about those returning, but it's about stopping and stemming the flow of people leaving. You know, what kind of opportunities exist on the ground? In India, there's a massive space now to provide funding and opportunity to utilize that space. In many countries, that doesn't exist, and that's going to require both an overhaul of how investments work and how borrowing, small and medium enterprise lending, things like that, what kind of space it gives to entrepreneurs and new thinkers to stay home and do interesting things.
Thanks very much. I think we will have to let you go. Time's kind of catching up. Thank you very much for your patience. You had to wait a little while to link up with us, but then we're delighted you were able to contribute. Thank you very much, Dr. Roberta Bassett from World Bank. Now, our technical session continues with the next presentation, which also is remote in a manner of speaking. It's pre-recorded. And our speaker is one who is recognized as a sort of service guru in the world. And certainly no stranger to Sri Lanka. I believe just in the month of June, Ron Kaufman visited Colombo and addressed an audience. Some of you may have been there. Now, he's uplifting service, and he's the chief executive officer thereof. Uplifting service. So he's known as a service guru for a good reason. So we invite your attention as Ron Kaufman addresses this audience.
Ayu Bhawan, Sri Lanka. Hello and greetings to all delegates of the Sri Lanka Human Capital Summit 2024. Sri Lanka is at a pivotal moment in the talent development of the country, the future of your economy, the well-being of your communities, and your position as a country in the world. In historic terms, this is a vital inflection point in which your commitment to improving human performance will make the difference. For more than 30 years, my team and I have been helping companies, government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and countries improve their service performance, creating more value for others, and becoming more valuable and more valued in the process. My name is Ron Kaufman, and for decades, I've been based in Asia as a resident and now a citizen of Singapore. During that time, we have worked closely with the governments of Singapore, Mauritius, the Maldives, Fiji, and Tobago, and of course, with many non-island nations around the world. This experience has been published in the New York Times bestselling book, Uplifting Service, and the Harvard Business Review quoted paper, Engineering a Service Culture Transformation. You can find links to these and many other resources at ronkaufman.com. Improving Sri Lanka's service and building a strong service culture cannot be achieved with only hopes and visions. Now, these are useful, but engineering a service culture transformation means constructing an environment in which every person feels encouraged, recognized, reminded, and rewarded for helping and serving other people every day. This environment can be represented as an architecture, a building in which people are inspired to their best and to perform their best at work, at home, in their communities, and throughout the country. This architecture has three major components. First, a foundation of actionable service education. This is what people must learn about serving other people in ways that create value and add more value. Now, this is not currently taught in schools. All over the world, people graduate with certificates and diplomas and degrees, but they have never been taught, what does it mean to have a customer? What does it mean to work in service partnership with your colleagues? How do you improve service from the recipient's point of view? And how do you do all that while increasing efficiency, productivity, and performance? The tools required to make this happen begin by teaching a fundamental definition of service. Service is taking action to create value for someone else. This applies to customer service, internal service, and public service. This makes sense from the boardroom to the front line, and it makes sense in business to business, in business to consumer, and in government to citizens and communities. Service is taking action to create value for someone else. Now, the action you take could be face-to-face, over the counter, over the phone, by email, or online. But in every case, the purpose of the action cannot be to just complete a procedure, complete a checklist, follow a process. The purpose must be to create value for someone, a customer, a colleague, a citizen, a tourist, a community. Now, Singapore is a country that transformed itself from an economy based on low-cost manufacturing, which moved to China, data entry and call centers, which moved to India, and became a thriving global hub, recognized today for outstanding service, financial service, legal service, medical service, educational service, convention and hospitality service, logistics and supply chain service, and government service that creates more value every day for the people, the nation, and the world. Now, a definition is not enough to transform a nation. You need tools, a tool set of principles and techniques. For example, here's one, the 6 levels of service, which helps service providers appreciate the experience of their service from the recipient's point of view. From criminal, which is breaking a service promise, to basic, delivering just the bare minimum, to expected, doing what's average and normal, to desired, serving other people the way they like it, to surprising, doing something special and unexpected and all the way up to unbelievable, creating genuine experiences of extraordinary delight. Now, these 6 levels of service are not stable because we live in a competitive world and expectations are always rising. These stairs are more like an escalator, always in motion, and they're always going down. Why do I say down? Because if you do something unbelievable, it will be the first time you do it. If you do it again, it might be a nice surprise. Do it another time, and you're giving people what they desire. But after that, it's just expected, or maybe just basic. And then one day, if you don't do it, well, they could consider you even criminal. Now, this is why providing service and creating value is no longer enough. We need cultures, company cultures, agency cultures, national cultures, where people are inspired to provide uplifting service, which is taking the next action to create more value, not just for someone else, but for someone you care about, now and into the future. These and other service tools can be taught in training programs and learned in real-world situations. When people apply this service tool set and get results, they develop a service skill set. And as their skill set grows stronger, so does the mindset of continuously improving service. On top of the foundation of actionable service education are the 12 building blocks of service culture. These are the activities that surround and influence your people every day. This is what encourages, educates, inspires, reminds, recognizes, and rewards your people for providing uplifting service. The building blocks are not topics in which every team member must be trained, but they are essential for human resources, organizational development, and learning and development professionals. And for these people, people like you, there are global best practices and case studies from which you can learn. On top of this structure is uplifting service leadership. People in positions of authority and responsibility who provide protection and direction for everyone else who serves inside the organization. A nationwide service culture transformation can be achieved, and it is possible to make this happen in Sri Lanka. I have visited the country repeatedly over the years, and I cherish the authentic spirit of your people, their desire for things to be better, and their willingness to learn and apply what they learn when they understand what the benefits will be. Yes, Sri Lanka has potential to become a global hub for outstanding talent and service, but it's going to take commitment, dedication, and hard work. For example, the airport must become outstanding because the airport, including immigration, customs, and all ground services, are your first and last impressions of the whole nation. The airline must become a world-class service provider because every passenger on every flight is forming an opinion about the country. The tourism industry must deliver shining service every day, so your reputation continues to grow as one of the finest ecotourism, convention, and hospitality locations in the world. The port city in Colombo must become a vibrant, efficient, high-tech, high-speed location where creating value and adding value are the reasons you exist. And Sri Lanka can become a source of global talent, serving not only inside the country, but all over the world. Now, I know this is possible because one of our best clients, Synergen, is a Sri Lankan company. They have grown from less than 400 employees 3 years ago to more than 1,400 team members now, and they're serving clients across the United States. Synergen's culture of continuous service improvement is a role model for today and is building a more valuable Sri Lanka for tomorrow. It is a pleasure to encourage you to achieve this historic transformation of talent and to support you in building a strong and successful service culture. Thank you for the privilege of addressing you today. I look forward to seeing you again in Sri Lanka very soon.
Well, that was succinct, but it covered a lot of ground, and we trust that was useful. So that's the initial part of our technical session, and now we get to what we have referred to as the pillars. And so these are segments that will occupy our attention through the next few hours until later in the afternoon. So we're kind of getting ready on the stage, but here first is the introduction to the tourism pillar.
Sri Lanka. You'll come back for more.
The first of our speakers, or should we say the keynote speaker in this session, is the chairman of the Pacific Asia Travel Association, also known as PATA. And we are delighted to invite on stage and at this lectern Peter Simone. And we invite you to listen as he speaks, and then the panel will form afterward. So the keynote, Peter.
Yes, I think we're okay. If you can't hear me, oh, there we go. Yes, very nice to see you. Welcome. I'm calling in from Bangkok this afternoon, and I'm really delighted to be able to join your event about human capital. And as the moderator said, it seems that Sri Lanka has some familiarity with PATA. We've had many events in Sri Lanka over the many years that Sri Lanka has been a member of PATA, which is PATA's 73 years old, and I think Sri Lanka has been a member for most of that time. I also want to send a special hello to Hiran Kure, who's a good friend of mine and also a life member of PATA. And if any of you have any questions about PATA after this, then I think Hiran's a very good person to share that with. I also want to thank my friend Dilip. He and I were speaking together many years ago in Timor-Leste, and he actually suggested that I join this event today. I'm sorry that I can't be in Colombo. It would be wonderful. I've been there many times, and I do look forward to going again. So I would like to, I've got some slides that I will put up. I hope that they're coming up. Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you for that. So I'll go through these reasonably fast because I do recognize that what's keeping you between lunch is my keynote presentation and also the panel discussion. But I really wanted to emphasize, and I think that the first couple of presentations by Roberta and Ron, they were quite inspiring and very macro level, talking about human capital. I was very delighted to hear Ron mention tourism specifically, and I also think that Roberta's comments about tertiary education is super relevant as we talk about tourism. I think what I want to emphasize in the short time that I have today is that really the people define everything when it comes to tourism. And again, as a visitor to Sri Lanka, I can say that you have the right DNA within Sri Lanka to develop tourism. The people are delightful, they're friendly, they're helpful. Many of the things that Ron even mentioned in terms of characteristics in his video there. I wanted to share with you the comments by a very well-known hotelier who some of my friends from the tourism industry would know, Isidore Sharp, who founded Four Seasons. And he famously also said, the reason for our success is no secret. It comes down to one single principle that transcends time and geography, religion and culture. It's the golden rule, the simple idea that if you treat people well, the way you would like to be treated, they will do the same. And I really think that that defines so much of what tourism is about and why people come to visit. And a couple of, I thought about it a bit more in terms of this whole theme of people and tourism, and I do hope that the panel will pick up on it later. But think about some of the things. People are the ambassadors that interact daily with the tourists. So, you know, tourism workers, they're the ones that are representing Sri Lanka in this particular case. So it's very important that they're respectable people, well-educated, have a good understanding of culture, basically understand a little bit of everything. And I think that they are ambassadors and they need to be treated that way. People define a country's tourism character and its soul. And I think that that's very true. People are a reflection of a nation's culture. People deliver experiences. People are behind a destination service quality, and people can improve the economic and social benefits of tourism. So I think, you know, again, we cannot emphasize enough how tourism and people are absolutely essential to work together. And I think it's very interesting because my observation over many years is that governments often spend a lot of time spending time and money on infrastructure. And I put that question at the bottom, which maybe the panel can pick up. Do competent, friendly, and helpful people have a greater impact on visitor satisfaction at a destination than extravagant infrastructure? And I think that that's really important because if that happens to be a yes, then the investment that goes into hospitality, tourism, education, and training, and basically human capital is definitely underfinanced at this point. I wanted to, again, share with you because, of course, you know, tourism, you need to always be looking at both the supply side and the demand side. And some of the things that are happening within the tourism landscape globally are very important and will be game changers. Since COVID, and it was even something that was happening prior to COVID, travelers are seeking out opportunities and activities that offer a deep dive into local cultures, cuisines, traditions, moving away from generic tourism attractions towards more authentic, off the beaten track experiences. And I think in the case of Sri Lanka, you have great opportunity because again, Huron, I'll mention my friend Huron, I had the opportunity to travel through many of the jet wing properties over a period of 2 weeks when I visited Sri Lanka. Wow, the diversity and the ability to both see nature and culture is fantastic. And I think that there's a great product there. I think the other thing that's happened now is that we're moving away from this ability to provide a homogeneous product through mass tourism to more of a heterogeneous product, something that's differentiated. So we're going to have, you can't just serve one dish to all the people and assume that people are going to be happy. There's got to be more customization. This is one of the trends that's starting to happen within the tourism industry. And we always need to make sure that the offer, that it meets not only the needs, but also the desires and expectations of a discerning and demanding customer. And so I think that that dynamic is changing, all the more reason that human capital is a key element to developing that. Just in terms of the tourism system and quality overall, I think most people that are in the tourism sector know that we have a tourism generating region, which would appear on the left side of that table. And then we have the destination region. So let's say London would be, or England would be, or UK would be the tourism generating region, the source market, and Sri Lanka would be the destination. And then during that customer journey, there's the transit route as well. And I think it's very important that we understand the value chain of tourism, that we understand who our customers are, where they come from, what are their needs, what do they want, what do they expect, and what the British and the UK customers want could be different from what the German customers or the American customers want. And I think, again, the offer must continually seek ways to meet not only the needs, but also the desires and expectations of customers, of consumers. I think it's really important to hone in on how the customer is changing. From a global perspective and the things that I'm hearing on the street, I know one of the panelists is with the Asian Development Bank, and currently I'm helping to develop the Mekong tourism strategy. And some of the things that have come up in that work, and when I go to conferences in China, the first thing is reskilling public sector tourism officials. For so many years, tourism has been all about marketing. So what we've done is we've geared up our national tourism organizations to be marketers, but there's so much else that has to happen now with changes in climate change, in terms of the importance of sustainable tourism. So really the public sector tourism officials, they need reskilling to really come up to speed with what's happening in terms of the digital environment, the environmental environment, so on and so forth. Competing on service quality, I think countries do compete. And, if we're going to talk about Sri Lanka, island destination, we need to look at where are the other island destinations that potentially have superior service quality, and how can we improve our service quality. Digital skills, the digital divide, I cannot emphasize how much it is changing the tourism value chain, and it will continue to do so. And so therefore, it's really important that workers and people have the skills that they need. And particularly, I'm talking here about micro and small enterprises, which are sometimes that digital engagement of not being able to engage digitally is starting to become part of a divide and disadvantaging them. So I think it's important that digital skills are central in terms of education and training. Skills and knowledge to mitigate climate change. I don't have to tell you, Sri Lanka is hugely susceptible to climate change. We need to start to mitigate climate change. And that means that we need to have more sustainable tourism awareness. We need to have more practices. Again, I'm going to bring up my friend Huron and Jet Wing Hotels, some of the stuff that they're doing in terms of sustainable tourism practices is quite revolutionary, and I think would be worth everybody paying attention to. A diversified workforce, we definitely need to make sure there's gender equality, and I think that tourism is a great way to mainstream disadvantaged groups into the economy and into the service sector. And standards, I think there's many standards that need to be discussed. And finally, the other thing is, how do we actually measure tourism? Because in the past, we've measured tourism basically from an economic perspective, but are we counting the invisible burdens and the costs involved in actually making tourism happen, and the cost on the community versus the benefit the community receives? I think there's a really useful tool that I want to share with the audience from the World Economic Forum. It's called the Travel and Tourism Development Index. And Sri Lanka, it's a great way to gauge where a country is versus everybody else on the planet. So Sri Lanka is 76th out of 119. And you can get this off of the internet, World Economic Forum, TTDI. And here's more specifics, and I think it's very interesting because today we're sitting here in the blue. We're sitting here talking about human resources. So the second section there, the sort of light blue section, under that they have human resources and labor market. And shockingly, Sri Lanka is 105th out of 119. So I think, rather than a negative, I think there's a lot of room for improvement, which is very exciting. Also business environment. I know that Roberta mentioned the business environment, and the World Bank identifies that as a critical element of human capital and of, let's say, competing with India, as we said about bringing in the diaspora. Sri Lanka ranks 100th, which you can see in the light blue as well. So these are some of the areas that Sri Lanka really could improve. And I think that these are really great targets to share with the government and together with the private sector work to achieving and accomplishing these. Not too many more slides because I do recognize that we want to stay on time. But again, food for thought for the panel. Public sector support. How can the government support destination human capital is what I like to call human capital focused on tourism. And so one thing, for example, is to engage in dialogue and partnership with the private sector. Too often, government and private sector really don't work together, and I think it's essential that that continues to happen. Labor market research is very important. Quality education and training curricula and programs. Develop core competency, accreditation and certification schemes. Guide tourism quality safety standards. Roll out public awareness campaigns. And I think, one thing that is the mantra that's come up in the tourism industry as of late is a good place to live is a good place to visit. So we really do need to start to focus on our communities and to ensure that they are feeling that they're living in a good place. Because if they feel they're living in a good place, the visitor will be happy. Recommendations, just a couple of them, again, to stimulate some discussion within the panel. A pipeline of staff upskilling and new methods of staff retention are needed within the tourism and hospitality sector. And my last slide will have a few talent retention strategies that maybe the panel can. I think another recommendation must be reoriented. And this comes back to Roberta's comment. We must reorient towards hospitality, training and upskilling, tertiary education, rather than academic tourism studies. Too often, we're forcing our young people into very academic programs for tourism, which is not making them work ready. And this is something that we can do better. Most hospitality jobs require trade certification. And this certification should be more attractive in terms of status, cost, and even scholarships. In-house training programs should be encouraged, and many of the people on the panel today will have their own in-house training programs. And where possible, the public sector should work with these organizations, first of all, to help subsidize and support that activity, but also to maybe be using internships and other types of mechanisms through those in-house training programs because they're very practical. I think we need to, for micro and small enterprises, because that's really one of the key objectives, disadvantaged groups, and we really need to improve where possible business incubation and acceleration programs, and this will also help the youth to re-engage. And again, and this comes up as something that was already discussed earlier, tap into that Sri Lankan diaspora. In fact, I meet the Sri Lankan diaspora in most places that I travel and work, and they're talented. They know a lot about the hotel industry, and I think there's just a way that we can incentivize them to come back to Sri Lanka and serve there. This is really for the benefit of the panel. These are some ideas, because I know one of the panel discussion points will be to look at how do we retain staff, and staff retention is a huge challenge right now for the hospitality and tourism industry across the globe. And in fact, could be one of that need for more staff could be one of the reasons that so many Sri Lankans do go overseas. But how do we retain them? How do we keep them in country? I won't go through this. I'll leave this for the panel to discuss. Once again, I thank you so much. I hope I didn't go over time, and I'm so sorry that I couldn't be here to be there to join you. I do look forward to my next opportunity to visit beautiful Sri Lanka. So with that, I'm going to hand back to the MC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. We benefited greatly from, shall we say, the menu presented, and hopefully we will be able to digest as the panel now assembles. We would like to invite on stage the panel and a discussion which will be moderated. So not in any particular order, but let's invite on stage the Senior Vice President, Global Alliances and Partnership with John Keel's Leisure, Head of Corporate Affairs of John Keel's Holdings, Dilip Mudavenia. Then we invite the Chairman of Jetwing Group, Hiran Kure, Mr. Malik Fernando, Co-Chair of MJF Holdings and founder of Resplendent Salon, Mr. Manish Fernando, Area General Manager for Sri Lanka at Hilton, then Ms. Chalopong Mandatova, who's the Country Operations Head for Sri Lanka Residential Mission of the Asian Development Bank, the Honorable Mohammed Nasheed, former President of the Maldives, and that's a country that has a lot to do with tourism, no doubt. Mr. Rahul Chowdhury, who's CG Corporation Global and CG Hospitality Holdings, will be linked with us virtually. And I hand over proceedings to the principal here and the moderator, Sanjeev Gardiner, who's the Chairman and CEO of Golface Group. So over to Sanjeev.
Can you hear me? Good. I think we must first congratulate the folks organizing the chairs. They went to considerable effort to get the seating just right. We were just commenting on that. First of all, thank you for being here. Peter, thank you for your comments. We have a fairly tight schedule, so we've spoken to each of these considerably talented individuals on stage and sort of said, look, you've got 5 to 7 minutes maximum to speak, which perhaps is not doing a favor to them, but we've just had a chat amongst each other, and we'll try and get the best out of what we can in the time we have. So with that, Shalvan, can we ask you, with your considerable impact with the ADB, the point for tourism that you've seen for Sri Lanka?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting the Asian Development Bank for this very important high-level summit. ADB is Sri Lanka's long-term partner. We have been with the country in good times and bad times and continue supporting the country's development and recovery from the economic crisis. We have disbursed more than $9 billion in concessional loans and grants, supporting such sectors as transport, energy, agriculture, natural resources, trade and finance, education and health. And the reason I am mentioning these sectors of our support is to emphasize how that without a reliable, safe and accessible infrastructure, it's very hard to promote tourism and develop human capital. The famous explorer described Sri Lanka as being, for its size, better circumstanced than any other island in the world. The country has tremendous opportunities for the world-class tourism, as it can offer spectacular scenery, and warm weather throughout the year, friendly people, and rich culture. Before the economic crisis, tourism remained one of the key sources of foreign currency earnings. Despite the economic challenges that the country has been facing over the last few years, Sri Lanka remains one of the top tourist destinations. To strengthen tourism sector resilience, ADB is planning to assist in policy reforms and promote essential investments. This year, we are aiming to provide the financial assistance for Sustainable Tourism Development Program to address a number of reform areas with a focus on improving sector governance, interagency coordination, and performance of the tourism entities, promoting inclusive development of the tourism sector and value creation through enhanced private sector participation and resource mobilization, domestic resource mobilization. We will continue supporting public infrastructure through projects in improving energy efficiency, promoting green buildings, and ecotourism. ADB will also provide support to diversify tourism product offerings, use digital technologies to enhance the tourism experience, and promote the country as a green and sustainable destination. Capacity development component will also be included in the program. The issue of availability of quality human capital to sustain the tourism's hard and soft infrastructure and helping generating revenue remains as a key challenge. Sri Lanka has about 300 training institutions, both public and private, nationwide, with the capacity to produce a maximum of 12,000 trained personnel per year in different tourism services. This falls short of the skilled labor demand of around 25,000 per year in tourism. Public training institutes are constrained by lack of trainers and resources and budget for skills and business development training, including training for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Women comprise only 10% of Sri Lanka's tourism workforce, mostly in the hotels. Youth lack awareness of job opportunities in the tourism industry too. Tourism has the potential to make growth inclusive through training, skills, and business development, jobs for youth, women, and disadvantaged groups, and engaging local communities. The government and hospitality sector should work together to ensure that the people working in tourism have the right skills, attitude, and approach to promote tourism. Understanding the huge need to develop a globally competitive workforce to diversify and transform countries' economic base, ADB continues supporting education and skills strengthening through projects to prepare youth for employment by improving learning outcomes and increasing equity in access to quality and relevant secondary education and vocational training. Focus areas include addressing learning losses because of the pandemic and economic crisis, STEM and climate education, particularly for women, curriculum and assessment reforms, teacher training, and industry engagement to enhance employability. This year, ADB is committing to approve skills development system transformation program with the focus to address systemic issues through vocational education system reforms, ensuring that more youth and adults, especially from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds, including women and people with disabilities, complete quality assured vocational training courses. So, the demand for quality human resources is clear. The challenges to develop and retain the talent pool are assessed, and best practices and expertise from other successful countries are provided. And the financial resources to address the issues are available. So what is needed for unlocking economic potential for the global talent pool in tourism is a pragmatic, long-term, focused approach to put together all these ingredients and come up with the workable solutions and start implementing the activities using coordinated and systemic approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Chala. I think it's important to see an agency such as ADB coming in with that thrust. It will require coordination with the government as well as the private sector. And just to put it into perspective, 5% of Sri Lanka's GDP in 2018, about $4.5 billion dollars, came from tourism. Fast forward post-COVID and the crisis that we've had, we are now, as of June this year, we are about $1.5 billion, targeting close to $3 billion, and about 2.5 million tourists. So we've got a long way to go back to where we started from, but we have a benchmark to work towards. But interestingly, I think it's important that we get an idea how the local environment with the brain drain, etc. Hiran, as chairman of the JetWing Group, with a large and very diverse portfolio of hotels, mixers, and regions. Maybe it would be nice for you to share with you how you've managed to handle that present challenge and look to the future of it.
Thank you, Sanjeev. It's nice to be here. The distance is killing me. You know, we have a big gap in between, but be that as it may, it's a pleasure, and thank you for the organizers to inviting us to be at this forum. Yes, so we had, I mean, you know, as we all know, Sri Lanka's tourism in the past 5-6 years took a hell of a hammering, beginning with the Easter Sunday bombing to the COVID and then to the Aragalaya 2 years ago. From there to where we are is almost a miracle. As we see it, we think it's, we went through most of the frightening times a couple of years ago. From there to now, it has stabilized a lot. That time, it was very, very difficult, Sanjeev, to, it broke my heart because having listened to the governor of the central bank, somewhere around mid of July 2022, I went and repeated to all our associates, we are going to struggle for 2 more years or 3 more years, and we have to be there to get this country out, and tourism is going to play a massive role in getting the country out of the mess we are in. They all listened to me, they smiled, and most of them left. Most of our key people left the island, broke my heart. Only thing I didn't do was to worship them and ask them to stay back. Most of our best chefs are now in Canada, in New Zealand, in Australia, in Switzerland, and many other places. They are gone. Most of our good engineers are gone. It was very tough. It was very tough. No point in beating around the bush and saying everything is fine. It's not. Now that things are turning back a bit, as you mentioned, we will probably get 2 million visitors this year. The visa is confusing at the moment, but be that as it may, we will probably hit 2 million, or maybe a little bit more even than 2 million visitors to Sri Lanka this year. The income that is coming in to the associates is beginning to go up again. That is what is most important. If we are to retain the best, all what Peter shared, all what the companies can do, most of our companies do that, right? But the country has to be stable as well. It's that stability that is bringing some of those people back again. I am happy to say some of our best chefs that went, and it breaks my heart to know that they are making sandwiches in Queenstown, New Zealand. They are not working in a proper restaurant. I used to tell them, if you are going, go and work under a proper chef. Go and work under a proper hotel manager, so you will learn something and come back. But don't go and just make sandwiches there. Don't just go and make coffee there. That's what's happened. A lot of people left in frustration. So now, thankfully, some of them are talking us, they are coming back. Some of our managers, engineers who left are coming back because the grass is not always greener there. The grass is also drying in some of those countries as well. It's much better here. We tell them it's much better here. Come back. Come back and contribute to your own motherland. And that is the message we have been giving. We have a program called Jetwing Youth Development Program, which we started in the year 2006. We have trained close to 2,000 youth, most of them underprivileged youth from different parts of the world, wherever we operate. And that has been a real success for us. We train them with love, care. We teach them English first, and then hospitality skills. And at least a good 25–30% of them have remained with us. Some again have gone abroad, and hopefully they'll also come back. We've created a second career for females especially. There are lots of women in the age of 40 and above in and around Sri Lanka who have never worked in their lives. They've simply been housewives. And they like to work. They like to work because their children now have grown. They have gone out of school, and some of them, the husbands have left them, some of them are together, but still they need a second career, additional income. So we've created that, and that has been a big success in Velavaya, in Sigiriya, in these places where the second careers for females have given us some hope that there is possibility to create opportunities for people who have never worked, who are in their 40s. So it's not hospitality is not for everybody, but it's a tough game, and we have managed to go on, and now that the country situation has improved tremendously, from a tourism point of view, people are coming back, and that's what we are encouraging at the moment.
Thank you, Hiran. I think those insights are very useful, particularly when you look at it interregionally, and I'm sure it has its nuances, but thank you very much for that. Malik, you operate at the very high-end niche end of the market, probably seen some of the fastest brain drain, particularly as people find jobs and go. How have you managed to deliver the service that is required of the high end and retain it? And then the next question, I guess, from a Sri Lanka perspective, is how do we scale that up, as with what Hiran said?
Thank you, Sanjeev. Good afternoon, everybody. We heard in the Pata, the keynote, that people are the critical ingredient to tourism. You can have the most amazing hardware, but really software and the people is critical, and that's where Sri Lanka scores. Unfortunately, we are exporting our USP in substantial quantities because apart from the concerns we had during the economic crisis, you also have a situation post-COVID where many nations which had strict immigration requirements have relaxed them on tourism workers because their citizens did not want to work in hard-paced F&B. So if you look at, as Hiran mentioned, people are going to New Zealand, to Australia, to Canada, to Romania, wherever, where they used to generally never go. So now the worrying trend is because Sri Lankans are welcomed warmly, because we are considered, I was in, of all places, Romania a couple of weeks ago. And from zero, there's a community of 40,000 Sri Lankans working in tourism. It's the single largest ethnic group outside domestic Romanians because one go and they call their friends and so on. So we are now competing not only domestically but internationally because Sri Lankan tourism workers are very much in demand. because of a decent command of English, because of the fact that we're very hospitable. And if you look at, from a regional perspective, we have our locals working historically in, say, the Maldives and in the Middle East, but now the risk is they're actually emigrating. They're leaving lock, stock, and barrel, so you don't actually have a retention or a repatriation, because obviously foreign remittances has been a key part of our balance of payments. But when people emigrate, essentially they take whatever assets they have and they, they bid their home country goodbye. So that's the background we're fighting against. Now, the impact of this is that service standards drop across the board. We are exporting our USP, which obviously is a risk. And also it's very difficult to build a service culture when you have constant turnover. So we can talk about looking at recruiting new people. Jetwing have a great program to recruit people from the north and the east, Jetwing Youth Program. Many other hotels have similar programs. The problem though is that unless you stem the drain, new recruits, there's experience is very, very critical, and people coming in newly just cannot replicate the experience of a 10 or 15-year-old role that a chef or a hotel manager has played in your property. Female participation is low. It's less than 10%, although something like 30 or 40% of the tertiary education is done by women. That's for cultural reasons, but fundamentally that is a potential, Sanjeev, since you asked me, where we have to increase the female ratio. We've set a target of 25, which in itself is ambitious, 25%. Generally the industry is about 10%, but sadly, I'm coming to my next point, which I believe is the most critical reason why we have this brain drain, controllable reason. There are certain uncontrollable reasons. People need to feel comfortable that this is an environment, I want to bring my family up, my kids up, so it's connected to the educational system, the health system, quality of life. So some of those we can't control, some of them we can. But there's one critical element I'll come to in a second, which we can control, and sadly, we're doing pretty pathetically on that front, which is marketing. Now, if you look at female participation, many of us who want to increase female participation, you need to build separate facilities, dormitories for the ladies. The newer properties have it, the older ones don't. But there is a financial crunch, because if you look at the industry generally, the industry is not in great shape. It can be transformed because there is high demand, there is a love for Sri Lanka because of all of our USPs. But you have the big elephant in the room is the destination is not marketed. We all pay a 1% levy, our promotional outreach. Now you saw this beautiful video at the very beginning. It's a very nice video, but sadly, no one outside this country has seen it. So what's the point of having something if you don't use it to attract tourists? So in my view, the biggest single controllable factor, which I keep harping upon, is if you position and promote the destination, you get the right kind of tourists who pay the right kind of prices. You can then pay your associates, your staff higher. They get a higher service charge. Because if the product, imagine you're a company and you have a great product, but your marketing department is weak. Then you have a competitor who've got an average product but great marketing. You're going to lose employees to that company because that company is going to do better. So pretty much countries operate in a similar manner. So for me, if there's one takeout from an HR perspective, for us to struggle to retain talent, and that's what I do, Sanjeev, day in, day out, we've taken our wage costs up about 120% since the economic crisis. It's something we can't necessarily afford. So our wages as share of revenue have gone from 9 or 10% to about 25%. But it's something that we do need to do. We are struggling. So we focus on learning and development. We need to focus more on that area. We've got to use video learning. We've got to stop our antiquated SOPs. We've got to have TikTok style, YouTube style learning tools, which is what we use. But if I can come back to one thing, we need to get our marketing of this destination right, because, let me repeat, we are not getting the right kind of tourists. The numbers do not tell you the true story until we have adequate, and the potential is hugely there. If, I'm sure all the hoteliers here can attest, if we double the correct profile of travelers that were coming in 16, 17, 18, we can all pay our associates double. they get more service charge, and not a single person would leave, because they pretty much leave because they find that they can't make ends meet. So if we can reposition, increase ADRs, those are your average room rates, because our room rates are the lowest. So again, if you look at Peter, the PATA presentation, we score the highest in terms of attractiveness of rate. That for me is a serious issue, because it means we're too cheap. If we are too cheap, it means there's too little demand. If there's too little demand, it means we can't pay our associates adequately, and then you have the brain drain. The reverse is happening, they're coming back, which is wonderful. But to build that momentum, we have to start marketing. I know you came to talk about human resources, but I'm telling you, marketing is very closely linked to a successful human resources product. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik. So I think two key factors. One, the participation rates in tourism by ladies who constitute half our population. And is tourism seen as something that they should participate in? How do we make it branded wise, something to grow and to be part of the economy as it is substantial? Manish, you represent an international chain here. You are on the fast track program as a Sri Lankan, and you've made it in Hilton. So from your perspective, can you perhaps give us some insight as to how, as an international brand, A, we can brand the tourism as being something that people would aspire to work in, and then how do we scale up the training and attraction into that, and then the retention side, which Malik touched upon.
Thank you. Sanjeev, delighted to be here, and I'm humbled by the panel I'm with, and I fully agree with all of you. Hilton, as a company which operates almost 8,000 hotels, also focuses on the local talent, and I am an example of that. And I'm a second-generation hotelier. My dad used to work for your dad, right? So, small world, okay? I'm going to reverse think it. Retention, we can't retain people, like the Australian Prime Minister was saying, in difficult times, right? So sometimes we need to let them go, right? When they go, we need to let them see the world. We need to let them learn from the best. All those countries they go to, from Maldives, we have His Excellency the President here. Sri Lankans in Maldives are remitting an out of proportion amount compared to what they do from maybe a bigger country like Australia, okay? So those are all benefiting this country. It's benefiting the families, right? So to me, give you an example, I thought in my own little way, what do I do with Hilton, right? When we have this economic crisis, right? We've sent almost 60 people on 5-year visas to Japan, okay? These are not top-level team members. These are frontline. Today they earn 10 times more, okay? And these are going to be generational changes, right? Generational will change, right? Myself, I've worked in 7 other countries, okay? And we motivate people to use the Hilton system, go abroad from all the countries, from Middle East to Maldives to Japan to Singapore, and we know a certain percentage is going to come back as leaders, okay? And we also know the rest who will not come back will be our future tourists. And the people who kicked off the tourism in Sri Lanka after the COVID were the diaspora who came. In 2019, after the hit of the bombs, it was the diaspora who came. Right? So I think we should all firstly look at how we survive today so that we can live tomorrow. Okay? So whilst we understand the difficulties, we have all owners on that side. Okay, I'm an employee, and I always look at, if you look at an aircraft, you have 2 wings, right? There is the employees on one side and the owners on the other side. But there has to be balance, right? The owner has to have a proper return on assets, okay? And Sri Lankan owners are amazing, okay? Because they look after the staff in an amazing way, okay? And you heard what they were saying, the owners, right? Same way, the staff also needs to earn a good salary, right? I think Mr. Dinesh Virakkudi was talking about Sri Lanka becoming a middle-income country. So me personally, my goal is to make sure the lowest paid employee earns the $500 a month. How do I do that? You need to work on productivity, okay? We can't work in the traditional way. We have to find a way to modernize the way we are working, like Malik was talking about the SOPs, right? We have to find a way to do more with less? How do we do something out of nothing? So it's a balance you have to do versus surviving today and making it big tomorrow. Okay. So that's, I hope I made a point.
Yep, certainly. Thank you for the perspective. So we have my dear friend Rahul Chaudhary, Chairman and CEO of the CG Group Hospitality. They own hotels, not only joint ventures in Sri Lanka, but across regions in Africa to the Philippines. So Rahul, contextually for Sri Lanka, as we try to build a human capital in the hospitality space as a growth area and a thrust industry in Sri Lanka, would you like to maybe bring some of the share knowledge as an owner and also a joint venture partner, both with Sri Lankan experience and international?
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today at this wonderful event. I think the key to hospitality is human touch, as we all know. And first of all, I'd also like to thank Mr. Dinesh Veerakudi for giving me the opportunity to be at this wonderful event. Now, all my esteemed panel members are sharing their thoughts from a core internal Sri Lanka perspective. If I may, Mr. Gardner, share my views from an international perspective and the steps being taken through our investments and our partnership with different brands all over the world. You know, we've been, as you all know, we've been investors, we've been ardent and committed ambassadors of Sri Lanka since 25 years, whereby we invested in the most difficult times in Sri Lanka. And this takes me back to a statement which was made 30 years back by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew when he was asked that which country has the potential to become something like Singapore in the future. And he mentioned that would be Sri Lanka. So obviously Sri Lanka has gone through its fair share of ups and downs, but the fundamentals have always remained very, very positive and strong. And that's why we continue investing in Sri Lanka. And we are already partners with, and honored to be partners with IHCL, Hiran through some of his Jetwing properties, with Mr. Gardner through his CHC properties. Now, the problem of human capital leaving is not only limited and restricted to Sri Lanka. And when you talk about a country like Nepal, in the first quarter of this year, we had almost 2,500 youth leave the country every single day. Now, that is crazy by any standard whatsoever. And one would think about the reasons for that. And it's all the way from stability of governance. You call it with the marketability of the country itself. I know one of my panel members mentioned that. And also career growth. When you don't see that in your home country, of course, you go outside. Now, what are the steps being taken by some of our partners and our affiliated brands all over the world? Take the example of operators like IHCL and Oberoi. I mean, they have set up their own hospitality schools over 2 decades back. And the whole reason of doing that was to obviously educate the youth, give them the necessary knowledge, and then also place them in hotels that they are operating in the country itself. This ensures that your youth have a career growth program that also gives them the encouragement that there is something to look forward to within their country itself. Number 2, the other approach is from the perspective of hotel schools that also have hotels attached to it. And I mean, an example of that is the likes of Cornell in America, where they have a hotel school which is attached to a Marriott hotel, and the students, while going to schools, get an opportunity to work in the hotels through internship programs in order to build their career path as well. Number 3 is from the perspective of what CG itself is doing. I mean, we have a family of over 20,000 all over the world, and what we are doing through our own systems and our education platforms is to create programs with leading hotelier schools as well as brands to be able to also retain talent. I think the need of the hour, while fixing all the problems with regards to marketability, with regards to the stability, with regards to the systems, and making sure that hospitality is a forefront of any government policy. I mean, we all know during COVID that, nothing is hidden, that all governments looked at tourism not as a priority sector. I think based on what my partners Hiran as well as Sanjeev mentioned, that every single country benefited through tourism. And it was tourism that was the first sector that managed to bring back the revenge travel, as one would call it. And that started the impetus of travel in different countries. Now we see Sri Lanka, which is on the right path. And we see that the numbers are looking up with almost 2 million tourists planned for this year. And I would also like to make a statement that, Sri Lanka is a country with almost 92% literacy rate. And that is phenomenal when you talk about a country, a developing country in South Asia. All the fundamentals are there. I think if you are able to take from some of these learnings from different countries and different parts of the world, and also the points mentioned by my esteemed panelists, I don't see that why Sri Lanka couldn't take it to the next level.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for that perspective. So the key question here is, how do we see tourism being represented as an industry that people would like to work in? We talked about the female population being half of our population, being comfortable to work in it, see tourism as something that is a desired area to work in. And that's something perhaps that we need to perhaps address. President Nasheed, from the Maldivian experience and the tremendous success that Maldives has seen, perhaps you could perhaps share some things with us which might be of value to us.
Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to be here. The Maldives experience in very few sentences is, we did better in spite of the government. If you want an industry to actually grow and become profitable and beneficial to your people, make sure that your government doesn't get into it. Make sure that they stay as far away as possible. I will also mention a few things here. No, don't bring back your people. They brought $7 billion in 2020 alone. This is before the COVID. And it is now looking like the amounts have doubled. So you will be earning the most amount of your revenue from remittance. And this does not make sense at all, talking about people going away from Sri Lanka. Do not obstruct human mobility, especially when it is happening in an organized fashion. Let them go, let them earn more money, let them see many places, and well, they will come back if they want to come back. Don't try to bring them back, drag them here, and keep them on as your servants. Please don't do that. You will not win tourism here. What I would like to point out here is, Sri Lanka had its first university in 1921. We didn't even have a school then. Sri Lanka had its 1964, Sri Lanka had its tourism technical school. Sri Lanka Institute of Tourism and Hotel Management started in 1964. That is why you have so many good people. And in 1956, you decided to make Sinhala as the only language and stop teaching children through English medium. Then, of course, you had a challenge. You had to print all your textbooks again. You have to create a whole lot of lecturers and teachers. You actually had to start it all over again. We had your best people in the Maldives, and they taught us in English. I can't see anything, well, I wouldn't say it, but I can't see anything so drastically wrong with us. But your best people still keep going to the Maldives. And you asked why we did so well. We did so well because of Sri Lanka. We had your best brains. We had your best people. Ceylon Tours, Jetwings, all the tourist agencies here, they started our tourism because we decided that we will open up for them. We decided that they would benefit. And what Sri Lanka benefits out from Maldive tourism is immense. And we would like to keep on that going on. And my intervention, or whatever you may like to call, is please don't bring back your people. Let them be where they are. Let them earn money. Let them send their money back. Let the capital come in and not necessarily the people. Now, you can still produce people because you have that knowledge. As I mentioned, you had the first university in 1921. You had a hotel school running in 1964. So there's no reason at all why you can't keep on producing exactly the same amount of people. My friend is worried that you have to stay in an industry for 15 years for a person to become good. It's because before that, it was English medium. You are afraid to lose that person. So create that person. It's very, very simple. And also you mentioned about marketing. Now, this like kind of, Sri Lanka paradise picture, we've seen it so many times. But have a cricket ball. That is, for instance, where your strength is. Advertise your cricket team. Build them and make them your ambassadors. I think there's, Sri Lanka tea, for instance. Bring sustainability into your farming. Don't destroy nature. That's what people are coming to watch and see and enjoy. I think I wanted to see that, you come out from your thinking. Don't listen to all these people with all these charts. Just keep on coming up with more charts, and we keep on coming up with more words that we can't relate to, like human capital. So we must be able to relate to what we are talking about. I mean, you can't have actually, human capital is, we had slavery first, and then we had indentured labor, and then we had servants, and now we are talking about human capital, and no one working in a resort or a hotel can relate to this word human capital. So I think we start relating to what we know, and we start doing what we are good at, which is Sri Lanka is excellent at producing people. Please keep on doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Nasheed, for your vote of confidence and candor. It's much appreciated. Dilip, it's not enviable being the last man to speak, but you also have the benefit of hearing what most of the others have had to say. But what is it that you would like to say regarding creating a sustainable tourism base, training human capital that is there, that to re-emphasize what President Nasheed said, what do we need to do?
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think difficult one to follow your President last year, but I'll try my best. If you look at from a more statistical perspective, where Sri Lanka is concerned, so we get 2 million tourists, and the rule of thumb is that every 10 tourists will create 1 direct employment, which is around 200,000. So if we assume that we go to 5 million tourists within the next 10 years at least, then we will need about double the current amount, which is 300,000, 400,000 people to join into the tourism industry. And that itself in a country is challenging. But if you look at from a global perspective, so currently we get about 1.5 billion travelers travel around. 2030, according to the UNWTO, it's going to go up to 1.8 billion. 2035, it's going to be 2 billion. So same rule applies. You're going to have 50 million people that is required in the tourism industry. In a situation where most people went out of the industry during COVID, and most of them haven't returned because they have kind of newly found freedom in their own jobs, rather than working in a long shifts, etc. And this is basically, while we are struggling to get 300,000 people into the industry, globally, they are looking at about 50 million. And this is going to be a global problem, not only Sri Lanka. So this needs to be addressed in a more strategic manner. And we will have basically a couple of issues that we will face. So the number one is basically the labor shortage. The labor shortage that we are looking at, it's not going to be that easy to address. If you look at Spain has declared that they need 900,000 people. They commissioned one of their research agencies, McKinsey, and then came out with the report. They estimated the number of people they require next year, additional people, is 900,000. The neon city with Saudi Arabia is going to be the number one destination in the world according to their plans. 2030, they want 130 million tourists in their country. That's a huge number. That's going to be number one. Currently, the number one country in tourism is France, it's about 75 million. Now they need, and Qatar is the same. So they need all these people coming in, and they will attract. And labor shortage is going to be something critical with the growth of tourism, which all the destinations will have to face. So under the destination management plan, this needs to be critically addressed in a number of ways. The second one is basically the skill gap. As you know, the tourism industry is, unlike other industries, an industry that can create jobs for unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled. But today, most of the areas that we have gaps are basically unskilled and semi-skilled, from doorman to pool boy to many other areas. So we need, for the chefs as well, but we need this skill gap to be trained. That means the new people will have to enter into the industry in order to do that. So as a result, Cinnamon Academy, we are launching that in beginning of September, targeting, training people, giving them employment opportunities. Of course, if they want to leave, they can. And we need to bring back, because the current hotel schools are not sufficient, and then they have a lot of constraints to bring people out. So we need to add that element into it. Third one is, we discussed as immigration and mobility related laws that we have. So Spain has relaxed it, get about 50,000 visas for non-EU people coming in. Same with Saudi Arabian countries. So if the country, Sri Lanka, require, we may have to look at it proactively, not in a way that we deprived, that certain regulations that we have in terms of immigration. The third one is reputation that we talked about here. There are some countries where all of us wants to go and visit, we want to live, we want to work. And those countries haven't changed, the list haven't changed for the last 30 years, the top 30, 40 countries. There are some countries we don't want to visit, we don't want to live, we don't want to do anything. So which means as a country, the reputation management of a country is a critical component. Going beyond tourism, the tourism reputation is one country, and the overall reputation management of a country is a new thing, where if you want to retain and attract more people coming into the country because they love to go to the countries which has a good reputation, they have a safety factor and many other areas. So that's something to look at from both aspects, retention as well as attracting people to the country. So proposition is that it's a global problem, that the shortage of labor in tourism industry, because it's growing in double digit. And in that context, each country will have to have a strategic plan to manage this issue that they will face, and otherwise, as we mentioned in the learned panel, there will be a lot of lapses in our overall services. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we've run out of time. We don't, unfortunately, have too much time. So, Sutesh, we'll try and end it there. I think we need to give our panel a considerable hand. Some very deep insights from both from owners, from people in management, from our donors, our international partners, and of course, our President Nasheed, who also was very candid. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. And we covered a lot of ground in a short time, but there we are. Provocative, some of the thoughts and ideas presented. Hopefully, this will be the substance of the big report that is being prepared, and the report will be shared with the government, and action will be taken thereafter. Our next subject or pillar, information technology. That's the pillar. We have a few presenters, or shall I say a presenter, and then some keynotes that will be sounded, and then, like we did with the previous, we will set up the panel. So, all set and ready is Rory McDade, the Managing Director of Henley & Partners, and Rory will be the first of our presenters, and then we have a couple more keynotes that will be sounded, and then, as I said, we'll invite Jehan to take over and handle the panel discussion. Here's Rory. Please pay him heed.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you all for taking the time out. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here today. As was mentioned, my name is Rory McDade. I'm a Managing Director at Henley & Partners in Singapore. Today we'll be focusing on attracting global talent 2024 and beyond. Before I get into the presentation, I would first of all like to apologize to President Nasheed, as I do have some bar charts and other graphs included in the presentation. First of all, for those of you who aren't familiar, Henley & Partners are the global leader within citizenship and residency by investment. That means that we help high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals acquire a new citizenship or residency. We've been around for close to 30 years. We have more than 55 offices globally, and we've raised more than 12 billion in FDI for various governments around the world. But at the core, there are two key parts to the business. Number one is private client advisory, which I'm a part of. That's everything from onboarding clients, managing the entire process, A to Z, until ultimately those families come out the other side with a new citizenship or residency. The second part of the business is really what makes Henley unique, and that's our government advisory team. So we strategically advise governments globally in terms of creating, structuring, implementing, and marketing these programs. And here are some of the government mandates that we've worked on over the years. So in the late 90s, the work really began when we advised the Swiss authorities in setting up the Swiss Tax Residency Code. In 2010, we advised the UK Home Office in the creation of the Tier 1 investor visa. In 2013, we set up the most successful program globally, which is in Malta. And in 2017, we became the official concessionaire to the government of Thailand for their Thai elite residency visa. So what strategies are governments using to help attract the best talent globally? There's been a real change in dynamic, particularly since COVID, where talented individuals, successful entrepreneurs, and business people want to be based where they are treated the best. Therefore, we have seen governments put programs in place to ensure that they are attractive destinations to these highly sought-after individuals. Australia led the way in 2019 when they launched their talent program, shortly followed by the Southeast Asian nations, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore. Now the Western nations are coming to the fore: Spain, Portugal, the UK, and Canada. How are these programs structured? Let's look at Australia. Australia was facing a skills shortage and an aging population, and in response to that, launched the Australia GTI, the Global Talent Independent Program, which went on to be the most successful talent program globally. The GTI is a streamlined pathway to permanent residence for highly skilled executives, business people, entrepreneurs, and professionals. And it's designed to help grow Australia's innovation and tech economies and create opportunities for Australians by transferring skills, promoting innovation, and creating jobs. What are the government looking for? During an economic analysis, the Australian government identified 10 industries that would be key to the future success of the Australian economy. For an applicant to be successful, they had to demonstrate that they are what they call an industry leader within one of these 10 fields. They could do that through their professional working experience, their educational background, and outstanding achievements that they would have had throughout their career. Thailand launched their version in September of 2022. It was set up to attract high-potential foreigners who would like to relocate to Thailand on a long-term basis, and it's been designed to help boost economic development and drive FDI into the country. The Thai government has set a target of attracting 1 million wealthy or talented foreign residents into the country by 2027. A very, very ambitious target. But even if they don't quite make that number, it would still have a massive positive impact across the Thai economy. That many highly skilled, talented, wealthy individuals coming into Thailand, building businesses, transferring skills to the local people, will have a ripple effect across the entire country. How is this structured? It's a 10-year visa, which is renewable every 5 years. The successful applicant has access to VIP services and fast-track through all international airports in Thailand. More importantly, it gives a personal income tax exemption on foreign remittances into Thailand, and also a reduced personal income tax rate of 17% for applicants who are holding the Thai LTR. Bear in mind that the standard tax rate is 35%. So holders of the Thai LTR are getting a 50% tax deduction on personal income tax just by holding that visa. I'd also like to share some findings from a publication that we recently released, the Henley Private Wealth Migration Report. This is tracking the net inflow and outflow of high net worth individuals globally. In short, what countries are these wealthy individuals moving to, and what countries are they leaving? It might not come as a big surprise to a lot of you in the room, but the UAE leading the way. Expected to receive 6,700 high net worth individuals this year. I'm sure we're all very familiar of why the UAE is such a popular destination, very pro-business, it's a low-tax jurisdiction, a wealth of opportunities from a business and employment standpoint, outstanding education and healthcare institutions, very strategically located, but it also has a very successful golden visa program. So a lot of the investment that has gone into the UAE has been driven by the golden visa program. Foreign individuals are able to invest 2 million dirhams, which is the equivalent of 550,000 USD, into real estate in the UAE, and they're able to obtain a 10-year golden visa for themselves and their families to do as they would want to do in the country. The US in second place. Despite all of the political instability over the past couple of years and past couple of weeks and the run-up to the election in November, still second place and still a very popular destination for wealthy individuals to relocate to. Expected to receive 3,800 this year. Of course, the US still by far the number one economy globally, which presents a lot of business opportunities for anyone who does relocate there. Still seen as the gold standard from an education standpoint. A lot of wealthy families moving to the US to get their kids access to the best schools, having the global financial hub on the East Coast and global tech hub on the West Coast. So still a very popular destination. In third place, Singapore, expected to receive 3,500 wealthy individuals this year. Singapore has always been at the top of this infographic for pretty much the same reasons that I've mentioned with the UAE. But we noticed a real spike in activity in Singapore post-COVID, particularly when China opened their borders. A lot of wealthy Chinese families moving into Singapore, setting up family offices, incorporating companies, sending their kids to school, obtaining Singaporean residency, and that's been reflected in the data that we can see. So which countries are losing the highest amount of wealthy individuals? China at the top by quite a distance, expected to lose 15,200 high net worth individuals this year. Now this isn't anything new. We've been publishing this information for quite some time, and China has always been at the top. The difference is that in prior years, China were domestically producing way more millionaires than what they were losing. However, that's no longer the case. As the economy has begun to slow down over the past couple of years, this is becoming a more pressing issue for the Chinese authorities, and they're putting measures in place to help alleviate the pressure. The country in second place might surprise some of you, the UK, expected to lose 9,500 wealthy families this year. It's really due to a multitude of reasons. We can go right back to 2016, Brexit. I think it can be unanimously accepted that it hasn't been a good economic move, at least for the UK. There's been political instability. They've had 4 prime ministers within the space of 18 months, which is completely unprecedented. More recently, and most importantly, is tax. The former Conservative government announced that they would be scrapping the non-dom tax status, which is a hugely unpopular move among wealthy families in the UK. Of course, there's been an election. Labour have won a landslide, but they have committed to sticking by that policy. So wealthy families are either already leaving the UK or putting plans in place to leave. India, in third place, expected to lose 4,300 high net worth individuals this year. India is really in the position that China was in 10 or 15 years ago, so it's not a big concern because they're domestically producing way more millionaires than what they're losing. But in short, these are the 35 countries where clients can either invest or obtain a residency through their skills, their background, and their experience. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka does not have an option as things stand, but it would present an incredible opportunity if it was launched. A well-educated, highly skilled, English-speaking population. We're sitting in an extremely strategic position with Dubai and Singapore, both a 4-hour flight away, and we're next door to one of the world's fastest growing economies. By launching a program, Sri Lanka would present a compelling option for highly skilled individuals to invest here and drive FDI into the country, while applicants would be able to enjoy all of the benefits that being a resident of this beautiful country brings. And that's everything from me, folks. Thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, and I'll be at the conference for the rest of the afternoon. Have a good day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Rory. So that was quick but good, and we were actually beneficiaries seeing that chart there. We were able to comprehend some of those stats. Now, the next of our speakers, and in this case also known as a keynote, will be sounded by Mr. Rahul Singh, who is linked with us remotely. So he is the Chief Operating Officer of Corporate Functions with HCL Technologies. So it's over to Rahul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me to deliver this keynote address at the Information Technology pillar at the Sri Lanka Human Capital Summit today. As a quick introduction, my name is Rahul Singh, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for HCL Technologies. HCL Technologies is an India-headquartered IT services firm. We are a $13.5 billion firm, and we provide IT services to clients which are based across 60 countries globally. Our clients include Fortune 500 customers, G2000 customers, which have global presence in multiple parts of the globe. We do this through our delivery centers. We have over 200 delivery centers across the globe. We employ more than 200,000 people. And I'm extremely proud to mention here that we do have a delivery center in Colombo. We employ nearly 2,000 people delivering IT and related services from Colombo, Sri Lanka. We've been in the country for over 4 years, and we are very happy to see the availability of talent and the delivery of services from Colombo. In this keynote address, which is with the title to develop human resources, human capital, I thought it's important if I could give a quick flavor of what is happening in the IT services industry over the last couple of years, and how it's expected to develop in the next couple of years, so that when we look at our human capital and human talent, we can appropriately position them to take advantage of the opportunity. So far as the IT industry is concerned, globally, it is a large, I'm talking of IT services. IT service industry is globally a large industry, uh, nearly $1 trillion in global turnover, and employs, anywhere between, 80 to 100 million people, depending on how you count numbers. So it's a large industry. In fact, the industry saw a spurt in demand just after COVID. Just after COVID, there was a lot of digital or digitization which was taking place. As more and more things became contactless, so there was a lot of demand for digital technologies in the banking industry, in the retail industry, telecom industry, and there was a spurt of demand which took place in IT services. Which was mid double digits across the industry. And a lot of talent was needed, to service that particular demand. IT talent was needed to service the demand. However, a couple of years after COVID, and I would say specifically in the last 2-3 years, as the inflation went up in Europe and in North America, and as we had geopolitical instability in Europe, we did witness a slowdown in demand. And the statistics say that the industry actually mildly degrew, just below 0% growth rate. So an industry which was growing pretty rapidly in terms of talent requirement and in terms of new skills requirement, saw a slight amount of slowdown in the last 2 years when the demand came down, and and there was less number of people which were needed in terms of the growth. We, however, feel that at this point of time, we've reached the lowermost levels in terms of growth. And the good part is that the industry is now reshaping for growth again. And I'm talking of the global industry, right? So because we're servicing a global client base here. So the industry is expected to pick up growth, in between 2 to 4% growth expected in this particular year, as per the industry statistics. And, hopefully post that growth will return again. There is a change in the demand of IT services as this demand is now, as the growth is now coming back. The first of all, there is a lot of focus towards newer technologies. So one does hear every day about artificial intelligence, generative AI, the data engineering that goes behind that, the data sciences go behind that. So there is a definite requirement which is coming up in terms of the highly skilled and the more higher skilled IT resources. And therefore, that is driving demand in terms of growth in the next couple of years. And we think that that will be a demand that will be only seeing an increase over the next couple of years as well. So as we develop our talent, it becomes important to keep that particular requirement for demand in mind. In addition to growth that's happening, in artificial intelligence and in generative AI and the related data engineering which goes along with that, we are also seeing that most of our clients, global clients, are looking at opportunities to improve the productivity of their previously already spent dollars. So, for example, a lot of investments have already gone in terms of the cloud and other related technologies. However, with the recession, and as I mentioned earlier, with the slowdown of the growth rates, lots of customers are looking at opportunities to see how they can extract more value from the investments that they've already made. So there are initiatives which are there around cost improvement, productivity, etc., which are also taking place. Now, the reason why I mentioned this is that, as we look at our talent and as we look at designing the future talent, we need to keep in mind that these new technologies, new ways of working will drive our training program and will drive the kind of people that we need in our industry. So with that, I just thought that, let's just look at what kind of, people and talent we need to develop in our industry and what kind of help does the industry need from the government and from the other members of the communities to kind of grow and meet the demands of IT services. So the first of all, on the one hand, while I did speak about high technology and the need for higher value-added work in the IT industry, since the industry is large, there is also a need for middle and sometimes you may call at lower level of talent, but which is required in larger numbers, right? So while we look at value-based talent, and the growth will come by value-based talent, the number of people that you require there will be limited. There will still be a lot of demand for technology, which is, let's say, middle-level talent and lower middle-level talent as well. And when we look at, as the industry has a large employer base, and when we look at the opportunities for future employees to work in here, we feel that that's also an area which we can focus on and attract more talent in that particular area. So, for example, in technology, people who you can do testing work, in technology, people who can do Java-related work. In the BPO industry, people who are accounting graduates in the BPO industry, people who are graduates in science and other related fields are also in demand in the industry. So on the one hand, while growth will come through high value added work and high value added talent, there is also a deep demand requirement, volumes requirement in middle and lower technologies and in skills of that type. So therefore, as an industry, we need to focus on developing both of this and to meet the requirements of our customers. Now, when you look at what assistance and help that industry needs, right? So there is a gap which exists today between obviously people who do their STEM education, they do come qualified to be a part of this industry, but there's always a gap between what is being what the education system is training our future employable population with, and what the industry needs. So the gap of training has to be fulfilled through training programs which companies such as ours runs, right? And therefore, any help and assistance that can be provided in shortening that training period, either through incentives or with backward integration into education institutions, so that some of the curriculum can be trained or tuned to more industry acceptable curriculum, is something which enables the industry to kind of take the employee and put him into a deployable role much faster, right? So the ability to train more than what the education institution does becomes an important part of the industry. Also delivering education through newer means, so for example, access to training technologies, what is more popularly called as EdTech, becomes very critical, so that some of the prospective employees can self-learn, can learn at their own time, can learn at their own pace, so that the industry then starts getting people which are more trained and can be put them into deployable roles quickly, right? So I think that becomes an important, as attribute of how we would like to work in partnership with both education institutions and the community in large. I think there is an opportunity for diversified talent pool. Our industry, which is IT industry, is less manual labor intensive, right? It's more work that is desk-based work, and therefore there is huge opportunity to tap women as future employees in the companies. And there's also a huge opportunity to take diversified talent in the form of people with disabilities. And that is another way in which we can not only enlarge the pool of people which come into the industry, but we can also be contributing to the communities that we work in terms of the way talent can come into the organization. I think so. In summary, this is what I think from human capital development we can do. As I mentioned earlier, I've been in Colombo, Sri Lanka for almost 4 years, grown to 2,000 people there. So we do believe that there is a huge talent pool of people available. And obviously, there's a good English-speaking capability which exists as well, which is very important for a global industry like ours. And therefore, the ability to bring such people into our companies, the assistance that can be provided, the reduction of the time that is taken so that they can become deployable faster, are opportunities which I think the industry should focus on. I also feel that I think in the previous panel also there was a lot of discussion around converting and kind of a marketing thought process about how to make the country itself as an important destination, right? And I think for that, specific talent or interventions may also be needed so that we can convince customers to come into the country, right? And therefore, while on one hand you develop people from a delivery perspective, people who can deliver the work to be done, on the other hand, being able to convince the customers that it's an attractive destination, it's a stable and long-term destination, is also an area where I think industry bodies can focus on and develop people who can go and talk about the availability of talent, who are solution architects, who are good at creating partnerships, who are good at doing M&A for the industry, so that the customers also, which are global in nature, see this as a destination. Because today Sri Lanka as a country is competing with other countries, right, such as Philippines, Mexico, Poland, etc. for similar kind of work, and therefore ability to be able to also sell the destination with customers becomes an important part of the human talent that needs to be developed in kind of creating a larger industry. So with that, I'd like to hand back to the organizers, for the next keynote speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate, Rahul, your contribution. Of course, you will be linked with us and will be part of the panel as well when it forms. But our next keynote, as was mentioned, is going to be sounded by another visitor from India, and he's here with us. We are happy to have the chairman current of NASSCOM, that's the National Association in India, Mr. Rajesh Nambia. And after Rajesh speaks, then we'll invite the panel to form and carry on with the discussion.
Good afternoon. So I literally stand, I think our panel probably stands between you and the lunch. And I know that, I don't know about all of you, but I'm for sure hungry. So I'm going to try and keep it really short. We'll skip all the introductions, what we could do, and then the necessity for us to have even a focus on information technology and what we could do, and especially the focus around human capital in this conference. You know, the one thing which I've always wondered, and I was listening to some of the earlier sessions, you know, technology discontinuity always created some level of disruption in the human capital. So that is a fundamental thing which we're going to, agree on, right? I mean, any technology discontinuity, I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to talk about, but I'm going to refer to all of these stuff that we have seen in the past, whether it is the internet or whether it is the invention of all of the new way of computing. All of these have actually created significant level of disruption in the human capital. And with this whole fourth industrial revolution, as some of us are aware, when this unfolds, I think the advancement in technology will fundamentally change the way we live, work, and of course relate to each other, right? So that's going to be the key, and why the whole necessity for us to talk about human capital in the field of information technology or digital technology is going to be extremely critical for us to take forward. So, so having established that broadly, I want to give you some sense of why the digital era, which is what we're living in now, and the significance of technology, how it's actually shaping our future, and why this topic is so critical. So in the interconnected world, the significance of technology in shaping our future is obviously recognized very well, but it's also bringing about transformative advancement that are revolutionizing industries and economies on a global scale. Of course, this is something all of us agree. Every industry today is a tech industry. I mean, there was a time when we kind of said there are tech industries and there are other industries, right? But there is no such differentiation today. You take any healthcare company, and they would call themselves a technology company. Whether, I mean, I don't think there is anybody would argue that it's not that way, because of the fact that when you look at financial services, for instance, whether it is the fintech, not just the fintech, but even banking and financial services, they would consider themselves as technology industry at this point in time, because of the fact that the core of many of these industries are actually run by a significant amount of technology. So the countries that invest in developing their digital human capital, let's put it this way, or IT human capital, if you want to be a little bit frivolous about it, they will position themselves at the front of the global economy. And for sure, I can say a few of those compelling reasons as to why this investment that we're talking about on digital human capital will actually drive many of the growth that we see. And then we're seeing that, I mean, again, the country I come from, in India, you can see that almost all of our GDP growth, if you sort of look at it for the next several years, going to be digitally led, which means it all will be led by digital economy in many ways, right? Of course, there will be some contribution from the other sectors, but even those sectors the fact that they are actually becoming more digital will actually drive some of this momentum. So, and as I mentioned, this digital transformation that we are all seeing across all of our industry, and I want to give you one example. I mean, whether, if the one example which is so stark in our eyes is the automotive, right? When you look at the automotive industry, go back and all the way to the Model T, if you may, and of course, when we had Model T, there wasn't much of computers in IT industry. But even if you go back to the early days of the IT industry, the automotive industry used technology, digital technology, but only to do maybe payroll processing, maybe after that, maybe to customer management and so on and so forth. All the way to today, when you look at the connected cars and we look at the EVs, you actually change the internal combustion engine and are almost sort of driving it with technology in many ways. So that is the level of transformation that you see. Almost every industry that is probably worth its salt in many ways. Global competitiveness in today's, again, knowledge-driven economy, a country's competitiveness is directly linked to this digital capabilities, and that you're seeing again and again. Any knowledge-driven economy, this is going to be true, that it will be linked to the digital capability they can potentially produce for the world. So the countries with stronger human capital attract foreign investment, certainly foster entrepreneurship, and of course, that would be their desire to be the hubs for innovation. The third element of that is also going to be solving some of the national issues that countries have, and also some of the global challenges that you find, whether it is the, from tackling climate change to improving healthcare accessibility. You will find that world's most pressing problems require technological solutions, right? So by developing our, I would say, digital human capital, we equip ourselves with these challenges which can be at least addressed. And again, because I'm from India, I'm going to give you some Indian examples. Our digital public infrastructure, DPI, which we speak a lot about, and especially the applicability to a country like Sri Lanka, this stack, if at all it has made the biggest difference, it is broadly solving our issue of, India still has one of the largest amount of people below the poverty line and so on and so forth. Ability for us to reach out to those individuals and ensuring that we are sort of looking at a broader issue around humanity, that is being dealt with because of the fact that we do have this digital public infrastructure, which helps us to sort of consider such issues, and considering the fact that we have a very, very large population in India, the largest populated country in the world today. And also, let's not forget that these digital advancements will create economic multipliers. That means this is not just about solving the problems of the IT industry, but also drives a lot more job creation. And again, a lot of people talked about job creation. And you will see that approximately 3 to 4 jobs are created for every job that is created in the IT sector in somewhere else, right? So that's a ratio that we are seeing. So let's look at some of the enablers, right? And what are the associated challenges that we see broadly when we look at these issues. One is around the technology change, the rate of change. I mean, every sector has got change, and you'll find that what is banking today or how you bank today will be very different 10 years hence. But the problem is in the digital technology or in IT area, if you may, these are much, much faster than that. To the point almost, renderings, going out and learning skills acquired today will be potentially obsolete tomorrow. And that's because of the fact that the rate of change in the technology is much, much quicker compared to many other sectors that we are familiar with. So the average shelf life of any skill in the digital world is less than 5 years. It's around actually 2.5 years for some of the specialized skills as we sort of look at it. So this fundamentally necessitates a shift in our approach to education and training, and places a lot more emphasis on lifelong learning and adaptability. So to the point almost you want to coin a word called learnability, which becomes a bigger skill that you want to acquire than Java or Python or AI and so on and so forth. I think it is important for the future generation to sort of have this learnability as a single most important skill that will determine success in the long run. And also, of course, many of the, at least a couple of the speakers earlier on mentioned about the generative AI and AI. And I must tell you that somehow in the world has kind of started equating AI with generative AI. And I want to, as a technician, I want to make sure that you're able to differentiate this completely. Generative AI is a small part of the broader AI, and then of course they brought that into limelight. So today more people know about AI because of the fact that what generative AI in the last almost not even 2 years was able to put on the board. But there's also concern that, well, all of these jobs will get replaced by AI and so on and so forth. But I want to mention that you will see that most jobs, even when it gets replaced, it is replaced by people with AI skills rather than AI itself in many ways. So I want to assure you that if you do have the right amount of artificial intelligence capability or how to apply those capability, you actually be better off, and that's how you prepare our people for lifelong learning and ensuring that today we are talking about AI and generative AI. I'm sure 3 years down the line, if there was a speaker here standing and talking about this, it will be a different thing. It may not be AI or generative AI. So these things have a little bit limited shelf life, but the fact that learnability will be a capability around the corner or forever is something which we need to comprehend with. The second most important element of this challenge that I've spoke about is the education system, right? So many educational system institutions today are struggling to align their curricula with the rapid changes, and of course this fact that this ever-evolving change in technology. So we must, of course, foster stronger partnership with academia and the industry. See, when you look at building skills, and which is what our broader topic is, none of the individual institutions, whether it is the academic institutions or the industry or the government, none of them individually can do this. So it is about bringing all of these three elements together and ensuring that we do have a stronger partnership, and then we can go back and then focus on what needs to be built for the future in many ways. One of the solutions that has worked well for us in India, again, an example, and I thought it'll be good for us to sort of relate to it. Some learnings will also be the industry practitioner and what they do with the curriculum and with the board of these universities, and making sure that there's enough linkage between academia and the educational institutions. I know that even in Sri Lanka that you do have many of the professionals. My friend Mano, for example, was part of the council in the Jaffna University, and I'm sure many of you others are, some way you participate in the university. The industry's ability to influence the curriculum in universities is a huge element of what we believe is will make the curriculum much more relevant to what we need to go out and do. The third element is around policies, and obviously when you think of policies, you think of government in some sense. Lots of people spoke about what the government can do and cannot do, so I won't go too much into it, but I want to sort of go back to one of the comments which was made in the earlier panel by the former president of Maldives. He mentioned that if the government stays away from some of the industries, actually they tend to do better, which is so true. I mean, in India, we always used to say the IT industry was left alone when the initial stages of the IT services industry and so on and so forth, because they never understood what it is. And many times, and again, it sort of shows my age here, when we're talking about export, people will come and say, where is your shipment, right? And so we never really had any shipment when we want to export software. And that was a problem, because they need to get something physical, do a couple of stamp on it, and then all of that. And the fact that most of the stuff that we were doing virtually was in software or software services were all virtual. And it was harder for the government to get their hands around it. And before they could do it, I think this industry sort of took off on its own. And that was, in some sense, it was a good thing. And of course, government has done a lot in terms of building institutions, which actually made it much better. Of course, there are some institutions which got developed by itself. For instance, NASSCOM is one of them, where industry self-regulated institutions actually make a lot better. And of course, LASSCOM, I know it's very, very kind of modeled in the same lines as what we've been doing in NASSCOM as well. So these things will help quite a bit in terms of building this industry and ensuring that we have the right kind of skill set as we move forward. And there are many other institutions. I won't talk about all of them, but one of them is NSDC, which is National Skills Development Council, which I think made a big difference for India at large. This is not about just technical capability, but across the board. How do you build skills for a country with 1.3 billion people, which is a humongous task by itself. So that's something which I think these institutions actually help us do it. We did have in the early days of our software development institutions like software technology parks. We used to call STPI. We used to have things like SEZ. And I know many of them is relevant even in the Sri Lankan context, but it'll be good for us to go back and look at it and say, how are these institutions helping build those capabilities which are required for Sri Lanka in the future? And then, are there areas where we need to sort of tweak some of the impact of these organizations, and how can we really make it better? Almost the last point I want to make, I know that I'm rushing through some of those, apologies, because I do want to get to the panel, and of course want to get to the lunch as quickly as we can. But I want to leave with a couple of thoughts. One is specializations are important. And you would find that, everybody, for example, India, even today, we used to struggle with this balance between software services or technology services and technology products. And we never really gotten our product equation as good as we got our technology services equation right. Because that was the capability, that was the core of what India did. So similarly, if you look at a country like Philippines, for example, they actually doubled down on the broader BPO segment of what we call the ITES segment, and they've gotten it pretty good, and then so they have a niche in some sense. So I was talking to a couple of my friends yesterday, Kishore included. There was a lot of thoughts around saying that, maybe, I don't know whether capabilities around accounting, capabilities around financial services, all of these are going to be extremely important. And then if you're able to sort of identify the niche and double down on it, and then, that could be your sort of anchor capability to sort of build around it. And then, of course, you can move into adjacencies and start building an industry on its own. So with all of that, again, as I mentioned, the potential for Sri Lanka is just so much more. And I, for those of some of my friends here will know, I believe that there is so much more that we both, between India and Sri Lanka, that we could do, and especially in the IT industry, especially in the digital industry, and ensuring not only what we could do for Sri Lanka, from Sri Lanka, but also what you could do from Sri Lanka for the rest of the world. Because I was very impressed when most of the focus in the morning sessions especially was around creating an export economy, which is so important, right? So India's IT, if you look at $255 billion industry, only about 50 billion or less is actually the domestic industry, what we do within India. But the remaining, 5 times that or 4 times that is actually what we do for export. So very similar equation for Sri Lanka as well. I think when you create an industry which can thrive domestically, and also we need to make sure that they can also be taken and make it into an export industry as well. So with that, let me wait for the panel to come and have a conversation.
Thank you indeed. So, it was frankly and forthrightly dealt with, these various challenges. We form the panel now. So even as I mentioned the names, we'd like to invite you to please come and be seated. So the panel, co-founder and president of Cybers, Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka, Professor Harin Sellaheba, traveled here from the United Kingdom, Dean, Faculty of Computing, Law and Psychology, the University of Buckingham, Mr. Mano Sekaram, founder of 99X. Then we have Dr. Hans Vijay Surya joining us remotely from where he is, the Chief Executive Officer, Telecommunications Business and Group Executive Director with Axiata Group, Berhad. Mr. Uditha Ranavira, Chief Transformation Officer, BCS Technology International Private Limited. Mr. Ashik M. Ali, Director, Taliance and past Chairman of SLASCOM, the Sri Lanka SLASCOM. Then Ms. Kate Bishop, Chief Human Resources Officer at IFS, and the panel will be moderated by the pillar head, I beg your pardon, who's also the past chairman of SLASCOM and ACCA, Jehan Perimpanagam, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Informate. So I'll hand over proceedings to Jehan.
Thank you. Am I heard? Thank you very much. So Sri Lanka is home to centers for London Stock Exchange, HSBC, WNS, IFS, Cisco, EY, GDS, and many, many others. We have world-class talent, yet for us to grow and achieve our target of $5 billion, what more should we do to expand our talent pipeline and ensure a future-ready workforce? Also, with the seismic changes driven by artificial intelligence, what changes are required and how do we adapt our talent development and how do we cope with some of the immediate challenges of brain drain? Kate, if I could begin with you. IFS is one of the significant users of Sri Lanka's talent for the last 25 years, and you are looking to expand in Sri Lanka. To achieve your growth targets, what skills and soft skills would you like to see? What must we do to help you grow in Sri Lanka?
Great, thank you. Well, as you mentioned, IFS have been in Sri Lanka for 25 years. We've got over 2,600 employees here, which is about 40% of our global employee base. And so for us in Sri Lanka, we've been here a long time, so we know the market here, we know the talent. We also know how dedicated our team has been in Sri Lanka over the challenges of the last few years, whether you look at COVID or economic disruption. And so for us, you know, it's a central part of our whole organization. 80% of our global product development is done right here in Sri Lanka. So our team here, for the most part, have global roles. What we need to see moving forward is a continuation of that amazing resilience that we've had over those 25 years. The skills, the talent, the collaboration, the adaptability, all of those soft skills. It was mentioned in one of the keynotes, right, around technology comes and goes. You know, it might be this technology today and a different technology tomorrow. But those soft skills, that adaptability, that willingness to learn, the amazing language capability you have in here for operating certainly in English in the markets that we need, those are the things that we have to continue to invest in. Those links back into the education sector, the industry linking into the education sector is also critical. You know, the skills we're seeing at the moment that we need are, you know, in AI, all of that kind of thing. We're seeing an emergence in what our customers are asking for from us around ESG. So have we got the students coming out that understand those technologies and those growth areas? And I guess my question would also be, can Sri Lanka become a massive thought leader in those areas, right? How do you export that thought leadership? Now, whether the people stay in Sri Lanka or go from Sri Lanka, you know, we're in a technology world now, so maybe that matters a little bit less. So I think for me, you know, the ability to import work for us globally to Sri Lanka is critical, and we're very reliant on the talent here, and you know, the growth that we have planned for Sri Lanka is amazing. One other point I'll touch on, because it's been mentioned in the previous panel and other things, is around the untapped talent pools here in Sri Lanka. We're really proud as IFS, 42% of our workforce as a technology company here in Sri Lanka is women. And that's pretty amazing, because that's beyond the general stats. And 32% of those of our managers here in Sri Lanka are women, and we're continuing to grow that. What you have to do is ask them, how do we make this the right place for you to work? Right? We have very hybrid, very flexible working. You know, we have lots of other women that you can go and talk to about the challenges that you've got balancing home and work and those kind of things. So also investing in those programs to bring that untapped potential through, I think, is also something for me that will make things successful in the future.
Thank you very much, Kate. Dr. Hans, coming to you, how can Sri Lankan IT companies position themselves to compete more effectively in the global market, and what skills will be crucial for us to showcase?
Thanks, Jahan. I'm privileged to be here along with the August panel we have. I think when we talk about competitiveness and we set out to set a competitiveness strategy, the first fundamental is, I think, to continuously review and adapt the value construct that we perceive in the business we are in, to the changes in technology, to the changes in competitive dynamics and underlying fundamentals of value creation. So today, technology, as I think we have heard since morning, technology pervades everything. And any business in the world, a buyer of IT or a buyer of IT services, is on a race to digitally transform. So what the buyer is going out to buy is digital transformation. The buyer is not going out to buy software, they're not going out to buy a particular service, but they're looking at transformation. And this transformation challenge, I think, or product, is placed today at the apex of the value creation construct we should look at as an industry. At the top would be solutioning, transformation, not only in technology, but across the business. Next layer would probably be product and IP. Then comes deployment, DevOps, and system integration. Below that, I guess, would be software and the many, many layers of software creation. So as a nation which doesn't have the luxury of scale of resources, I think we need to be specifically targeted in picking those spots in that value creation pyramid, A, where our resources can win, and B, where we can maximize the extraction of value. And therefore, I think a rethink along this line and positioning our resources to win in a solutioning space. Think of delivering value to business as the primary goal, and then how you do it is one or more of the components in that pyramid. Now, Sri Lanka has, I think, no deficit in intellectual capital, knowledge capital, across multiple spheres, whether we talk of business, we talk of innovation, or even if we look at the fundamental requirements for a digital transformation, we have all those pieces. But are they being brought together in terms of developing a consolidated human capital base, which are expert on a broader or more cross-sectoral, lateral skill set? And I think this would be a differentiator in the future. And Sri Lanka is well positioned with the intellectual capital, the multiple universities we have across various segments of business to bring this all together and thereby be at the forefront of solution as a primary target, at the forefront of also developing some IP in doing so. And not to say that we abdicate the lower layers of the pyramid, not to say that we abdicate coding, we abdicate software development or QAs or whatever else, but positioning and winning in the lateral sense because we have the intellectual capital to do that. And this would mean that closer collaboration between industry and tech, the bringing together of tech skills and business skills into the same entities, companies, solution providers, and also the openness to partner both globally and locally to achieve this lateral skill set. And I think when it comes to it, if we need to bring in foreign resources to fill the gaps, we should be more than open to doing that as well. Because at the end of the day, the customer out there, the buyer, is buying a solution, it's buying transformation, and it's not buying individual pieces. And then just to wrap this up, I think the next is we need a branding strategy for the country. And that has to be also, I think, architected in a 3 to 5 year frame. You can think of starting at Sri Lanka inside, moving up to made in Sri Lanka, and very, very importantly, ultimately created in Sri Lanka. And that would be the apex of a brand positioning globally as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hans. Mano, coming to you as a pioneer in the industry and having seen the industry evolve, what are the pressing challenges at present on human resources and our talent pipeline?
Am I audible? Yeah. Thanks, Jehan. I think in terms of the challenges and going forward, there are a few things, but one is the skill gaps, because there is a rapid change in technology, with AI, ML, and data science and cybersecurity. So we need to skill up. What is the current demand, and then what will be the future demand? So that's one part. The rest of the things, doubling capacity, building capabilities, getting universities to produce more, we are doing all things. But I think I want to focus on a few things. One, investment will follow where the talent is in any industry, right? Today, because it's knowledge industry, talent is very important. I think Sri Lanka lacks talent, and that's very obvious, because we have people leaving and when we need to replenish. I think fundamentally what is important for Sri Lanka, for us to go or double what we are doing or triple or 5x, we have to open our borders for foreign workforce to come into Sri Lanka. This is fundamental, right? We can't have this visa regime and everything. If you find a job, you must be able to move into Sri Lanka, right? If we don't do this, I think we'll be left behind. No country can build its human capital indigenously. It has to have, and countries like us, which are smaller population, we need to do this. Because see the damage it has done. I mean, we had to set up in multiple countries because we couldn't get the talent here, right? Because it is a supply constrained industry, right? I mean, 99X, we started in Malaysia, we bought companies in Brazil and Portugal. Why? Because we cannot find the talent, what is required in Sri Lanka. So for indigenous companies to grow, it is fundamentally important that we open our borders. That's number one. And I think, finally, if you really look from a business perspective, right, if you win the battle for talent, you will win the war in the marketplace. I mean, this is for everything. So I think Sri Lanka really has to focus on building our own talent and also bringing talent from overseas. So Jehan, I'll leave it at this. I'm also hungry, so I'll make it very short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mano. Udita, coming to you, Mano touched on some of the challenges of brain drain. What strategies can be employed to retain top IT talent within Sri Lanka and prevent brain drain to other countries?
Thank you. Thank you, Johan. In terms of talent retention, how we look at it is, we look at it as a company. First, I like to look at it as a company and then as the industry as a whole. So in a company, it's like stems from resource management. So we look at that coupled with how the company is growing in terms of how much new net revenue is coming through. If your revenue is predominantly driven by recurring, then there is no scope for growth. It's like you have the same pie. We are literally playing with the same pie, and we are literally moving the existing parameters around. But if you have a lot of new revenue coming through, then there's scope for expansion. Then we don't have a problem in terms of retaining talent because there's more revenue coming, more opportunities that gets generated. I see the same in terms of an industry. We don't have the same problem as what I think the previous speaker suggested in terms of if tourism grows to 5 billion, we need to have 300,000 people coming into the industry, which I don't see as a problem we face in the IT pillar. We have enough and more people interested to join. It's a matter of making sure they grow as individuals and they grow in the sphere and more upward the organizational chains. That's what we need to kind of focus on. What I see is if there's opportunity and if there's more investment in terms of growth for job creation, then I would say retention won't be a problem. And since we're looking at a short-term thing, probably more delivery centers and like I think Dr. Roberto said at the Verback, it's also the other macro aspects also play a big role. We need to have a stable outlook in terms of an economy, and people would like to know and stemming to brain drains. It's not only opportunity, but also what we see is how are you better off 10 years than you are today? That's something kids look at nowadays. So investments, infrastructure, healthcare, education, and also I think something fundamentally Singapore had done really well is the defense of their currency. So if what you work with, is your wealth preserved? Is the country's overall philosophy fulfilling that dream? All those aspects kind of stem into this requirement. So that's how I look at it. So strategically, it's a macro outlook. And I wouldn't really worry about retaining talent as long as there's a healthy pipeline of young talent coming through and we move them upwards.
Thank you, Udita. Rahul, if I could come to you next, what are the most critical IT skills needed in the current and future job market? You touched a little on it in your keynote. How can our education system adapt to meet these requirements? Is Rahul here?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
So,
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. As the other speakers and the co-panelists also spoke about, IT skills are something which will keep changing because technology is not going to be static. So ability to hire basic STEM skills with attitude and aptitude of the individual to relearn is, I think, fundamentally important for our industry. So basically, as I mentioned, I think the foundations have to be good. The foundation skills, if they are there, then the individual's ability to adapt to new technologies becomes that much more easier. And we've seen that through our last so many years of experience. Every 2 to 3 years, new technologies, new platforms, new languages, new ways of delivering technology to the clients come up. And the ability of the individual to relearn, unlearn, relearn is what is very critical. So I would say that, look, the stress should be on the basic technology skills. STEM skills are very important. I would also like to mention here that, the IT industry should not be looked at in isolation. There is also the entire BPO services, which is IT-enabled services, where you need basic skills in terms of graduate skills, skills around commerce, chartered accountants, accounting skills. These are also evergreen skills, and they will be needed not only for the next couple of years, but maybe even for a couple of decades. So focus on graduate and accounting skills, English-speaking skills will make the employees also very employable in the BPO industry. So IT plus BPO both should be looked at from creating volumes perspective.
Thank you, Rahul. Professor Harin, if I could come to you next, could you elaborate on the intersect between academia and industry, how continuous education and professional development, Rajesh was talking about learnability, how that could be integrated into the IT sector and how universities could keep our workforce relevant and current?
Thank you, Jehan. So it's important to understand the fundamental problem here. Despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of skilled and semi-skilled Sri Lankans have left the country, we still have unemployment. So I think the fundamental problem is our education system. In other words, there's a big disconnect between the competencies that businesses require and what we train from our colleges and universities. They don't match. So how we bridge that gap? And I think a good model is what we have in UK, or England to be precise, is the degree apprenticeships, where businesses, and in this case, IT sector, defines the competencies that they need. It's not just simply input into the university degree curriculum. The sector itself defines these are the knowledge, skills, and behaviors that we expect in our industry. And then you get the training providers such as the colleges and universities to train based on that competencies that the sector defines. And the training also takes place not in the traditional way, but in the workplace as well. I think this requires a significant mindset change, and government needs to facilitate this. The best part is those around the panel will be paying for it through some kind of a levy, as they do in the UK. But in return, you are getting the kind of right skilled people into your own organization.
Thank you for that. Rajesh, coming to you, based on the learnings of India, and the very successful story of India's IT BPM's meteoric rise, now an industry worth $255 billion. What specific government policies relating to education and incentives would most effectively support the growth of the IT industry in Sri Lanka?
I kind of covered some of that while in my initial keynote as well. But if you really see, there are obviously the usual suspects of doing the tax breaks and ensuring that we have the right set of environment created by the company and by the government and so on and so forth. But one of some of the recent ones I thought will be more interesting for us, because look, I mean, this industry has been about 35 years or so in India. I would probably say NSDC, it's National Skills Development Council, which also corporation, and they also formed something called Sector Skills Council, which means that for every sector, there is a Sector Skills Council. And to some of the point that you mentioned about what we do in UK, what you do in UK, I think very similar. So they got the industry to define what does the sector really need. For example, for IT, they would say, okay, they'll sit with associations such as NASSCOM. Actually, NASSCOM owns the SSC for the IT sector. And it's not just that NASSCOM is forming the requirement. It is all the companies, they all have a voice at the table. So they bring together and say, what is it you really need? Because the government does not know what is required. And to your point, if the industry defines it, there is a very high chance that they'll not be completely mismatched. Even then, there is a small chance that we'll have a mismatch because of the fact I mentioned earlier, there's so much of rapid changes in some sense. So we also introduced this thing called Future Skills Prime. What it really means is that you're facilitating the training of the large population with a certain amount of curriculum, which is designed by the, combined with the industry and the government. So you kind of look at it and say, here are the, maybe 10 set of things that you want to develop over the next 5 years or 2 years or 3 years. So that is something which is planned really well. I think that alone, and by the way, some of these trainings are actually also being funded by the government. Not all of it, but most of it actually is funded as well. So there is some level of mass training. Remember, these are not small numbers. We're talking about the number of people who have enrolled in this Future Skills Prime, which is only about a few years old now, is roughly about 3 million, right? Number of people who have enrolled, and then about 1 million people or so actually got, it is not just about enrollment, there is a facilitation of training. At the end of it, there's an assessment, and then you also have the certification. So that kind of sort of seals it and then creates this workforce, which we believe that will be hugely impactful as we move into the newer technology areas, Jahan. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Attracting global talent. Rory, if I could come to you, could you elaborate a little on some of the quick wins Sri Lanka could implement to attract global talent?
Sure, thanks a lot. So I think it can be broken down into two parts, global talent and expat Sri Lankan talent. From a global talent perspective, I think a couple of the panelists have already mentioned that there is no clear pathway for internationally talented or wealthy individuals to come into Sri Lanka through an efficient visa pathway. It doesn't exist. So I think that would be a very quick win that would be incredibly popular and would get a lot of traction. I've been coming to Sri Lanka for 5 or 6 years now, and one of the things that I also see is that there is a huge amount of digital nomads that are in Sri Lanka. Every coffee shop that I go to, you see expats who are sitting, working away, and they're on Zoom calls. I've been to the south, and all of the seaside and beach towns and resort towns, and even in Gaul, again, these expats who are working away. And from Sri Lanka's perspective, what are they getting from that? Because each of these individuals are sitting on a tourist visa. So they're only going to be here for 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. And they're going to take their skills elsewhere, most likely Southeast Asia, where they will be more welcome and they'll have a long-term visa program. I mentioned Thailand and Indonesia, two very popular destinations. But this is something that I think could be quite an easy win for the Sri Lankan authorities if there was a visa program put in to capture that talent, allow these individuals to stay here, expand their business, roll out their business, hire the local people, and it has a massive net beneficial impact on the economy. From an expat Sri Lankan perspective, I know this isn't popular with President Nasheed in terms of bringing those individuals back home, but I'm based in Singapore, and as you can probably tell, I'm not Singaporean, so I'm an expat myself, so I can put myself into those individuals' shoes and think about what it would take for me to return home to Ireland. And I look at things like public services, healthcare, education. Would my children get access to good schools? I don't want to talk bad about my country. I love my country, but when I look at the healthcare system at the moment, the NHS back home is on its knees. It's impossible to get a doctor's appointment. There's years waiting time for surgeries. So these types of things, I think that Sri Lankan expats, if they were to come back home, there has to be some sort of an incentive. It has to make sense, whether that's tax incentives, whether that's something else. There has to be a broader appeal made to them so that it obviously makes sense for them and their family, and to bring their much-needed skills back to Sri Lanka.
Thank you. Madhu, coming to you, cybersecurity. As digital adoption increases, so do cyber threats and risks. What steps should Sri Lanka take to ensure robust cybersecurity measures to ensure that data and privacy is protected? How can we build awareness?
Yeah, Jahan, I think that's a very fundamental requirement as we build a digital economy, right? To really be able to protect that with the increase in cyber threats around the world. So I think there are three things. One, while there's a lot of work has been already done around setting regulations, setting especially the legal frameworks, like the Data Privacy Act, which was recently passed, and then Cybersecurity Bill, and so forth. So a lot of good work has been done on the legal side. But I think there are a few things that is fundamental for us to do. One, we have to set up agents to provide leadership in this area. Right now, we don't have that at government level. In most countries who have started addressing this well, there is a very clear leadership-driven sort of a cybersecurity agency. We talked about Australia in earlier sessions. Australia has a great agency set up to drive that focus, because a lot of people don't understand what you need to get done. So therefore, you need to provide clarity and focus through an agency like a cybersecurity agency. For example, in Australia, there is a program called Essential Aids, which just talks about basic things that every company needs to do. And if you're regulated there, you must do them. If you're a listed company, you must do them. So help build the foundation. So that's number one, I think, setting up leadership. Second, in Sri Lanka, what we need to do is to really protect our critical infrastructure and provide ability to respond when there's issues and collaborate between private-public partnerships. This is one area you don't want to learn from your own mistakes, right? You really want to work very quickly among, if there are issues. And this is not, today it's not a topic of simple cyber crimes. It's also nation-state attack. It's cyber warfare, right? We can have a significant impact to our progress as a country if you don't address critical infrastructure, protection of critical infrastructure well. That could be the second thing. And the third thing, I think, coming back to talent, is building the right talent to be able to address some of these challenges for us as a country. And it quite will also be an area that we can do some exports, right? In the US alone last year, there were about 3.5 million cybersecurity jobs that got unfilled, right? So with the global demand, there's increasingly opportunities for us to become a producer of that talent and build that capability. So that's the third one, I would say, having a strong focus around building that talent, be able to secure ourselves, as well as potentially becoming a revenue stream for the country.
Thank you, Madhu. Coming to Ashik, digital transformation. How can Sri Lanka leverage digital transformation to enhance our productivity, drive economic growth across various sectors? How do we structure this? What do we prioritize?
Thank you. Thank you, Jahan. just before that, as I was climbing up, I realized the composition of this panel. I was quite worried what this picture and the media will carry, and I was glad Kate took it upon herself just to lay the numbers. As LASCOM chair, also our past chair, I would like to say that the numbers look much better than what is there on this stage. 36% in IT female participation. In the BPM sector, it's almost 49%. LASCOM board has now 4 female leaders. GC and board combined, out of 27, 12 are females. Had the opportunity to take some photos out there as well with a bunch of them. Hopefully, had I known that Chandi's list came, I should have looked at it, hindsight, nominated some of them already here to be here who are equally or more qualified to answer some of these questions as well. Coming back to the question, so the need and benefits of the digital transformation, I think it's quite well understood. We've been hearing it from morning, and there are a lot of this is in the public domain as well. But the fundamentals that affect the development of future talent and retaining them for nation development, this in a very broader macro sense, transparency, productivity, efficiency, innovation, all these can be achieved through digital transformation. But for this transformation to have full potential, we must address all 3 key stakeholders, government, key economic sectors, and the citizens at large. The Digital Sri Lanka strategy, which was recently developed, I was part of that committee as well, with World Bank assistance. This focuses on 6 strategic areas. 1, infrastructure, connectivity and access. 2, education, skills and jobs. 3, connected digital government. 3rd, which Madhu addressed, the trust environment. 4th, digital services. And the final one is, sorry, the 6th one is the digitization of key economic sectors. For all this to happen, we are lagging behind in digital public infrastructure implementation. When soon after the crisis stabilized and the government had a fairly ambitious program to get all these things, as you say, never waste a crisis, to put some of these things in place. And part of that team, we started working on this paper or in the strategic document back in May 2023, and we were given a target to finish it by October 2023. So this was, the Prime Minister's office was used to drive this, and we used to meet almost twice a week, really odd hours. We had a team from the World Bank Washington team also taking part. So all that said and done, we come to October, and now it's still sort of in the back burner because of other key issues of elections and various other things taking priority. So we should make sure as from private sector that this gets done. The Indian government also has given some level of technical assistance and financial assistance. We must make sure that it gets done. So the key to in the digital public infrastructure, there is digital ID, digital payments, across border, facilitating cross-border trade as well. There's trade facilitation. We had some of it actually done during the COVID time, which got reversed post-COVID back to paper-based systems. Data, we need to look at data accessibility. Cybersecurity, Madhu mentioned, especially in government, and there are several more. Not to say that we have not had successes. During the crisis, we had the QR code system for fuel dispensation. That was a good private-public partnership that got off the ground very fast and became beneficial. We have a lot of people will know e-revenue license system. You can renew your vehicle revenue license without even going there. Actually, there is a major difference between the digital platform and the manual, somebody driving up to that window and getting it. In the digital platform, all you have to do is apply, put your registration number, etc., and you're given a temporary certificate. And you pay online, and 2 weeks later, you will get the original certificate delivered. But the same process, you go to the department, you have to have a certified copy of your registration book, right? And you have to give that manual document, etc. So, and you'll have to take photocopies of that there and give. So, there's some disparity on the digital and the manual process there as well. But to say that there are systems in place, even in digital ID, we have fairly a robust person registration system from birth. We have a good birth certificate system which has digital copies of it. We have a national identity card system. We have a driving license system. We have a passport system which all have digital elements, but they are all silos. They are not cohesively integrated to do this. And I think India has done a fairly very good job, purely because they have had a fairly good ground-up architecture around this. I think there's a lot of things that we can learn and bring into our DPI. Lastly, because this is a human capital point conference, and we need to look at what it means in digital transformation from a human capital point of view. And as Rajesh alluded, this is broad digital skills, right? It's not IT skills. So there is service providers in government and private sector. There are digital solutions builders who are the IT sector predominantly, and there are consumers of these digital services, which are businesses and individuals, right? And skills need to be done across the board in all sectors. The biggest challenge here is building the digital skills in government across all levels, policy makers to the people who are actually providing the digital services. So there needs to be a very transformative kind of digital skills building across these things. There is systemic issues also in government to attract and retain digital skills because there is a paid disparity between private sector and government sector. That needs to be fundamentally addressed so that you can attract and retain talent in the government. And also to break down the silos between ministries, departments, and how they operate. And also look at procurement, how government procurement is done in order for DPIs to be implemented. So new models have to be evolved. Lots of private-public partnerships have to be brought in. And more importantly, I think the vision for digital Sri Lanka needs to be articulated and architected very well in order to capture the imagination of our country. That in itself will keep some of the people who are looking to go out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashik. Could I have a big round of applause to our fantastic panel? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jehan, it was not easy to handle so much information in such a little time as was made available, but it's done. Thank you. We have two more pillars to cover, to expose, to chat about, but that will be after our lunch break, which is now. Please move across to the buffet area and come back as soon as is possible. We suggest maybe 20 minutes, but we'll see. And serve yourselves and come back to your places or the tables, because we can then start the session anyway, considering that you will be seated and all you need to do is pay attention while eating and enjoying the grub. Okay, thank you. Remember, the opportunity still is open for you to place your visiting cards or business cards in the box or the receptacle provided for it for the draw later for the prizes, to smart earpods with the accompanying wristwatch. Smart wristwatch is one prize. We have another smartphone, a second prize, and we also have 2 gift vouchers, duty-free vouchers from Flamingo. So all of that We hope to begin in about 4 minutes from now. And since you are at your places and seated, then hopefully not too bothered having to stand up and do things, we can begin. And hopefully your attention will also be in this general direction as we move along. So we have 2 more pillars, or should I say 3 more pillars, and then our final session is the leadership panel. So quite a lot to get through. So with that in view, we thought we will start, and that's the finance services pillar. So we'll be ready for that in 4 minutes, or 3 minutes now. 3 minutes, we'll start that. As promised, we now launch forth into our next pillar, which, as you know, is the finance services pillar. We have already mentioned that there is going to be a substantial report that is going to be drawn up, authored, created. So whatever happens and that which is discussed is not just idle chatter, neither is it just filling the air with words, but hopefully it will be of value in influencing policy and other such related undertakings by the government of Sri Lanka. So we must recognize that that which is discussed here has value and importance under the topic and subject of human capital development, or human setting up or developing human capital, which we understand is seriously affected by events that have taken place in the past few years. So to start things off, we have the panel which will be formed after our keynote, which is going to be sounded by Madhavi Lal, who is the Managing Director and Head of HR with the Deutsche Bank, both in India and Sri Lanka. So Madhavi is all set and ready, and we would like to invite your attention as she comes over and shares her perspectives and insight. The keynote on on financial or finance services.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I have very, very difficult task of keeping all of you awake. So I will try my best to do that. First of all, it's an honor and privilege to be here. I think really impressed with the quality of discussions that have gone on in the morning. I think hats off to Sri Lanka to organize something like this. So without further ado, I will start on what are the talent management and retention challenges that companies, countries, everybody is facing, and how complex that is. Before I go into the actual challenges, we will cover a little bit about the data around talent management. What is the data telling us? Before, again, going into the contents on this slide, I want you all, and this is to keep you a little awake, how many of you get up in the morning and say, I want to mess up today? How many of you? Show of hands. How many of you get up in the morning and say, today I'm going to really make a difference in whatever I do? Again, show of hands. Okay, a few hands up. What's the third option? There's only two options. Either you get up in the morning and say, I want to mess up, or you get up and you say, I want to make a difference. The point I'm making is that everybody, every single human being does not want to make a mess. Everybody gets up in the morning charged up saying, I want to do something, I want to make something of my life, I want to make a difference. And that is what organizations have to tap. And why do people stay engaged in an organization? So research shows that there are three key areas that people look at. Good leadership, which leads to good managers, which leads to good practices, and people stay for good leaders. The second is engagement, which I talked about. People want to come in and make a difference. And organizations have to make that effort to keep people engaged. Why are engaged people different from disengaged people? Because, again, talking about human nature, when I come into work, I do have a job description. I will deliver to that job description. But there are people who put in that extra discretionary effort, and those are the highly engaged employees who come in and want to put in that extra effort. All of us in our organizations should try and make sure that people are engaged, so they come in and put the extra effort. And that is what keeps people and talent as well. And the third bit is around the culture. Look at this conference today. All of us know what the country has to do. But what is the challenge? The challenge is in the implementation. The challenge is in who will make that happen? Who are the people we can trust to make that happen? And that is what culture is. I mean, deciding who is that person, how are they going to deliver it, are they the right people to do the job? So organizations have to focus on leadership, culture, and engagement of our employees to, retain and manage talent. Coming to a few strategies to retain talent, and there was a gentleman who presented some time earlier. They had this list as well, a similar list. Again, while the slide's got numbers, this is not number one on priority. These are just 8 key points that keep people in organizations. Compensation, we talk about, it is an important part, but it's not the most important part. People want to come in and build their careers. They want to learn. They want to grow. They want to experience an organization that gives them flexibility. And after COVID, it has become even more important. The new generation, and we were talking about it at, our breakout earlier, wants a lot of flexibility. There are people who do not want to come into the office 100% of the time. And we have to learn and adapt to those requirements of people. They want to work remote, they want to work flexi. So we've got to look at how do we address those challenges. Again, employees come into work, compensation is important, but they want to feel recognized. So how do organizations recognize you on a day-to-day? Very, very important part. And creating an employer brand. Today, when you talk to young talent, they want to work in organizations that are inclusive, that have got focus on corporate social responsibility. So if you're an organization that's not focusing on this plus then, ESG part of it, they're not really going to look at you as a company they want to work for. So you've got to really focus on those aspects. Health and well-being, post-COVID, this has become even more important, and it's not just about physical well-being. For the first time, at least in the Asian subcontinent, mental health has become very, very important. People are starting to talk about it. People are starting to come out and talk, and raise the fact that they have mental health issues. And it's not like we didn't have mental health issues earlier, but people are now coming to terms with the fact that these need to be addressed. So organizations need to make sure they're focusing on that. And I talked about diversity and inclusion. If you have to build a future organization, this is an area that you cannot afford to exclude. Just thought I will cover a few points that, to say how we've addressed the talent issues at Deutsche Bank. So about 4 or 5 years back, we were a headcount of 6,000. And after that, there was a requirement from the global teams that we want more operations to be worked out of India. And the question they had was, do you really have the talent? And we said, of course we do. And we went around, we hired people. But as the number requirements went up, we felt that we can't meet these requirements just by hiring laterally. So we built apprentice programs at the entry level for students. We started hiring early careers. So we started hiring from campuses for all our functions, operations, technology. Today, in fact, Monday, we had about 500 fresh entry-level candidates who joined us, and we had an induction for them. So we're trying to see how we can build talent for the future through the early careers program. We also hire across from the market, because there are certain key skills that you really can't afford to lose time on. So those we have parallel hiring programs for. And of course, for our internal employees, we make sure that all the jobs are internally job watched before we go external. And that gives people a career to look forward to. On the hiring side, we also looked at, and somebody spoke about women who opt out of careers because of marriage or children. So we launched a program called Resume Your Resume, which is basically to attract people who have left the workforce but want to come back. And usually what happens is when people leave the workforce 3-4 years, they feel that they will not be able to adjust to the working environment. So what we do is we hire them as interns. We take them through a 3-month program. At the end of 3 months, they can decide whether they want to work for us, and we decide whether they fit the roles that we have, and then we onboard them. So we've hired about 150 people like that. And we've now thrown this program open to men and women in the spirit of inclusion. So it's people who've left their careers but want to come back. We've got to invest in that group of people. We also have very sort of huge focus on well-being. And just to give you an example, most companies have employee assistance programs, where they have counselors you can call when you have a problem. So my mental health lead came and told me that, I want to make sure that people are able to access counselors on site. So, we have doctors on site who come in and wherever somebody has an illness, they go and talk to them. So I told them, I said, no way are people going to go and talk to a counselor in office, because there's a stigma attached to this, talking about the fact that you have a mental health problem. And you would be surprised, we said, let's experiment with it. On the day one of the counselor, there were queues outside the room. So sometimes we have to do things that are different, that we ourselves are not fully convinced about. So we got to do new things. The same things will not get you the results. Obviously, focus on DEI. I don't know how many of you know, but Deutsche Bank has globally signed up to hard targets on gender diversity, something called 35 by 25, which means at the end of 2025, 35% of our top management need to be women. When we set this target for ourselves, we were at 18%. Today, we are at 30%. We've got to get to 35 by the end of next year. So sometimes setting hard targets for a country or for a company, I think really make an impact, because you focus your attention on that. What gets measured gets done. You must have heard that, right? And I think what gets rewarded gets done even better. So there are ways to make sure that you put some hard targets around what you want to achieve. And then, of course, we have specific initiatives for talent retention, because people come to us saying that, I'm at work 8 or 9 hours a day, but I have hobbies that I want to get attached to. I want to do sports. So we have groups that are formed by employees to drive some of these, hobby activities for people, and that does help in retention. Just future focus, I think some of it has already been covered by earlier speakers. I think organizations and countries need to look at purpose. So what is the purpose that you have that people can feel, that they can connect to? How much of focus do you have on diversity, equity, inclusion? It is about how included am I feeling in an organization. Employee experience, very, very important. At this point, we have 5 generations parallelly working in the workforce. And each generation has different needs. So how do you make sure that your organization has policies, processes to address the employee experience for all these generations? And that is complex. And technology, all of us know that technology is going to impact all the jobs that are there. How do we make sure that people are upskilled? How do we make sure that people don't feel scared about technology? Because that is the future in any case. There is a lot of research which says that today, and I think again the slide was covered in some other shape and form earlier, that soft skills have become very important, and we need to make sure that our people are trained on soft skills, specifically on how to handle change, how to handle complexity, how to live with ambiguity. On the technology side, I think there is a lot of scare that people have that their jobs will get replaced. And banking is one sector where AI, ML is making a difference in terms of data analytics, etc. So we've got to make sure that people are upskilled, But obviously, all is not gloom and doom. It seems like, there is a fear that, suddenly technology will come in and I'll be jobless. I don't know how many of you were around in 2000. Were you in the workforce in 2000? Anybody who was working in 2000, who was employed in an organization in 2000? Okay, some of you, I think some of the younger lot may not know. In India in 2000, there was a whole project on computerization of banking. And lakhs of unionized staff, basically raised concern, saying that our jobs will be replaced and you will give us a VRS, you will make us redundant. And how many jobs actually became redundant? 0. Because all organizations work to make sure that people were skilled for the future and were employed for the future. So I think there's lots of challenges. The point I want to make is there are lots of challenges that all of us face as a country, organization, as human beings, but you can find solutions, you can address the issues if we all put our collective thoughts together and implement and execute those plans. With that, I'm going to thank you and for listening to me and hand over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Madhavi. So you've covered a lot of stuff there with what your experience has been with the organization. Now time for the panel. So as I mentioned the names, we would like to invite those whose names are mentioned to please come on. And we have our pillar head who will be taking the discussion forward. That's Mr. Jonathan Ullis, the Managing Director and CEO of HNB. Mr. Romal Chetty is CEO of the South Asia division of Deloitte. We have Mark Sugana, who is the CEO of HSBC Sri Lanka and Maldives. Mr. Joseph Fernandez, Senior Vice President, Human Resources with MasterCard. Please do come up on the stage as you hear your name mentioned. Then we have Mr. Rajendra Tyagaraja, who is a former chairman of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, of course himself been in the banking industry for a long while before that. Mr. Ganaka Herat, the managing partner of McKinsey, Sri Lanka. Then Chaturi Munawira, Chief Executive Officer and Principal Officer, Executive Director with AIA Insurance, Sri Lanka. Dr. Anton Ravindran, President, Alliance for AI, interesting, AI and Humanity, and author of Will AI Dictate the Future? And we have Aroshi Nanekara, who is with the Sampath Bank as a non-executive director. I hand over proceedings to Jonathan Ullis, who will take the discussion forward, the panel discussion.
Gentlemen, is it working? Yeah, yeah. No, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the finance panel discussion. I know we are running a little late, so hopefully in this session we'll try to catch up somewhat, but we will not compromise on, drawing on the richness of this elite world-class panel that we have right in front of you. In the interest of time, we will avoid, going through their profiles, which might take the entire hour if I go through. But suffice to say, what was sort of placed on screen was, adequate to know the quality of this panel. No need to say too much about the importance of finance as a pillar as well. Known for being the bedrock of the country, the benchmark set by investors to, check the health of a particular country. And, given the country's current situation, the fact that the financial services industry has stayed so strong, notwithstanding, is kudos to everybody in that industry and for the tremendous efforts that have been put over the past, 2, 4, 5 years or so. But we can't be complacent and we should not be taken for granted. So there should not be efforts to undermine the importance of this industry and make sure that you keep this industry stable, strong, secure in order to play the role that it's expected to play in supporting economic growth, in making sure that the people in Sri Lanka remain and that each industry, let alone the finance, continues to increase their talent pipeline, build capacities, and then retain people instead of letting everybody move out of the country. Just moving on quickly to get the richness of this panel, I'd like to probably start off with Mark, Mark, could you tell us a little bit about how HSBC was impacted, with the recent exodus of staff migrating, going for higher studies, and what actions have been taken to increase the talent pipeline, build capacity, and retain staff?
Jonathan, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Mark from HSBC. And thank you for the question. I mean, just a little bit of background. So HSBC has been in Sri Lanka for 132 years now. So we think long term, and I'm going to come back to that point. The other bit is in terms of impact, people leaving. So across all of the international banks in Sri Lanka, they employ about 5,000 people. And of those 5,000, about 3,800 work for HSBC. So as you can see, it's a pretty critical importance to us. And that's across two businesses. We have a bank here, and we also have a BPO that serves 34 countries. So we're very invested in Sri Lanka, and I think which is why this is such an important thing to ask. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to give you the quick answer. So basically, if you break it down, you have two things. You have people who are going to leave no matter what you do, and there's people who are thinking about staying. So people who were going to leave no matter what you do, again, we took the long-term approach. If people came to us and said, I'm going to leave and I'm going to move to the Middle East, we would find them a job with HSBC Middle East. If they said, I want to move to Hong Kong, we would find them a job with HSBC Hong Kong. And we've been doing that actually in a number of ways for years. Then what we do is run unofficial alumni networks. So we keep in contact with everybody, and we say, anytime you're back in Sri Lanka, come back, see us, we'll give you an office space, work with us, and we keep in contact with people. And as a result, when they say, I'd like to come back, and a lot to do, then we say, we will help you come back. And as a result, we are building a talent pipeline around the world constantly, and people always want to come home. Give you an example. Pretty much my entire senior team has done between 5 and 15 years somewhere overseas at some point. My CIO did 25 years in the Middle East, decided he wants to come back. We made that work. So as a result, we're developing people, keeping in contact, and that helps us build that pipeline. But I think you have to be open to that. Just on closer to home, some more critical elements. Obviously, there are some critical roles that you can't afford to go empty. So we literally identified those. We built a succession plan of people locally who could step straight in. But we also built a succession plan globally. So if somebody left quickly, we could bring somebody in because we couldn't afford a break of service. Going back to that point, given the size of our business here, we can't afford to have a break or failure. Now, for those who are thinking of staying, it's about thinking about the employee value proposition, and that's what we call it. It's not just about pay. Pay is a part of it. But one of the things that we have is, during COVID, we created flexible working, and we really went for it. Everybody has battery packs, has mobile Wi-Fi, has computers, etc. That's one part of it. True flexible working is actually a culture and concept. And it's taken us several years to get people into this, but it creates true flexibility. So if somebody wants to come back after mat leave, wants to do certain hours, we can make that work. And you have to drive it culturally, not just through essentially, numbers and figures. So we've embedded that very, very deeply. And as a result, a lot of people are able to work for us when otherwise they couldn't. We also built a well-being program. We looked at pay, obviously, and for us, the point was to make pay sustainable. It wasn't just, here's an extra allowance, it was, here are permanent increases, indexed, and also pensionable, so that people could plan actively for the future, so they always knew what their salary was going to be. And we pushed that through. We also brought in social well-being programs, we brought in mental well-being programs, because quite frankly, people are suffering and struggling. And we also brought in physical well-being, so with a whole package together. We also gave people the opportunity to go overseas for a bit. So we sent people to Europe, the Far East, and India on short-term assignments to learn and to be developed. And we also brought people in. So every time somebody goes out, we bring somebody in. So we give somebody from somewhere else in the world a chance to come in, and we learn from them, and they get to take the message out. So really what I'm saying is training, focus on development a lot. Now, we have our own internal university, but also we've been investing in leadership and so on. So I think, to summarize, and Jonathan, I know you're looking at me, I think long term, keep the door open, keep the relationships, and build capability like never before, regardless of whether somebody is going to go or whether they're going to stay.
Thanks so much, Mark. Even with the speed of Mark's speech, I think there's something wrong with his time. The time is beating him to it as well. Right. Moving quickly on to Aroshi. What cultural changes do we need to see in our society in order to make Sri Lanka's financial services sector future ready?
Thank you, Jonathan, and good afternoon, everybody. I am going to answer not just in terms of the financial sector. I think I'm going to answer in terms of Sri Lanka and the workforce as a whole. I think three things that we really need to get right. One is discipline. The second one is work ethic. And the third is the fact that we need to really get our women into GDP contributing work. And if I may just expand on that, the discipline of having proper frameworks, and I think the corporate sector represented here is part of that. We're a highly intelligent people, but are we actually contributing to the best of our ability? Possibly not, because we don't have that framework. So you have financial services has done well up to now. Apparel sector has done well. Anybody who goes abroad does brilliantly well, and that is because that framework is laid out. So how do we implement that discipline for our people? Number two, work ethic. The fact that we really need to work hard to be able to do better in life and to have the financial success that we desire. We have come from a historically welfare society mindset, and we absolutely need to break that now. So we need to kind of have that coming across to our people, where we make a case, you work hard, you earn, you have a better life. And they're willing to do that when they go abroad. It's just that how do we make sure they do it here for us? Number three, only 30% of our employable women are in the workforce, are in the formal workforce. So in terms of GDP growth, we are constrained dramatically, I think, by the fact that we don't have them contributing effectively. So that's a huge cultural shift that we have to drive in society with families, saying that the wife, the mother also needs to be contributing, needs to be coming into society. So I want to keep it short so that you move to the others. I'd just like to say that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Arushi. Ganaka, moving on to you. With your experience, particularly overseas, can you cite other countries who have gone through what Sri Lanka has gone through in the past couple of years, and what actions were taken and are being taken to prevent a repeat occurrence?
Thank you, Jonathan. Given the last 5 years, I don't think any country has gone through quite as much in a period. But I thought, looking at South and Central America and the crises that they faced in the 80s and 90s, the debt crisis, as well as what happened to Argentina in the early 2000s, gives us a similar situation where the countries were at a similar economic state of development, the banks were in similar situations, and it was a region that always experienced a fair amount of economic migration, but those crises actually accelerated the impact into the financial sector. Right? And what they did was actually quite innovative at the time. They took a very holistic approach. They said, look, as Mark was saying, you really have to think about, it can't just be about trying to retain, you have to think much longer term than that. So they took an approach of retention. Yes, it has to be the culture, it has to be compensation, but they also, even back then, started thinking about flexible working. They started thinking about work-life balance and actually introduced some of those concepts into their culture to help retention. That was, of course, not enough. They then went and said, okay, what do we do that's going to be different to attract people back? And again, Mark was alluding to this, Argentina took the approach that diaspora was going to be absolutely key. So they worked with the government to come up with policies that would help diaspora attraction. So the banks came up with great packages and career paths, but the government supported by providing tax incentives for high-skilled workers who were coming back. So that was kind of a joint approach that Argentina took. In Chile, they said, okay, the situation is so bad that we actually can't provide the same types of products and services that we're doing now and grow. So they said, let's look at the talent we have and cater our service products and services to the talent. So what they did was they went into microfinance and financial inclusion using the local talent that was available. And then the final piece was, I think it's as much as you can do to bring people back, you also need to think about this moment as an opportunity to adapt, right? Itaú, which, go back 20, 30 years, was a local bank from Brazil, is now one of the biggest in the world and has a fantastic technology platform, used that crisis to digitize and create a digital platform for themselves that has held them in good stead up until this day. So it has to be a very holistic approach of retention, attraction, and adaptation.
Thanks so much, Ganaka. Thea, moving on to you with your vast experience at SLBA, the Asian Bankers Association. How can SLBA play a role in the industry to increase, build, and retain talent using our regional banking associations, be it UAE, ABA, and the likes?
Thanks, Jonathan. I think for a start, SLBA can play a far more proactive role in engaging with the two local training organizations, namely the central bank's own training center, as well as the Institute of Bankers Sri Lanka, the education hub. I think instead of waiting to receive what they churn out, I think there is a role for SLBA to be more proactive and demand on the curriculum development, especially in new areas like, generative AI, blending ESG into the curriculum, sustainability finance, data encryption, cybersecurity, which are relevant topics, not only in the exams, but also in terms of CP development. So I think that should be a proactive role. Secondly, I think you and I both have been past chairs of ABA. We have seen the power of that organization, which spans, on one side from Oman up to Philippines and Tokyo, so with more than 100 members. We have an amazing leveraging ability, which Sri Lanka, I think other than maybe the bank which we ran, hardly any other bank has leveraged. And I think there's a huge opportunity to look at two things. One is the exchange programs. Now, I know from January this year alone, the ABA has rolled out no less than 20 international top quality training programs and at least 4 inter-country visitation programs from Japan, Bhutan, India, and Sri Lanka, HNB itself. And I think these opportunities will increase the exposure to cross-fertilization expose. The third thing is, sadly, I think there is a disconnect between SLBA as an association, for whatever reason, and the business chambers. There is a disconnect. As a result of that, my personal view is that we are not able to look at the business demand and see whether we are actually mapping that. And I think we should, if invited, accept a seat, a mandatory seat in some of these chambers, like the FinTech Association, CCC, and push and shape agenda. That's important. And the fourth thing is in FinTech, Jonathan. I think at this moment in time, you and I both know that we have a sandbox which is sponsored by the regulator, central bank. But with all due respect to the central bank, instead of waiting for a regulator to shape a sandbox, I think SLBA as an industry should shape its own sandbox, which should be industry-specific and market-driven, rather than waiting for a regulator to frustrate. So I think these are the 4 points I'd like to make.
Thanks so much, Thea. Chaturi, if we can move from banking to insurance. historically the insurance industry has been a bit more challenged than the banking industry in terms of attracting and retaining people. What actions have brought you success in the recent past, and what more could you recommend?
Thank you, Jonathan. And I would think it would be fair to say a lot more challenged than a bit more challenged, because we don't have people lining up on walk-in interviews for insurers for sure. I can see some insurers and ex-insurers who would vouch for that. So, I mean, going back to basics, what we've found is that this is not now. A few years back, we weren't even in the list of most preferred careers to start with, being in an insurance field. So it was a lot about creating that awareness. So, company where I come from, we're an international company, there may be opportunities, but it's an industry issue that we saw. So what we did was creating the awareness, and where are we going to create the awareness? And obviously, the universities, the school systems, they didn't have insurance in their curriculum. It wasn't even a subject. So that's something that we worked on initially with, when I'm speaking of AIA and also some other insurers who took a lead role in not waiting for administration to do things, but actually working with universities to bring the curriculum in, insurance being a subject. And we even sourced lecturers. We even introduced the same programs to our internal staff. And also we obviously, therefore, those who qualify in the universities, we offered them internships, apprenticeships. And that really helped with the brand. And I think most of us insurers are now in the next phase of taking it to the schools. And that's been crucially important to us. Secondly, I think us insurers have broken this myth of insurance is a tough job, especially insurance sales is a tough job. Because if you look at definitely where I come from, AIA and some of the other insurers, half of the insurance sales people now are women. I'm not telling because of the gender I represent, these are true facts. So we are contributing to the GDP. And how that we've created that is we just seize the opportunity that we have more women in the population, more women coming out of institutions, but they don't end up at workforce. So they're like when they're in their 30s, and when their kids are a bit bigger and their family responsibilities are lesser, but their need for money is much more higher. So we offered them careers in insurance sales and work models that supported them, and tools like obviously iPads to everything that works, and the interpersonal skills. And this really worked. And if you look at most of the insurers, the top performing salespeople are women. It's a fact, not fiction. This is true. So thirdly, of course, the work modeling. And we hear so much today on flexible working hours. So when I say this, it may be a little bit controversial, but what we did was, after the crisis, we made it, I would say, voluntarily compulsory that people return to work. We made it easier. There were transport problems, so people could return to any branch office closest to us. And we made it very clear, this is really not to get you to do that 8 to 5, whatever job, but you need to connect with the organization. If you're connected, only we can be that service organization. We are. And once we got the people and created the engagement around it, now we are more flexible on introducing flexi working hours. That's one model. The other thing we did was for critical skills. We have Sri Lankan, people with Sri Lankan origin, working full-time from overseas for jobs, definitely in where I work from. So different mix of things we've done. It's worked for us, it's working, we've learned from mistakes. But some of the things that worked for us were those. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Chaturi. Joe, sorry that you couldn't be with us, but thank you for connecting, getting on to the question straight away. How do you combat talent shortage and build a talent roadmap at workplace?
Okay. Before I get into Jonathan, if you can just say that if I'm audible enough.
You are very clear, Joe. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think first, let me apologize for not being there in person. I had to cancel my flight just a couple of hours before it was supposed to take off. I had a personal emergency, but a big thank you to you, Jonathan. Irrespective of this, you still gave me this opportunity to be here to join remote, and I miss my fellow panelist. Now, you asked an extremely important question, from how do we manage talent, how do we manage with the overall shortfall that we have. I'll give a inside-out perspective, that is what we have done at MasterCard so that we are able to manage this particular challenge. But from a context-setting perspective, I'll just take a couple of seconds and probably share my narrative. If you look at today, we are living in hyper-personalized world. From a organization study perspective, if there is one biggest change that has happened in the overall employee demographics, that is personalization. That means what is in there for me, right? Gone are the days wherein we could bridge the skill gap, or gone are the days wherein we could manage your talent, wherein we identify a handful of people and go behind them because they may be part of your top talent. Or we might create few interventions and programs with an intent that this will fit for everyone. It doesn't work. It doesn't work these days. So when MasterCard started their journey from a talent perspective, we try to understand how does a consumer organization work. Now, I'll not name any consumer organization, but when you look at the products, what a typical consumer organization is selling today, an example can be shoes. So they do a great job wherein all of us are able to identify to a particular brand because of our choices, because of our profession, or it can be even narrowed down because of our age or whatever ethnic background we come from. And this is how they diversify across the globe, where there is a very, very strong association. So when we started our journey, we thought, can we probably integrate the learning of a consumer organization and build that in terms of a skill capability or a high level from a talent perspective. So what we did is, we started with an AI-based platform, we call it Unlock. Now, we did a deep diagnosis in terms of where do most of our employees spend their time. Today's generation, most of our population is either Gen Z or millennials. If you look at how they are digitally savvy, they spend most of the time either on Instagram, either on Facebook, or either on Twitter, or also LinkedIn. So we picked up the learning in terms of what is there. Why do they probably want to go on LinkedIn? Why do they probably want to follow someone? If you look from a learning perspective today, it's very difficult to put a Gen Z for a 3-day training program and tell them now you got to develop your skill. They typically come with a very high demand, that is, I need to pick up a particular skill, give me where I can get quick and fast solution. So we picked up a learning from all these digital social platforms and we built this platform called as Unlock. So a couple of features how it happens, and I'll tell you what the benefit we have. All the employees are required to create their profiles over there. So once you create a profile, it picked up what are your skill sets, in which sector or which skill set you are an SME. Then we identify people who want to develop those skill sets. So we connect them through a mentorship program. That's one. Second, you can follow a particular incumbent, you can follow a person, you can follow a leader, you can post what your queries is, you can get prompt solution, you don't have to read tons of white papers to get a solution. It gives faster solution that you want. In addition to that, if you want to double hat, for example, you are an engineer, you're doing development, you want to understand sales. So if I'm a sales leader, I can probably put a requirement on the platform and say that, I need someone who can dedicate few hours in a week and help me with sales. So here I'm able to get an exposure to a very complete different domain altogether. So the point I'm trying to make is, when you're trying to build the capability of your talent pool, you need to create a framework wherein employees feel that I'm in total control of what and how I want to drive that. And the best way to do in terms of managing scale is an AI-based platform which can help you manage the scale, which can help you give exposure to people, it can help you to build your network, it can help you to free getting mentoring program and free getting hundreds of hours. I think this is one particular thing that I strongly would want to position this platform. When you're trying to manage your talent, this is the best way to manage. In the interest of time, I'll give it back to you, Jonathan, but happy to deep dive if you wish.
Thanks very much, Joe. moving from your AI, we'll move on to the AI expert who has flown all the way from Singapore and here with us. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Anton. How can AI augment HR's strategic role? We've seen one example there in driving business outcomes. And what skills do HR professionals need to develop to effectively partner with AI technologies?
Thank you, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everyone. Frankly, that's a very loaded question, and I think we have a couple of minutes left. And I was also told that we've got to keep these answers to two minutes or less, 90 seconds. AI, obviously, and we all know this, is the elephant in this house today, outside of HR. To say that AI is changing the world, transforming the world, the technology of our lifetime is a cliche. To answer the question, in light of that, and I can't get into specifics, I'll put it this way. The world of work is changing, and is changing fast. If you roll back 2 years ago, when ChatGPT was launched, and today we have moved on to LLMs and multimodal LLMs, and further beyond that, even questioning whether AI is beginning to become self-aware. So that leads to me the question is to say that yesterday's skills, yesterday's talent won't make tomorrow's enterprises competitive, point one. And tomorrow's talent cannot and may not be able to operate on a yesterday's manner of working. The question is about HR and AI. So HR becomes very critical in managing this transition. And firstly, as we all know that according to World Economic Forum, nearly 85 million jobs will be replaced because of AI and Gen AI, as Gen AI acquires more human-like capabilities. Unlike in the past era of technological revolution and transformation, this time the jobs lost are not sweat jobs, not manual jobs. It's both white-collar and blue-collar jobs. Secondly, again, according to reports, by 2030, nearly 300 million jobs will be replaced worldwide because of AI. So the focal point comes back to what HR can do. They need to begin to focus on building the workforce of tomorrow. And to me, that means two things among many things. In the interest of time, I'll point out to two things. Point one, focus is again on talent of tomorrow. Point two is the focus is on jobs and jobs redesign for tomorrow's jobs and not today's or yesterday's jobs. And how do we do that? Using AI, as asked, as requested. There are many ways. AI can do many things, but I will highlight three things in the interest of time again. First thing first, you use AI, leverage AI for prediction. Predict where the talent requirements are and come up with strategies for enterprises and nations to meet those demands using AI, doing the prediction. Secondly, use AI, again, to personalize so that employee experiences and personalized training and development for specific tasks, for specific organizations, for specific verticals and sectors. Thirdly, again, use AI to do sentiment analysis to understand and draw insights, both for the organizations and the employees, and then design the jobs accordingly. The second part of the question, very quickly, is about what skills HR should have. Obviously, beyond the existing conventional legacy skill sets, for the world of AI, the only thing that is required is AI literacy. And what that means is, briefly, is that they've got to have a good understanding and complete appreciation of how AI will impact organizations and particularly talent and the required skills. And to achieve that, they can do many things, again, leveraging AI. Beyond that, there are few other emerging skills, and I will just highlight few of them. Number one, of course, data analysis, analytics about recruitment and all related issues, and they can leverage AI. Two, of course, certainly, project management in the context of HR in terms of redesigning these jobs to meet tomorrow's environmental requirements. And lastly, is change management, because change is the order of the day with this kind of change. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Anton. Romal, moving to you. Retraining and retaining a digital workforce has emerged as a key challenge for a fast-paced and sustainable growth. How can financial sectors develop skills for future, and how can they bring back the pull factor when it comes to attracting talent?
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan, and good afternoon, everyone. The time is up, so let's see if I can manage. But just a couple of things. I think the different speakers spoke about, I think, Dr. Anton spoke about AI, but also Sri Lanka has its own challenges in terms of where it has been. But this is probably of the time when geopolitically and the world volatility is at its highest. I mean, if you take the last 90 years, climate change to everything. So really having a skill-ready workforce requires two or three things. First is to identify what are those skills that we have to build, right? Whether it is, of course, technology skills, AI, cloud, everything else. Whether it is also to deal with ambiguity, to deal with resilience, right? So skills like that. Third is even themes like teaming, where we speak a lot about in our education system. Teaming normally happens when you cheat in the exams, because till then, there are not too many places where people team each other than sports. So how do we, once we've identified what are required, then it's clear that what are the skills that will be built in-house, what will we work with academia. I think one of the speakers spoke about how can we work, how can each corporate or each financial service adopt a college, a university, and work with them in the first, second, third years to also build the skills into the curriculum. Once this is done, then having a clear pathway. So, and one of the things that I think there is a clear study done that less than 0.5% of the world's GDP is spent on adult learning. There is something spent on learning before, but on adult learning, it is very, very limited. And even today, if you look at in our region, it's even lesser than that. Once we've identified what, clearly what needs to be done, there needs to be clear learning pathways. And in the digital workforce, it's as important to skill non-digital people and business people, because if businesses don't understand how digital will change, I don't think so anything will, anything can really improve, because you can have all the great tech-savvy people, but if at the chairman, CEO, if all the CXOs really don't understand digital, nothing is going to change. So I think if we can do this, well, I think it would be a good start.
Thanks so much, Romal. Madhavi, thanks so much for your presentation. Quick one for you. What must the government do to regain the trust and confidence of the people, and in particular our youth, to prevent further attrition?
Having heard a lot of what happened today, discussions today, I think two E's, provide education and provide employment. And I think for education, there's no need to set up a new university. There are companies, there are universities that are willing to come and set up, leverage that. And on employment, encourage companies to come and set up here, provide whatever benefits for companies to come and be here. So I would say education and employment.
We have a few more interesting questions to go through, but unfortunately the time is up. So we'll need to probably pause at this point and then wait for the next pillar to get started. So on behalf of all here and the organizing committee, I'd like to say a very big thank you for the panelists for finding the time to be here this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you too, Jonathan, for leading us through that particular session. We appreciate very much that you were constrained by the time, but you did a good job. Thank you. Now, without any delay, we move right into our next pillar. Okay, our next pillar is the startups pillar. And we do, in fact, have a couple of keynote settings. So, first of all, from Invest India, we're delighted to have the former managing director thereof, Deepak Bagla. So, after Deepak, we have another presentation, and we will have the panel form. Here's Deepak.
Good evening, and such a pleasure to be here. I know we're short on time, but let me assure you I don't have a presentation. Two, since I'm not an HR person, you know I don't have much to tell you. So I'll be very short, but let me give you an idea as to where I'm coming from, and also to show you why it is so central as a subject which we discussed today. There was a mention of the World Economic Forum. Well, last year, the World Economic Forum had a survey of CEOs as to what is the highest risk points which they will have in 2024 and beyond. One of them was obviously a nuclear incident, either intentional or unintentional. But the reason why I tell you that is just think about it, what was the risk which was ahead of that one, which was before the risk of a nuclear incident. And that risk is the risk which CEOs felt was access to trained manpower, trained human capital. And that shows you the importance of what it is. And let me give you one more statistic. Think about it. Never before in corporate history have you had so many CEOs who were HR heads. Think about it. Typically, they would either be coming from a marketing or a strategy or a legal background. But for the first time in corporate history, do you have global CEOs of global corporations coming very actively from the HR side. And why it becomes all the more important in the Asian, or in where we are sitting today, is because think about it, in the next 25 years, over 40% of the skilled workforce of the world will come from Asia. In fact, if I put India and Sri Lanka together, over 21% of the world's skilled force will be from this subcontinent. And that brings us to the point as to why this is so critical. From a non-HR perspective, let me just suggest, skilled manpower and human capital is not just about skilling. It's actually about empowerment, and it's actually about inclusion. And now that we are looking at a knowledge economy going forward, which is going to propel the world's growth, and again, as I told you, close to half of it is going to be coming from the Asian region, where we all come in from, the element of knowledge and the skill set which it brings is going to be the most important and critical. Now just step back and think about the education system today. The system today is there to prepare you for what lies ahead, not for the unknown, but for the known. What you need in that skilling and education now going forward is the ability to deal with the unknown. We are today in a world where everything is possible. Everything is possible. Think about it. Nothing is certain. And in this world where everything is a moving part, there are opportunities which arise by the day. And what you need for those opportunities are just the skills which teach you the skill set to be nimble, to have that fire in the belly, and to get the job done. This is my third visit to Sri Lanka in the past 4 months. And frankly, that's the buzz, which is what I'm witnessing here. The strength of our region is the strength of frugal innovation, is the strength of getting a job done regardless of the resources at hand, to get the job done in the toughest of situations. And that is the mindset, and that is the fire in the belly which is required. But more importantly, is the ability to be nimble, is the ability to be able to capitalize on new opportunities. And now that we are looking at the knowledge economy, taking it forward, and we've already seen the benefits and the power of empowerment and the power of inclusion. We've seen it in the example of India, which in 2014, if you recollect, India was an economy which was quite written off. In just 3,500 days, it's been an economy during the past 10 years where it has been the fastest growing on the planet for 7 of those 10. For 2 of those, it has been the second largest, fastest growing. And for 1 was written off, we can say, because of COVID, which we all went through. In fact, this year itself, India's back to being the position of the fastest growing large economy on the planet. And a large part of that goes to our leadership, and this is the last point, and I know I have to sum it up very quickly, which has come from our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, which was digitization. The ability to reach each and every citizen, the ability to empower them, and the ability to include them in this entire story of growth. It can only happen on a platform of digitization. I heard on one of our platforms where there was how they're using digitization to impart education. I think skills going forward is not just going to be about that skill itself, but it is more or less going to be also imparting that skill, the ability to reach each and every one of them. The more hands and the more heads you have, the better you will join the dots. The more dots you join, the better is the growth. And the more is the growth, the better is the prosperity. But more importantly, you need to prepare that skill set for those where stories are no longer going to be lasting 100 years. We still have corporations which got incorporated 100 years ago, and you're still seeing them doing well. Think about the unicorns which are happening in startups right across the world. Unicorns which became a unicorn within 6 months of getting incorporated. We have over 107 of them in India in a short period of time, what has happened in the startup world. And I think the skill sets which you require there is the skill sets to be nimble, is the skill set to be able to get it done. I think that is the strength of our entrepreneurs. That is the strength of where we all are and where we all come from, this part of the world. And now that everybody says this century belongs to Asia, it belongs to Asia because this century is going to be propelled by knowledge. And if it is knowledge, then this is the region where it comes in from, to a large extent. So ladies and gentlemen, to take you back to the risk factors, where getting a skilled workforce is going to be more of a risk than even a nuclear incident in today's world, and to take it forward to a point where you will have each and every individual empowered, included, and participating in that growth. That is the journey which we all have to run through. And that is the journey, to my mind, which will be driven by the world of digitization, by digital platforms, and by digital answers. Expectations are different individually, as a society, and as a nation, and as the world progresses. And to meet each one of them, I think we will have to move fast and together. And as they say, it takes an entire village to have one success story. This is a story which will only happen when we are all there together to hold hands. So together is no longer a choice, but an imperative. Thank you very much. I've run out of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak. Our next keynote will be sounded by Dane Finch, who's traveled here and is the founder of YDK. And we'll hear it from him. And directly after that, the the panel will fall. So, Dane.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me. So, my name is Dane Finch, although I go by Art. I'm a South African-American entrepreneur and investor, a bit like Elon Musk, but without the money. My specialty is investment and innovation zones or startup zones, and the history of these, but also how we can apply them today and how they are being applied in many parts of the world. So the first thing I want to talk about is a project that I worked on in Bhutan. It's called the Gelaphu Mindfulness City. I'm just curious if anyone here, apart from my son, has heard of the city. Anyone heard of Gelaphu Mindfulness City in Bhutan? Okay, that's not too surprising. It's a new project, and it's the national key project now. It's a 60,000 acre zone, and it's really designed to enable startups. So for example, things like flying cars are enabled from the ground up from day one. It's being led by the king. I'm no longer involved with the project, although I did found and start it in 2020. And we did that with the backing of Silicon Valley VCs, so Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Balaji Srinivasan, a couple of other folks that are well-known names in Silicon Valley. And the reason why these guys are so interested in these types of zones, in particularly the global south and developing countries, is because they do see these as the lowest hanging fruit, quickest way to enable the startup ecosystem, the same kind of things that happen in Silicon Valley in these areas. So I'd like to move on to the next slide. Something that people don't necessarily appreciate is Silicon Valley was actually largely enabled by law. So back in the heyday of Silicon Valley, it was internet companies, as everyone knows, particularly social media companies, that really took the world by storm. And one of the key things that enabled that at the time was very lax privacy laws, especially compared to the major competing region at the time, which was Europe. And so everyone knows the story of Silicon Valley as really the result of a concentration of venture capital and Stanford University. And everyone sort of sees that as the main thing. And then, of course, the other aspect would be the cultural aspect. So Silicon Valley is known for being very founder-friendly. For example, a founder might get 90% equity while an investor would take 10%, with just enough capital to actually run and build the company. And often the reverse is true in other parts of the world. This is a big issue, a cultural issue. You need to give good faith to people in order to really motivate them and empower them to build companies, in particular for entrepreneurs and startups. So that's an interesting article there by Anupam Chanda. It's quite an old article, but it does tell the story, and I think it's worth looking at for anyone who really wants to understand of how good governance and law was a major part of the Silicon Valley story. And it's not limited to Silicon Valley. If you look at Dubai, for example, DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center, that's the heart of Dubai, and it's a completely unique law set. They applied English common law and a couple of other things. They have international judges, and that proved incredibly successful for unlocking development. And that ecosystem then, of course, was able to unlock startups by having the sort of corporate high-level companies come in, the service providers, the infrastructure, that then enabled startups. So Sri Lanka already has a great foundation, the Colombo Port City project. This is a long-term multi-sector zone. It attracts multinational service sector companies in particular, and it's going to contribute significantly to the startup ecosystem, to the growth of the startup ecosystem, because it creates enabling infrastructure, both digital and physical. The other success story in Sri Lanka is, of course, export processing zones, EPZs. I believe there's around 20 of those in the country, and I think the leading one at the moment is, forgive my pronunciation, Bingaria, and I think that they recently, at the second or third phase inauguration by Honorable President, unveiled that it's going to have about $2.6 billion in investment generated or output and 75,000 jobs. So these are, critical components. What may be missing perhaps is startup zones in particular. Again, these are zones where the law is really focused on enabling startups, and that's a critical piece that's often missing. Something, of course, that was mentioned by Deepak just before me is the need to be nimble. And I think that's an incredibly critical point to make, particularly now in the context of deep tech. Deep tech is evolving rapidly. So this is something that myself and folks in my network are following very closely. And AI is bound to be highly disruptive. In the inaugural session of this event, one of the leading HR consulting firms gave a remote delivery by video, and he talked about the decline in jobs in certain sectors, agriculture, service, a couple of others. And this is going to be massively escalated probably by AI and other deep tech innovation over the next, as he said, 5 to 10 years. I think he said 5 years. And even if you give it 10 years, that's quite quick moving in terms of policy response. So Sri Lanka really needs to position for this. And one of the lowest hanging fruit opportunities is designating zones as startup spaces where you can actually have the governance devolved at least on a commercial and civil basis of law. You can have that devolved to entrepreneurs as decision makers. And this allows them to actually be nimble. We try to treat governance as a technology stack. And I heard from one of the panel members in the panel that I'll be joining next that some of the education curriculum is more than 10 years old. This is very common around the world. It's not, the case that governance is particularly nimble anywhere in the world. And that's not entirely the government's fault. There's a lot of special interest groups, a lot of path dependency. It's not an easy process. That's why devolving to zones that are focused on particular areas, including startups, is a really quick solve that can allow you to see what can work in your own backyard and quickly start to work on unlocking, in particular, human capital growth through things like upskilling, tech transfer, and even starting to attract folks back in the diaspora. So this is from the diaspora. So this is sort of something that I would recommend. It's something that I think is really enabling for the startup ecosystem. And if you look at Dubai, for example, in the UAE, if you take a page out of their playbook, the ratio of internationals to locals is 1 to 9. So you almost have 10 internationals for every 1 local in Dubai. They take pride in that. They take pride in being a talent attractor. The Honorable President in the inaugural opening of this was talking about import substitution being a redundant approach. And he's not wrong. He's absolutely correct, because obviously if you're not actually able to export, you're not competitive. And similarly, if you're not able to attract talent, you're not going to retain your own talent. So they do go hand in hand. And I think taking pride in this and incorporating this into the sort of nationalist culture is a very healthy development for any country that wants to have a global perspective and really enable, in particular, the startup scene. As we know nowadays, startup founders are often remote, but this is not the case for deep tech. It's not the case for agri-tech, which is also one of the lowest hanging fruit opportunities in Sri Lanka. 400 to 600,000 acres being vacant and ready for development, and potentially upskilling and technology transfer to local human capital to enable that farming, and that would potentially reverse the deficit over a period of time. These are great opportunities where you can move quite quickly by creating special economic zones that are dedicated to startups. So that's really the key point I wanted to make, and I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So rather tantalizing in a sort of way, and thanks for alerting us to the Bhutan Mindfulness City. Well, lots to examine there. Right, our numbers somehow are depleting, and that's not a good sign. But nevertheless, startups it is, and we now move to the panel. And so invite those I name now to please come up onto the stage. So we have co-moderators. So Jeevan Jnanam, co-founder of Hatchworks, and founder and chief executive of CEO of Orion City, is one of the moderators and pillar head. Niro Cook joins him, chair of Sri Lanka and Maldives Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. And with them, Aravinda De Silva, who you have seen wielding the bat, but he's the deputy chairman of Ideal Holdings Private Limited. Then Don Susantha Katugampala is a barrister and solicitor and chairman of Australia Gateway and principal lawyer. Then Darshana Munidasa, yes, is there, right? Darshan Munidasa, co-founder of Ministry of Crab Restaurant. Then CEO of Isso Restaurants, Mr. Apinash Sivagurmaran. Then Romali Tudava, Chief Executive Officer of Tudava Brothers Private Limited. And Ms. Jayomi Lokuliana, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Z Messenger. So we shall hand it over to Jeevan, I think, to kick off, and then Niro will obviously do what's required in due course. But this is our panel on startup.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying for the startup pillar. My name is Jeevan Jnanam. I truly believe that this is probably the most important opportunity present for the country. I think what we're trying to do the next 35 minutes is basically showcase Sri Lanka as a startup-friendly nation. And I think we have a huge opportunity in the region because not any other country has kind of claimed that position of being truly, truly startup friendly. And I thought we had the panelists before us speak about some of the things that can be done and some of the things that can be focused on. If you look at the opportunity in front of us, we know that Sri Lanka has huge problems. Who else better to solve that than entrepreneurs? This is rich manure for entrepreneurs with fire in the belly to kind of solve it, take those problems in a local context, and transition those to a global company. So this is the single biggest opportunity for anyone across the island to be able to make a fortune, an opportunity, reverse brain drain, and take the country forward. My co-moderator Niro also has some points.
Thank you very much, Jeevan. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. I trust you can hear me better now. Migration is as old as time itself, and we've heard a lot of people talking about migration and the fact that you can't necessarily prevent it. This morning, President Nasheed said some interesting points about how people should migrate and will migrate. It's inevitable. But I think it's really important for Sri Lanka to do everything it can to give people the option to stay and also to attract migration inwards, to create a conducive environment with enabling policies and a vibrant future for the next generation. I think those are the things that will help attract and retain human capital. And for each of our businesses, I want to ask if these 3 points are met. Are we creating a conducive environment? Are we creating enabling policies? And are we creating a vibrant future for the generations to come? Jeevan.
Thanks, Niro. Let's start with delineating the opportunity. among our panelists, we have Jayomi, who has actually created a global company, right? So I want you to talk about how have you solved the local problem, taken it global, and maybe talk about your journey, particularly in a very conservative society, being a woman entrepreneur.
All right. Thank you, Jeevan. Good evening, everyone. So I must say that I started my entrepreneurship journey 21 years ago by venturing into a very novel area, which is mobile technology, and actually with absolutely no prior entrepreneurial background. And at that time, actually, I faced so many challenges, especially having no access to funding or investors 21 years ago, as well as I struggled for acceptance in the industry because it was seen as non-conventional, a female in a tech industry. So, but despite all these challenges, and another challenge actually I faced as a female, I don't know if it's a challenge or a blessing, but of course I was to be a mom at that time and so much of family obligations. But despite all that, I think what gave me the strength is that vision that when I saw the mobile going to be the fourth most impactful medium to come. So that drove me into the whole system. And plus, actually, I think from my perspective, how to face the challenges, actually that made me to think in a more creative way, use problem solving, as well as I think the biggest factor is the perseverance. So I managed to co-create my product with great companies actually, and plus I looked at every opportunity to innovate, and that made me to win international recognition, even in a larger forums like World GSM Congress. So that gave me the exposure. So I think by looking at the creative problem solving, design thinking, or maybe perseverance, I think these are the key ingredients that help me to shape my career as well as to take the platform to a global level.
Thanks, Jami. Truly inspirational. From one inspiration to another, Darshan, you have created a global brand, and I think you've just recently opened your 20th restaurant in Singapore. Congratulations, you are a pride to Sri Lanka. Can you tell us how you did it? And also, if there were 3 big obstacles that you face, what would they be? And how do you think we can change it for those who are trying to follow you or emulate you?
All right, thank you. So first of all, Ministry of Crab is built on Sri Lankan ingredients and more importantly, on Sri Lankan manpower. Maybe the discipline comes from my other half, which is Japanese. So the discipline of a Japanese kitchen and cuisine played a big role, but still everything is from Sri Lanka. Challenges, any country has its own set of challenges, and let me talk about the human capital challenges we have. We've had a skilled labor shortage of the industry ever since we started 30 years ago. So that's nothing new. But over the years, doing pop-ups from Dubai to Paris to London, Tokyo, Singapore, Australia, Hong Kong, you bump into so many Sri Lankans. And you realize that they are working harder, faster, better in those countries than they are in Sri Lanka. So how do we try to do something to make sure that they come back and they work like that? We need to remunerate them at those levels or something close to that, because everyone wants to be close to home. And I realized that in Sri Lanka, we overemploy. Any other country, the task of 10 people, we have 18. So one way we can actually remunerate them more is by going to 10. And to do that, we need, there's no use talking about our education system, governance, all that right now. We need to fix all those. But the short-term vision in my book is teach everyone how to multitask. This is a very, very important task right now. Secondly, the concept of time, how important it is and how valuable it is. No contractor in Sri Lanka would ever put time as a product. Time as a, if they fail to deliver something on time, as a remuneration, discount or a risk that they will lose something to them doesn't come to them. They'll increase the price and forego that loss they made because they could not deliver something on time. So I think if we can manage to make our youth understand those two, create an opportunity for them to come back by encouraging multitasking and paying a higher remuneration, I think we would attract these young guys who have always gone overseas, Dubai, Maldives. They go for 2 years, 4 years, come back, build a house, buy a car, start a business. But I think we need to create something for them, and that's one of the fastest way we can do it.
Thank you. I think now we'll start talking about challenges. And maybe, Don, I'll go to you. Being an immigration lawyer, you've maybe helped or extended the brain drain. But now we're talking about reversing it. So I want to maybe ask you about how do we do this? And specifically, how do we put legal structures in place to make it sustainable?
I think expatriates from Sri Lanka can play an important role. And especially after the economic crisis that Sri Lanka had experienced, there's a silver line. The silver line is that we probably try to restructure everything to have a stable economy. The stable economy is the key for us to attract people or retain the people in this country. As I understood in the morning, probably about 500,000 people have left the country since 2022. That's a huge number. So I think I'm also responsible for the last 25 years for this brain drain. So therefore, I feel that I have a moral obligation to bring some people back to this country to support. The expatriates can support Sri Lanka by bringing capital. The capital is the key. If you bring the capital is very important for the startups. And also bringing companies, bringing reputed international companies to create Sri Lanka an export economy. Because if you look at the 1990s, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, we were in par in exporting. We probably exported about $2.5 billion worth of products. And Sri Lanka is exporting 25 billion now, and Bangladesh about 100 billion, and Vietnam over $400 billion. So Sri Lanka didn't go any far. So therefore, Sri Lanka needs to attract those companies from the global world, and that can be done by the expatriate Sri Lankans. Bringing the capital, bringing the expertise, bringing the technology, bringing the training, qualification, skills, and that way we can retain our skills in this country for sustainable export economy.
Thank you, Don. If I can just ask a follow-on question to Jaume. I think you, through regulation, and what he was talking about regulation, you have faced various regulation hurdles in the country, kind of retaining talent, trying to fight brain drain. Any thoughts on maybe what regulation can help you with that challenge and build kind of global organizations from Sri Lanka?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Jeevan. I think in the morning also, let me repeat what our president mentioned. He said, without financial capital, you can't develop human capital. I fully agree with that statement, because in Sri Lanka, if you look at, we have 1 million SMEs representing about 75% of businesses. And we all know, with the recent tax regime, the regulations that are put forth, actually this SME sector, actually I also do belong to the SME sector right now, so we are facing a lot of financial constraints. So in that, given the light, investing in developing human capital has become a major challenge for all of us. So let me be the one to kind of take this issue, but I think it's really critical that we address this. And I feel as a solution, this one option policymakers can look at. I remember 20 years ago, we had certain, I think ADB probably funded grants on capacity building, especially for startup, especially for SMEs, with international level training programs. So these are, I think, very needed. And also the companies as employers, if we are to develop our staff talent, I think there should be certain degree of tax benefit or a tax credit should be given. So these are some of the key issues, because otherwise if we still talk about human capital, but I'm sure SME sector right now going through so much of financial challenges with the new regulations. So this is my point on that.
Jeevan, may I give the panel some respite from your grilling and,
Yeah,
ask you a question? So far we've talked about human capital, the risks, migration, but I'd like to address an elephant in the room, so to speak, and that is artificial intelligence. With artificial intelligence being adopted and the rate of adaptation increasing, is Sri Lanka ready for the change? And if not, what does Sri Lanka need to do to be better prepared?
So let me tell you a story. I think about 5 years ago, and I hope that doesn't show my age, I was the chairman of SLASCOM, and one of the main mandates that I took on board was improving or trying to increase the readiness of Sri Lanka for AI and the future potential of it. And this was 5 years ago when we identified, hey, this was something that we needed to do. At that point, we maybe were graduating 100 data scientists. And we I remember addressing this room of, universities, stateside universities, and saying, hey, we need to increase to at least 2,000, 3,000 people for data science, because this is the new big opportunity. And I felt like a principal in front of the universities, kind of trying to drive that change. The answer is, we are not ready. We weren't ready 5 years ago. We're a bit better now. So from about 100 data scientists graduating a year, we now have about 2,000, 3,000, mainly driven by private universities. And I think you need, if you want to do deep work in AI, there's so many different ways you can go, whether it's computer vision, reinforcement learning, now generative AI. There are so many things that, infrastructure and human capital development that we need to do and put in place to kind of really get us progressing towards creating global solutions in this space. The big one, obviously, is access to data, because Sri Lanka, I think Bhagya spoke about how do we digitize the country. That's such an important step to building startups that can use that data to then feed on and create the next sort of interesting kind of AI startups, right? Because access to data is a huge thing for AI. But I believe what I've seen in the last 5 years, there is the talent to really take this and grow forward. We've seen it in our own enterprises. I run an AI division. We have about 50 data scientists. We are able to solve global problems using local talent, and there's a huge opportunity here. Yeah. So if I can, Nero, I want to go to Apinash, who is truly a startup here, and ask him a question. It's difficult being a startup, but I guess it's even harder being a startup in Sri Lanka. Can you tell us what challenges you face being a startup and really growing from here, and what you propose as solutions?
Sure. So being a startup in Sri Lanka, you have your challenges as well as opportunities. Few of the challenges we face over here is regulatory hurdles. We fall under the same high tax bracket as well as stringent labor laws. Doesn't matter if you're a startup or SME or MSME or an established business. It's the same tax bracket as well as the stringent labor law. That's one. Second is funding. We have lack of access to capital. And mostly Sri Lankan startups frequently encounter funding issues. VCs tend to fund established startups here, and early stage businesses obtain funding at not so great valuations. If you go to the bank, you're required to put collateral down, and interest rates are not sustainable for growth, right? The third one, like Darshan said earlier, is lack of skilled labor. In this industry, I mean, I've only been running restaurants for 8 years, but we saw a massive amount of employees from the hospitality industry leave post-Easter attacks, and it's been increasing year on year for us. Those are the challenges, main challenges we see. Having said that, there's also opportunity here, right? It's low cost of entry. If your product has a great market fit with funding, you can take over market share. Second is, even though there's a brain drain and there are employees leaving in the hospitality space, two examples. One is we've recently onboarded a CFO of one of the international franchises from their local office for a fraction of a cost of what it would be if we were setting up in Singapore, for example. We've recently also onboarded a chef who's won over, I think, 20 awards across the Middle East, worked at Michelin star restaurants, whatnot, but again, for a fraction of the cost. So by being able to do that here, we can leverage, I mean, setting up a core team over here, we can leverage to enter new markets. So challenges, opportunities, both over here. Yeah.
Thanks, Abhinash. Maybe follow up to Dane, because I think one of the points was lack of funding in an ecosystem, right? And I think you've experienced kind of early stage startup ecosystems. How do early stage startup ecosystems get over this hurdle?
Thank you, Jeevan. Yes, it's an interesting dilemma because you have different layers. You have a cultural layer, and then you have a regulatory layer, and then you also have sort of bent up momentum. So obviously, you know, a place like Silicon Valley, they have a long history, and they have very favorable regulation, and that tends to work quite well. But in a place like Sri Lanka, I was talking earlier about a more founder-friendly kind of approach to VC in particular, where you incentivize the founders by giving them a larger equity share. That's a very simple thing that could be done at any time by any VCs that are looking at particularly early and sort of seed and pre-seed stage startups. And I also, obviously, in the presentation covered zones focused on startups as a great way to attract VCs as well, because they can create a regulatory system that is conducive. As you know, everyone in the US domiciles in Delaware. I was just talking to one of the panelists how everyone domiciles in Delaware. Similarly, you know, you can create the right regulatory system quite quickly, set up that domicile, and that can be VC friendly as well. Because to me, I think attracting international investors and VC, there's a huge appetite from those VCs to come into these countries. They just are obstructed by the regulatory burden. So having those zones could potentially unlock that.
Can I just ask Art a quick question? You've got a lot of experience in special economic zones and developing sort of startup zones. Sri Lanka has our own special economic zone, which is being developed now in Port City. Have you had a look at the regulations? Do you think it's conducive for startups and potentially scale-ups to attract venture capital necessary for the entrepreneurs on the panel?
Yes, so Colombo Port City is a fantastic project in my view. It's also, you know, it has a fair degree of autonomy in the decision making, and that's really important. So devolving that governance level to the Colombo Port City Economic Commission is really key, because they need to be nimble, as Deepak was mentioning. The laws in Colombo Port City are highly competitive. Obviously, it's a long-term approach because it's a master plan city, but it's an international city, and it's a really good step in the right direction, in my view. In terms of startups and VC, I think that can be built on. So once you have that kind of ecosystem that CPC will build out, the startups and VC will naturally be attracted and help CPC develop a framework, I think.
Nero, if I can ask you a follow-up question to that. I think one of the things that VCs would ask for is, hey, where we need to see more examples, and the startups are saying, hey, we need more capital. How do you see this playing out? Just maybe give your thoughts on what you think we can kind of do as a country.
So I think that Sri Lanka has a number of examples, a number of successful startups which have scaled. To name a few, I mean, Virtusa was at one point a startup. It is now a substantial multinational organization. WSO2, 99X, Darshan in the restaurant industry has been very successful. There are a number of examples which I think has demonstrated a track record. I think most venture capitalists look at Sri Lanka and think of the market size, not necessarily what the capability is in terms of global market reach, and utilizing Sri Lanka as a resource to cater to global demands as opposed to catering to the local market. So I think that entrepreneurs need to have a vision to move beyond the borders and have an addressable market that's larger than our local market and communicate that vision. I think venture capitalists also need to understand the scalability that Sri Lanka offers and its connectivity. But more importantly, I think mutual trust is the thing that needs to be established between both the investor and the entrepreneur, and that needs to be built on step by step in a continuous, mutually beneficial process.
So it seems like collectively we had to kind of change our mindset about Sri Lanka and kind of showcase us in the best light. Maybe, I think, how do you make this happen from a general mindset to change? Maybe you can talk about yourself as well, coming from a traditional business, thinking that there's enough debt in the Sri Lankan market, now thinking global and having a global mindset, but using local talent, but going global. Maybe you can just talk a bit about that.
Sure. So obviously I think everyone in the room and everyone who's watching had a paradigm shift during and post the economic crisis that Sri Lanka encountered. And you realized just how shallow the Sri Lankan market actually was. And for generation upon generation, we have focused on import substitution. And it was during a conference that Howard Nicholas, a well-known economist, was hosting in Sri Lanka, that he talked about the fallacy of import substitution. And as I listened to him, I realized that import substitution is effectively like cutting costs in a business's P&L, whereas export revenues are like contributing to the top line in terms of the revenue to the country. And we had spent so much time cutting costs and not enough time driving revenue, our P&L was obviously not effective. So it was sort of then that I looked at Sri Lanka more as a resource than a market to see what is it that Sri Lanka can deliver competitively that is in global demand. And with respect to mindset shift, I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of educating the broader public about what Sri Lanka needs to do to be more productive as a nation, as opposed to as individuals.
Thank you, that's very insightful. I'm going to go to Arvinda. I think sports, it seems like Sri Lanka, or sports startups, Sri Lanka has not done much. How do we create a global opportunity, solving maybe the local problems as well? Would love your insight on that, Arvinda, kind of being in the field.
Well, I think looking at sport and the neighboring country we have, India, I feel we are looking at a country which is really doing so well in sport, and also I think it's an industry which is growing at a tremendous pace. And I feel there is so much opportunity in that space, especially on the tech side. If you look at during my initial stages of my cricketing career, we used to learn so much by listening to a radio. But along the way, television started giving us so much knowledge, and most of those information was developed through data which they captured and through startups. And I remember once in Australia, one of the guys who rang me up and asked me whether I could come and see him. And I said, okay, let's meet up. And he started talking to me, and then he said, there are some information which I need from you to develop a technology which the third umpires use now, especially for the LBW. So I think similarly, there are a lot of other opportunities if you look at the sporting industry, we have to look at what is, where the growth is. And I feel the growth is in the advertising. And we worked on a platform sometime back for about 3 years to disrupt that entire advertising format, which is, if you look at worldwide, it's about a $70 billion market. And I feel that if you can break into that and get into the IPL, there is so much potential for a little country like Sri Lanka. So we worked on that for about 4 years, took it to Sony as well, and they were very, very impressed. But unfortunately, COVID hit, and we had to really try doing and implementing it at the local level, which at that point we approached Sri Lanka cricket. But I think the kind of approach and the thinking they were at that stage didn't really allow us to go and get that opportunity explored. So I think what is important is for Sri Lanka itself to try and give opportunity to our own people. I think that's the only way we could get our people to come back to our country. And the way to do that is the organizations and the establishments to be more open-minded and believe in our people's ability. Because the only time I started believing in my ability was once I went and played cricket in England and competed with all those internationals. And that opportunity should be given. And the most important thing is to give market access. I think that's where we lack, to show them that there's so much potential and a bigger market outside Sri Lanka. Don't be within this little 22 million population market, but go out there and look at the billion or 1.5 billion market. And that way I feel there is that much more potential for our startups.
Thank you, Arvinda. I think, being old enough to see you in the '96 World Cup, I know that team was built on meritocracy, right? So what you're saying is we should be using data to be creating kind of meritocratic environment for kind of maybe cricket selection. Maybe, Nero, do you want to kind of add to that?
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the modern days cricket, I think most of the selections are even done on data. They look at the kind of conditions they're going to play in, and even the selections, whether they need the combinations for that particular conditions. If you look at Australia, they will see what sort of bowlers have been successful on those sort of conditions, and when they pick a squad, they will pick accordingly. And similarly, in every other aspect, even if you work out strategy against opposition, we go through data, look at all those data, analyze, and see where the weak points or strong points are. So there's a tremendous amount of data being used in the sporting arena, which I think even for injury prevention, which is very, very crucial, because they see a lot of injuries happening in the recent times with the national team, but we lack the kind of research we need to do to make sure that we are able to prevent some of these injuries. And at most crucial tournaments, prior to that, we lose some of the most important players, and that becomes a drawback for Sri Lanka.
Aravinda, given that we're talking about the subject of cricket, and also we've been talking a lot about having a conducive environment in Sri Lanka for startups and businesses in general, I'd like to ask you a slightly controversial question. I hope you don't mind. Sri Lanka has its own Premier League, own Premier League, the Lankan Premier League. And that can be effectively considered a startup because it was established during COVID, during a difficult economic time. But that league isn't domiciled in Sri Lanka, perhaps because there's not enough confidence in the environment in Sri Lanka. The Lankan Premier League is actually domiciled in Dubai, right? So if we can't host our own domestic league and have it domiciled as a corporate in Sri Lanka, how much confidence do you think there is in the sports industry in Sri Lanka and for startups?
Yeah, well, it is controversial enough. I think I was in the technical committee when this came up, and when we wanted to really change the way the LPL should be held and the format, I think the board rejected it, and that's when we resigned. But I think transparency is most important when it comes to a tournament such as that. And it's very, very important for the investors. When you say a startup, it's mainly for the franchise holders. And it should be a long-term plan and an investment for most of those franchise owners. But the kind of platform and the way it's been set up doesn't really help most of the franchisees, because you would have seen in the last few years the franchisees come and go, and the reason being that they can't build a model for the long term, mainly because of the fact that the franchisees are given only about 3 years to hold the franchise. And
Arvinda, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off because we're running out of time. So I just want to ask Romali a question before we kind of head off. Romali, I think the Sri Lankan construction industry has taken a massive hit in the recent past. But as we were discussing, this is a startup panel. There is an opportunity here. What is that opportunity? How can we exploit it? And maybe also just talk as a follow-on question, can AI be used in that industry?
Thank you, Jeevan. I'll try to be really quick. Yes, there's been hit by a massive crisis. In 2022, material prices fluctuated by 80%. Overnight, our revenue stopped. Projects were suspended and or massively delayed. We experienced a huge brain drain. There's no middle layer anymore in the companies, and that identifies a problem we have, that we don't have a big enough market to keep this talent, and this market has now migrated to the Middle East, Australia, and Canada. It's a really good microcosmic example of everything we're talking today: market depth, skill migration, and whether we're ready for disruption. Unfortunately, as Dane was talking about ecosystems, construction is globally resistant to change. I mean, they just don't like it. And the reason for that is the risks are too high, and everybody prefers the tried and tested model. It's also an industry with extremely high barriers to entry. You can't build anything unless you have regulatory approval to do it. And when you're looking at new products, it takes a long time for it to gain trust and confidence and for it to be accepted. So whether it's prefabricated products or 3D printing or roads made out of plastic bottles, nobody wants their house to be a guinea pig, and no authority wants the road they build to be a guinea pig. So you have that issue. And that's understandable. However, we are facing a problem where cost is critical. Cost and time is now of great value to the employer. They want the projects to finish soon so they can start generating revenue. And when we're looking at that, we need to see whether the 3 M's that we use, machinery, man, and material, whether they can be built with less time and for low cost. And this is the new opportunity for disruption. But what are we faced with right now? That's difficult for us to do this. You need capital and education. These are the 2 big things you need for construction disruption. When Tudave was looking into 3D printing, we understood that we had to get regulatory approval, we had to introduce it to a market, create a market, and then go do the product as well. And that's just a lot of risk. It's a huge upfront investment with no guaranteed return, and maybe the technology will get cannibalized by the time we get it going. So that was one issue that we faced. So locally, we are not inventing enough. And why is that? It's difficult for engineers to become entrepreneurs overnight. You know, they need a business development guy. They need a finance guy. They need a marketing guy. They need a lawyer to write up the term sheets. And you can't do this alone. So we're talking about a mindset change. And one example I would like to use is Silicon Valley. And at Stanford, engineers, business school, law school, medical school, all of them are into startups. It's like second nature. You walk into these departments and they're ready. So one thing we can think about is like creating the environments where these inventors have the opportunity to learn business through accelerators, through incubators. They teach you in a very short period of time how to take a product, make it into a scalable business. We don't have that in our private universities. Engineers don't have that opportunity. And you know, even STEM courses at these universities, they have innovation labs. And this is something we can easily do. So we need to build momentum. And one aspect we can use is, I'm sure there are private universities that really cater to construction and STEM subjects. In Sri Lanka especially, we should think about creating innovation labs and having entrepreneurial courses and having accelerators in the universities itself. And we can plug this deficit in. One thing I would like to say is, yes, we went through a crisis, but let's not waste the crisis. Let's make it an opportunity. That's how we think at Tudave.
Amazing. Maybe there's an opportunity to co-create incubator for construction companies.
I mean, I would love to. Give me about 5 years to stabilize, and then I'll get back to you.
Absolutely. It's, Abhinash, last to you. 15, because this is a startup pitch, a startup session. I wanted to do a 15-second pitch on why robotics in food.
Sure. History shows there's a recession every 10 years. We believe, I believe in this industry, during the next recession, we're going to face supply chain disruptions as well as labor shortage. We already see it. So what we're doing today is building solutions so that we can thrive at the next recession.
Thank you. That was awesome. Put on point. Nero, to you.
I know that we're short of time, so I'm going to be very quick. In terms of my closing remarks, I'd just like to say that Sri Lanka has had a Bureau of Foreign Employment that has encouraged the migration of labor to seek employment in different parts of the world. We've incentivized that labor, rewarded them with duty incentives, waivers, etc. I think we need to seriously consider a Bureau of Repatriation back to Sri Lanka to encourage and put more conducive policies in place to attract not only Sri Lankans, but also talent from around the world.
Thank you, Nero. I think we're running out of time, so I'll keep it short too. I think there is an opportunity here to turn crisis into opportunity. We have problems, we need to be solved. Entrepreneurs and startups are the ones who do it. Support them to kind of get it done. While creating the opportunity for human capital to stay or come back. And I think, in short, I think that's what we're trying to do. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Jules.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for that session, and thank you, Jeevan and Nero, for leading that. Whereas there were in the previous presentations and the pillars the idea of reform, here in this one the word create comes up as one of the leading emphases or thought processes. Create. Next pillar, public sector capacity. That's where we are, and there will be a panel discussion, and we have some keynotes that are to be sounded one after the other. So maybe we will start with Deloitte South Asia, and we have the partner and government consulting leader thereof, Mr. Prakhar Tripathi, who will be the first of the keynotes. Okay, the word create. We have created the panel straight away, and the keynote sounding will have been taken off in view of the exigencies with managing time. May I invite on stage Prakar Tripathi, Dr. Harsha Atrupana, lead economist and program leader for human development for Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Then we have a friend from overseas who I think is going to be linking with us, and that's Timothy Yap, Chief Data Officer and Director, HR Policy and Strategic Planning and Research at the Public Service Division. Then we have Catherine Veerakodi, who's the lecturer in Accounting, Business and Finance, University of Buckingham, who will serve as the co-chair with Sujiva Mudalige, non-executive chairman, the Mercantile Service Provident Society, who is the pillar head for this particular discussion. Then too, we have the secretary to the Ministry of Education, Ms. Tilaka Jayasundara. Then hopefully we have the governor of the Central Bank with us. No, he's not present. Then Mr. Anura Disanayaka is here. Yeah. So, Secretary to the Prime Minister. Professor Sampath Amratungla, Chairman of University Grants Commission. Professor Lakshman R. Vatavala, former Chairman and Deputy Chairman, Gestetner Ceylon, PLC, the Independent Director, Lake House Printers and Publishers, and Independent Director, Lanka IOC. And Ms. Anne-Marie, Head of Global Growth and Brand Strategy with CPA Australia. So that's our panel. So I'm going to hand over proceedings to both Sujiva and then Catherine as and when things are due to be handed over to her. So what are we? The public sector capacity pillar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to all the panelists. Sorry, we had to cut short the session because we are running a few minutes late, and so we will not have the three keynote speeches, but we'll be happy to still get your views on some of the facts which you're going to discuss during the presentations. So may I start with I think with the Secretary to the Prime Minister, sir, from you, I have to put you in a spot that this is a question that is being asked all the time, and when we talk about the public sector, and that is the question that is there all the time in the public domain, is saying that we have too many people in the. So I have to ask you this, but I know you are someone who is very passionate about education, upskilling, and capacity building, and so on. So if the question or the elephant in the room always is, we always talk about the public sector the numbers being too much to carry at the moment. It's been overstaffed. And also, how do we upskill and sort of reskill some of the public sector individuals so that they become part and parcel of the whole growth story of Sri Lanka in the short to medium term. So I know you have spoken about this on many occasions. Would like to get your views, but I have to ask this question from you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, very valid and timely question. Yes, you were right. You know, when we face the crisis, everyone was looking at the government balance sheet, and then it is been visualized how much of the earnings is spent on salaries and pensions, and the numbers that are involved in the public sector. For a 22 million population, we were managing a 2 million cadre. So that's beyond any limits of manageable economics. So when 2 million comprised of 1.7 million direct government, and then 250,000 on SOEs. So altogether 2 million. So we had the immediate problem or challenge of how do we manage these numbers with shrinking economy, and then how do we face medium-term, long-term scenarios of getting the number into right levels. So if we just, if you see the ratio, it's almost like every 10 people, one public officer is maintained by the state. So how do we face this situation? We immediately, with the crisis, we have taken 3 policy decisions by the government. One is the government have taken the retirement age reduction from 65 to 60, and then immediate suspension of new recruitments, and encouraging the public sector officials to take a 5-year no-pay leave and go and work overseas and come back. And so these strategies had made a huge impact on the numbers. If I am to say the numbers, today's number is up there. So we came from 2 million to 1.3 million, 3.5 million, and our strategy, and which we have agreed with the International Monetary Fund also on these lines, you know, to make it 1 million workforce by 2030. So our roadmap is very clear. So we are moving towards that, and we will have possibly by 2030 600,000 the direct ministry government employees, and then 250 from provincial councils, and then 150 of the SOA. So we will be managing to that level. So just making 2 million into 1 million does not make any sense. Or what is the guarantee of assuring the public services? How do we manage that? For which we have, the government had launched ambitious program of accelerating the digital public infrastructure in place with a unique digital ID, and then all these main 17 pillars that we are building to make private public services more efficient through digital means. So these are the strategies that we are trying to mitigate the reduction of public sector by almost, it will be reduced to half. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murligate. So for our next question, we would like to ask Dr. Nandalal Veerasinghe, Governor of the Central Bank. So just to put in some context, with the proliferation of digital devices across urban, rural, and estate sectors, the digital literacy levels are at 90% levels among those in the ages of 15 to 29. Sorry, I hope I'm clear. Just to repeat, I know there are a lot of young people who are tech savvy, and I like to think I'm one of them as well. So my question is the central bank ready for the fintech revolution, or the regulatory tech revolution rather? What plans are afoot to modernize the regulatory technology architecture and to bring in global payment platforms such as PayPal or Google Pay or Apple Pay?
Thank you. On the usage of technology in
financial technology, supervisory technology, I think we have already started this process. For example, we have this introduced new financial technology. We are in the process of having this what they call sandbox, where the new innovations, products can be submitted as a regulator, and then we look at all this feasibility subject to the safeguarding the public interest, as well as prevent any misuse, and just to protect the public money. There are certain regulations and protections needed. That's where the sandbox is being used. As a result, we are seeing several new products, but still, I think I certainly admit it's not enough. We need to basically expand this digital technology adoption is quite low in Sri Lanka compared to, I think in the morning also it was mentioned here that even by the Prime Minister Scott Morrison, the progress that India has made, compared to the progress that India has made, we had not made that kind of progress. We are in that process, but it's a multi-stakeholder collaborative effect. It's not only we as a regulator and also as an institution that trying to promote financial services, especially coming under our regulations. We are trying to promote that, but still the digitalization, public digital infrastructure is a different kind of a responsibility, mainly coming from Ministry of the Technology, broader sense, and from our part is to promote this, especially payment and settlement, and also supervisory. SupTech means our regulation supervision, how we can adopt the technology in terms of collecting data, getting all in online reporting requirements. That's we are in the process of developing. So already we are doing that, but there's a lot more things to be done. I think we are in that process that we are. And on the specific products that you mentioned, I don't think we are open for any new products, commercial or government to government. For example, now with India, we have recently the UIP. Just one thing to promote. One is digital payments, popularize not only cross-border but within the country on QR-based payments. And any other products that you mentioned to commercial PayPal or some other thing, it's up to those agencies to come and, we are open to everyone, but the fact that everyone will have to respect our regulations here. I don't think we should compromise all the rules and regulations to targeting specific commercial products. So this understanding is that everyone we are open, they can come and, introduce these products subject to national regulations. For example, one thing is, we are the country still, we have a certain restriction on capital account transaction. For instance, there are restrictions. For us to get any specific products, I don't think we should relax that those restrictions only for specific products. It should be common, transparent, and applicable to everyone on equal basis. That's the principle. On that basis, we have no issue. We are basically open, and anyone can come and introduce, adopt those technologies. We welcome all this.
Thank you, Dr. Nandalal. That was very insightful. So my next question is to Ms. Tilaka, the Secretary, Ministry of Education. So my question is, in line with the National Growth Agenda, what are the new reforms introduced into the school curriculum by the National Education Institute?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, yes, as our Prime Minister, Secretary and the Governor mentioned, the Sri Lankan government sector, we are now focusing more on enhancing and developing the human resource, future-ready human resources for the Sri Lanka. For that, the Education Ministry, actually I'm not talking about the reform, those are not the reforms, those are transformation things. So those transformation things have started, and the government, and also I know the Prime Minister, Secretary knows it very well, and now we are in a process of implementing the national education policy reforms. So ministry has with the participation and the support of all the stakeholders, now the ministry has focused on implementing that education reforms. And actually under education reforms, we have focused three main domains, namely that the teaching, learning and credentialing. The second domain is governance, and the third domain is investments and resources. Under these three domains, we have focuses to enhance the early childhood education and also the general education, tertiary educations, including higher education and the vocational, and also there are so many transformation across all the sectors. And these days, with the support of National Institute of Education, NIE, the curriculum has developed and curriculum agendas has developing, and they are following and everything that they are doing piloting. And already the grade 1, grade 6 and grade 10 curriculum has developed and also did the piloting, and we achieved really successful things with the piloting program and understood that that is a burning requirement of the Sri Lankan society. So, and based on those things, the most challenging thing is to train the teachers based on these reforms. Actually now the NIE and examination department and all the other stakeholders, they started to develop the curriculum and also to prepare the program for the teacher training. We will start those teacher training immediately. You know that more than 250,000 teacher communities should be trained based on the new transformation. Now we are in the process of planning those things. And also at the same time, I want to mention that preschool development, early childhood development curriculum has already developed and practices those things and train the teachers. Now the Ministry of, that subject also comes under the Ministry of Education. Actually, the Ministry of Education is responsible for formulating the policies. We are formulating the policy level. And at the same time, from 2026, the new syllabuses, new O-level syllabuses will be practiced, and the examination department is in the process of developing the evaluation process. 2026 August, the new syllabus with the new reforms and the new syllabus will be conducted for the O-level examination. And based on that, we have to start the teaching from 2025 January. We will do it and we are making ready for that. And also the same time, A-level curriculums are also developing and based on the 2028 examination. At the same time, after 2026, that the new higher educational curriculum should be developed. And those things are really focuses on enhancing the STEAM and STEM education. And at the same time, earlier that many panel members, they mentioned regarding the entrepreneurship. And also based on the new entrepreneur opportunities, that the Ministry of Education now in the process of developing the vocational and skill development curriculum and also identifying the real requirement of the industrial requirement. Likewise, that the Ministry of Education, with the support of all the stakeholders, NIE and also examination department and the teacher education centers and all the government institutions and the provincial councils, we develop those things. We get the approval for the governance and the education administration reforms. We already started with the provincial education councils and the provincial education ministries and all others. And there are so many things like that. The problem actually when we are implementing these reforms and the transformation, the major challenge is finding the investments and resource. For the resource allocation, Ministry now in the process of developing roadmap for another 5 years with clearly defined KPIs and the budget also. We believe that with the donor agency support and other agencies and the government support, we can implement this transformation agenda.
Right. If I come back to my colleague and friend, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman of the UGC. Sampath, there's a lot of work that you have undertaken in the recent past on some of the reforms, especially in the tertiary and the higher education sector. I'm really keen to know what you're doing, especially because technology is what the future is going to be. what is it that you are doing to make sure that the students that are coming out from our universities and also students who are entering the universities are actually well equipped and trained, and they have the right skill set when it comes to STEM education? I mean, that's my real focus, Sampath, for you.
Thank you. Now, I would say in this crisis time, if you look at last 3-4 years, we have done a massive expansion. But normally in a crisis, we don't do any expansion. We all know in the public sector, we have some restrictions in giving appointments, no new employment, and also funding restricted to certain extent. With all these, we all know there is brain drain as well. These are the obstacles, but with all these obstacles, we have done a massive expansion in student intake. That is giving opportunities for youth in the country. So in 2020, we have taken only 30,000 students to all public universities. But today, our annual intake is 45,000. You just imagine
50%.
50% expansion. So this is not just, expanding by 50%. If I tell you some of the details, you don't believe. Medicine and dental, we have increased by 33%. Openly speaking, it's very difficult to increase one placement. If you increase one placement for a medical faculty, everybody opposes. Then you have to, give more additional funding, new cadres, so many things. So with this, we have increased more than 600 medical faculty seats. This is unbelievable.
Remarkable.
Yes.
Remarkable.
Yes. And we have increased engineering again by 33%. And science, agriculture, allied health science, more than 41% in a crisis. Then technology, we have increased by 48%. Then law and management, again, 34% and 31% respectively. There are some other areas which we have done massive expansion. But the issue is, even though within this 3-4 years, we have done this massive expansion, actually we got funding from World Bank. We have a head program we have closed very recently. They have funded heavily for this expansion. If you take engineering, only we produce 7% engineers from the total undergraduates. So that is not enough. This is the issue. Even with more than 600 seats expansion, still we produce 7%. If you take computer science and IT, just 6%. With this massive expansion, only 6%. This is the issue. This is what, we have to expand further and further. Then allied health sciences, just 3.7%. nursing, pharmaceuticals, you know the demand of allied health sciences. But unfortunately, the system is stagnant. We have to continue this expansion in future as well. Then technology, we have increased by 48%, but still, if you take the total, it's 160,000, and we produce only 8% from that technologies. So like that, you know, we have to have, you know, some good roadmap for expansion.
Thank you. Thank you. So there's a question to the audience. Dinner on my account if you get the number right. Question to the audience, dinner on my account if you get the number right. As part of the reconciliation process, UGC has taken an amazing step to get more students from Colombo to go and study in Jaffna. What do you think the current number of the total student population in Jaffna? What's the percentage of Sinhalese students? If anyone gets it right over the next 10 seconds, dinner on my account today. Now, it was a very low number a few years ago. I mean, it's credit to the UGC. We have 60% today. 60% of the students studying in Jaffna is from Colombo and suburban areas. So, congratulations, Sampa. That's a great achievement.
Thank you very much. If I further elaborate this, if you go to district secretariat of Jaffna, it's all our Tamil friends. Again, if you come to Gaul, only Sinhalese. If you go to other side, the eastern, same scenario. But if you come to Jaffna University, you don't believe 60% of undergraduates, they are Sinhalese. So just you imagine the mix. In hostels, they share their rooms. They have same food. They are in one classroom, right? So like that, if you come to University of Colombo, Sri Jayawardhanapura, Kalani, Moratuwa, you get at least 1,000 Tamil students in all these universities. So there we have reconciliation. We have harmony centers. So youth are happy. They are far ahead to our generation. This is what I want to tell you, right? So universities with the crisis, with a massive expansion, no funding, you can't recruit. With all these, we have done the expansion, not only the expansion, if you look at the reconciliation, it's happening.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, Sampath. Prakha, I'm going to come to you. In 1991, 30 years ago almost, India went through a similar crisis. You went to the IMF almost 33 years ago. How did the public sector and the civil servants respond? Because we are going through a similar crisis, and we are coming out of it now with the right kind of policies and the reforms. How did the Indian public sector and the civil servants respond and become part of that solution to get out of that crisis, Prakash? I know you may not have been, you were not born at that time, I'm not sure.
Can I use this? No, so that's a great question. And let me just, given the paucity of time, give you some of the bullet points. And you're right, I was still studying back then. Civil servants are a very interesting job profile, right? Set of people who work with technology and tools. Let that sink in a bit. They work with technocrats, they work with farmers. That breadth of expertise to deal with the two very distinct diaspora is what makes that job very complicated. Now in 91, I think purely from a policy perspective, 94 is when the country, Indian government came up with the national training policy. It did three distinct things. It bifurcated the whole part of recruitment and training and gave it to a department of personnel. So DOPT was formed. it also started to specifically look at the competence which the bureaucracy would sort of require to create policy for the future. An extension of that is what the Government of India is now doing, and it's called Program Karm Yogi. And Romal was here a while back. He's personally involved in Deloitte, has the pleasure to be one of the chosen partners to be working with the government on this intervention. Now, it's a very interesting one. Karm Yogi's literal translation is action to be done without the desire of result. And what the policy framework talks about is, if you look at bureaucrats who have to create the policy framework for the future, there are certain set of competencies that they need to be developed on. And it goes without saying that it still continues to attract the best brains in the country, cream de la cream, which comes and eventually take up those jobs. But if you think about the entire ecosystem, these are set of people who are dealing with people. So emotional intelligence is one such competency. The second one, and a very prominent, given that in bureaucracy your department continues to sort of change, the ability to collaborate and understand from your colleagues, the ability to sort of leverage the institutional and tacit knowledge which sits within the system. The third and a very important one that they have identified is the whole bit of how do you deal with a problem and with integrity. Right? A lot of us talk about red tapeism in government and how it can stifle and sort of dampen the spirits at times. How do you make them self-aware and still allow them to take decisions with integrity? Quick decision making is the next one. Very interestingly, digital literacy has been rated as most existing bureaucrats as one of the top competencies that they themselves think they have to be groomed on. So there are a set of about 8 or 10 competencies, and what the government has clearly laid out is that there has to be a plan of development where each of the bureaucrats are fundamentally developed on these competencies. That's on the personal side. Purely from a policy perspective, the last point before I hand it back to you, Sujiva, is government is also trying to bring in as much of performance measurement into the system as possible and linking it to some very clear outcomes, transfer being one of them. Right? So if government ecosystem can't completely move to a private commercial enterprise reward mechanism of performance linked incentives, but to a large extent bringing promotion, training and bundling it together as an outcome of performance is what the policy framework talks about. Over to you.
So I need to ask you one more question from Secretary to the Prime Minister. So is there, see one of the I mean, fingers has been pointed at the government sometimes saying that it's difficult to get things done, sort of projects get delayed, and the capacity of some of the officials to push through on some of the initiatives which sometimes the secretaries want and also sometimes the ministers want and so on. And I can give you, the question to you is, can we use sort of a project management office which is sort of run by the private sector, which supports the ministry so that some of these large and important projects can be pushed through quickly and get it implemented. One example I can give you, sir, is a few years ago at the Ministry of Sports, there was a private sector-led sports council, and actually it was chaired by Mahela Jayawardena, and it had private sector CEOs so the policy formulation, budgeting, otherwise, as you know, they will just add 10% to the last year's recurrent budget and send it to the finance ministry. So budgeting, formulation, the policy framework for sports, selection, nutrition, what type of training, foreign coach, all was done by this private sector, sort of the project management office. So in fact, this question was given to me by my colleague Channa, saying that specifically to check with you on this. Is there any way that the private sector can, I mean, it was done all on a voluntary basis. So there was a transfer of skill sets you learned from each other, from the government sector as well as the private. Is that a possibility to push through on some of these large and important projects?
Yeah. If you take, at the moment, if you take what you call mega projects, is about over 1 billion worth of projects. We have about 285 projects are ongoing. These are telecom, roads, things like that. And mainly funded by multilateral, bilateral funding to value of around $25 billion US. To see, in fact, we have project management units to get the more flexibility. These units are given the authority of hiring on contract basis from private sector and any other people with experience. And then basically these project units we contract out to private sector actually. The government borrows and then they plan it and then go for competition and select private sector. So actually if you see this $25 billion investment program is vested with the private sector great companies. What had happened? We were on a reasonably manageable cycle according to the lending agencies were there. But what happened, suddenly with this getting from 2019 onwards, the limitation of cash circulation within the treasury and then cost escalation and all these things have led into this crisis of managing the projects. But when we faced the crisis, we came with the new instruments. Now we have what you call National Operations Room. We meet every week and we get all the stakeholders and to mitigate to problems that we are solving, and then and lessons learned is reflected. So we are hoping, along with the restructuring of the economy and from the last quarter of this financial year onwards, we are trying to take off with many projects with bilateral and multilateral funding. So we have introduced many new project management software and many things, So, I mean, it was a bit of ask, but looking for a greater future.
Thank you. My next question is to Professor Lakshman R. Vatawala. I want to focus on the professional accounting bodies in Sri Lanka. I know they play a very big role. So with that in mind, what are your thoughts on professional accounting bodies collaborating with government agencies to upskill public sector employees?
I must thank the organizers for calling professional accountants to especially speak on the public sector. Well, I must say that I think our Secretary to the Prime Minister mentioned that maybe the numbers are very large, but if a professional accountant was there, he would have told 70% of our budget is going for the public servants. So I think you can see the importance of professional accountants. Now I saw that a lot of them are talking of accountants. You can have many accountants, but not professional accountants. You see, we have to have a very close collaboration with the universities. Universities will have graduates, but if they don't have a professional qualification, I don't think they can head any finance department or be a finance director, because there are two important characteristics of a professional accountant. A professional accountant has an academic training. That is one area. The second one is the most important one for job creation and also to see that they have a practical training. Now that is the difference. So that's why I say, if there are accountants coming from the university, if they are to be recruited for the public sector, they must undergo a professional accountancy qualification. That is the most important thing. In fact, that system was there earlier. Earlier, government used to recruit degree holders. They used to give scholarships. They used to give scholarships and send them to the private audit firms. What happens? They are trained there. After 3 years, they go back and are able to manage the finances of the public service. Unfortunately, they did away with when they opened up our whole accounting service where they gave training to everyone, and the government made the biggest mistake by doing away with these scholarships. So you can see that we have had very good systems. We have had very good professional bodies. I can just tell you how these professional bodies were set up. In 1959, the government, the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, set up the professional accounting body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. How did they set it up? They set it up, okay, initially with the government funding, but to be managed independently by the professional board. So what happened? Then they told them, we will assist you in the first few years. After that, you should be self-funding. If this criteria government carried out, they would have seen that today all universities, all organizations in this country are able to carry on without any problem. So now just look at the Institute of Chartered Accountants. They are able to give a very minimal cost to the student, a small amount. But when you compare to foreign qualifications, they may be so much, maybe 1/10 of the cost of that they will do. So you can see, then they are maintaining the quality. How? They are members of the International Federation of Accountants, the global body for the accounting profession. The government has not looked at us. They are saying various things. If they want our services, recognize the professional qualifications, recruit professional accountants, and they will be able to see, because they didn't have a balance sheet. If they had a balance sheet, they would have seen how much of loans would have been there, this government has said. But when it goes to the budget, there is only the budget income and expenditure. In all our private sector companies, they are all successful because they have a balance sheet which will give the state of affairs of the economy of the country. So I think these are very good things. I think today I would say that we are prepared to serve the public sector. We will give them even free training. We will serve them, but let them recruit the correct people. Not only at the professional level, even at the technician level. We set up a technician level body which is also of world recognition. So why are they not recruiting them? If they recruit the wrong person, then they will get the same results there. So if they want to do that, please do that, and we are prepared to work with the public sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Lakshman. Thanks very much. Dr. Atrupan, I need to ask you something. So something that is being discussed extensively at the moment is the fact that we have some of the youth leaving the country, due to economic reasons and due to so many other personal reasons as well. And at the same time, we have an aging population in Sri Lanka. How do you see this with the government's vision, President Wickremesinghe's vision of in 2048, this reaching that sort of that magic number of $12,000 per capita income? How do, from an economic perspective, Dr. Atrupan, how do you see what would be our short to medium term challenges on this, and how do we respond to this?
So thank you for that question. So clearly, if what we have heard during the whole day from this audience comes through in terms of the economy, then we would have a pro-market, private sector driven, export oriented economic policy framework. And then there would be a strong demand for human capital, a strong demand for labor and skills. And there would then also be a shortage of human capital and labor and skills going forward. We already experienced that in many areas. There is also an education framework that has been formulated. The Secretary Education, the Secretary to the Prime Minister, Chairman UGC, many of us were in the committee that formulated that set of proposals. And several of those proposals have been accepted in Parliament. We hope they will go through in the future. Some have been halted in Parliament. Some very important proposals, forward-looking proposals, we hope that these will go through over time. What is required in the education system is, just as with the economy, we need a liberalization of the education system. And liberalizing the education system has a few important dimensions. One, we need the principle of subsidiarity. So whatever can be done at school level needs to be done at school level. Whatever can be done at university level should be done at university level. Whatever comes above those levels to, say, a zone or a province should be done at that level if possible, and only come to the ministry if it cannot be done in a province or zone. Whatever cannot be done in the UGC, at the university level could go to the University Grants Commission and be handled at that level. And again, nothing needs to come to the Ministry of Education unless it cannot be handled at the UGC. So that is the whole spirit of the reform program. If it goes through in that way, I think that it will help greatly in solving a skills shortage in time to come. The other aspect of the liberalization of the education system is we need a more favorable environment for private sector investment and private sector participation in education. At the moment, we have a closed economy model in the education sector. I noticed in several sessions, people refer to private universities in Sri Lanka. Actually, as some of us here know, Sri Lanka does not have any private universities. Sri Lanka has private higher education institutions. None is allowed to be called a university. And that is our old closed economy model, which still functions in the education system. So there are many things that we have written about. Some of these are also published by us. And you're welcome to read them. I will leave it at that since we're already out of time. But this is basically the way forward. We need to liberalize our economy. We need to liberalize our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harshathurpana. Kathy, you want to take the last one?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, Sampath, you want to add anything?
Yes, I just want to add one very important point here. Of course, only public universities can use the title university, not other places, because of the Higher Education Act. Now, we have already finished the new act. We have conducted 30-odd stakeholder meetings, vice chancellors, past VCs, deans, non-state sector, and we have studied the bottlenecks in expanding higher education in the country. And we have cleared all red tapes, and the new act is now ready. But HE also wanted us to discuss all these with the general public as well. So very soon, once we finish that task, the act is ready for the parliament to give the permission. Everything done.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Sampath, for the update. Kathy, you want to take the...
Thank you. So my final question, in the interest of time, Ms. Anne-Marie Tan. So to take on a global perspective, what are the capabilities and competencies that the global marketplace is seeking that Sri Lankans can contribute to?
Thank you for inviting me here to provide this global perspective. It has been such an interesting and enlightening times when CPA Australia, the company I work for, entered Sri Lanka. And we have been very much in admiration when we look at a global lens of the high quality of accountants that you guys are graduating here. And even today, as we look at all the different topics and the excellent initiatives that have been put in place to really progress the country beyond just accounting profession, but I see that, it's really more the competencies of supplementing leadership. And how do we have more responsible leadership? Because from a deep technical functional expertise standpoint, you have it in spades, and you will be graduating students in spades, right? So the question now is, how do they become leaders in their field? And for example, in the area of accounting, showing how do we do sustainable financing? How do we manage and control businesses, commercial processes, so that we are always making sure that cost control is in place and that we can embrace the future in AI, in ESG. Haven't really heard much about ESG at this panel, but I think that Sri Lanka is actually in a very unique place to lead that on with the rich natural resources that you have here in the country. So I think that if we are able to take that further, the accounting profession, for example, the accountants become a very crucial role. And so I think it's a very exciting time for Sri Lanka. And in the global marketplace, how do we brand Sri Lanka's human capital? And I think that this is a very interesting, not just important for people who are trying to invest in Sri Lanka, wanting to understand the talent that's available here. And also, Sri Lankans that have gone overseas have actually done a great advertisement for you guys. And so this is about how do we become more visible in what you can offer from a human capital standpoint. That's when.
Thank you. Tim, we have Tim Yap joining from McKinsey's. Tim, thank you for joining.
Thank you, pleasure to be there.
Can you share the McKinsey's experience of driving sort of performance culture in the public sector? Any specific examples in the region, Tim, which you can share with us?
I would love to share examples, but unfortunately, we don't share specific examples of clients, but I do want to share 3 specific observations to be helpful here. The first one is a bit of a depressing one, right? Which is that actually 70% of transformations, both across the public and private sector, fail. And that's meant to be provocative for a reason. Transformations are difficult, transformations are hard, right? And in the public sector context, given the complexities, even more so. And in the public sector, when we have seen transformations and performance transformations succeed, these really happen for 3 main reasons. The first reason is that there's leadership support. The second reason is that people at all levels buy in. And the third reason is that really the processes put in place are robust and sustain that transformation. What I want to give an example of is actually how technology today enables transformation in public sectors in a way that was not possible before. In many cases, transformation in the past required you to train a generation of civil servants to actually be able to implement policies in a real, transparent, incorruptible, and consistent kind of way. But technology today is changing that equation. It is really allowing countries to leapfrog, implement policies, make it consistent, and disseminate them to the whole population faster than ever before. So you can start with a very, very small group of civil servants implementing rules and really transmitting them across. And there's a good example of this actually in India, where just 4 months after ChatGPT was launched in 2022, the Digital India Corporation worked with Microsoft Azure to integrate Bharat AI into the delivery of government services and a chatbot where essentially an illiterate Indian citizen could send a voice message to WhatsApp, which was converted using Bashni, the speech-to-text AI, converted using ChatGPT into English query government databases, return the answer to that query to a person both in text and in speech in the native Indic language, which then revolutionizes the game because an illiterate farmer can now get information about government policies in a way that they were not able before without having to go to a government office. So the thought I will leave you with is this. Transformations are hard. It's particularly hard in the public sector, but really there's an unparalleled opportunity today for government transformations to succeed by the use of technology and to be disseminated to ordinary people faster than ever before. And that's the experience that we've had working with governments across the world.
Thank you, Tim. So, thank you, everyone. We're already a few minutes behind schedule. So, big thank you to all the panelists. Thank you very much for coming today. And also, I want to thank Shiranti Kure, who coordinated this session on behalf of the conference organizers. So, thank you once again. Have a good evening.
We certainly appreciate the contribution made by all the people here today, and do remember, again, we reiterate the point that everything that is discussed here really doesn't disappear into the thin air, but will be part of a report that will be collated and submitted to government, and the ideas and the stories that need to be told will be told, and so it is. Now, we would like to invite those who were in the panel to actually remain for our final session, which we refer to as the fireside chat. It, we promise, will be done in 1 hour, so you need to be here. We would like you to be here. And remember also, we've mentioned this several times already, that there is going to be a draw, and this is for those who are here in the audience. if you haven't already placed your business card in the receptacle designed for it, for the draw, well, just do that because we have some superlative prizes on offer. But right now, we have our fireside chat. But before that, we would like to draw everyone's attention on screen because we have a very short presentation on screen, and then we will invite those that are to be part of the chat to come on, and I will invite them by name. So, here's the initial presentation on screen. Please view that if possible.
So the advice you would likely give to a developing country now, would Singapore have been even more?
Want to have the clip, but alas, kambe dosak, and we don't have it. So we will now invite the panel. So we would have a conversation that will be initiated by two people, namely Ms. Melanie Kanaka, SEMA Global President, just passed 22-23, and sharing that role with Mr. Dinesh Veerakodi, who is the chairman of the Sri Lanka Human Capital Summit 2024. So they will have the conversation with several, in no particular order. I invite you please up on the stage. We have the Honorable Mohammed Nasheed. We already heard from him, of course, the former president of the Maldives. The 30th president, I beg your pardon, I keep on saying that, 30th Prime Minister of Australia, the Honorable Scott Morrison. We heard him earlier today, but he's going to be back here. Mr. Neil Salman, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Ansell. Romal Shetty, Chief Executive Officer of Deloitte, South Asia. Mr. Kishan Balendra, Chairman John Keel's Holdings, PLC. Mr. Anura Dissanayake, back again, Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed Ali, who is the Managing Director of HR Cornucopia. Then we have Mr. Iran Wickramaratne, a Member of Parliament. We have, again, Mr. Deepak Bagla, former MD with Invest India. We've already heard from NASSCOM's incumbent chairman, Mr. Rajesh Nambia, who now comes back on stage. We have Her Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner for Sri Lanka and the Maldives, serving the government of Australia, Ms. Lalita Kapoor. And again, Dr. Anton Ravindran, President, Alliance for AI and Humanity, and author of Will AI Dictate the Future? So that's our panel. All the pictures up there. May we invite you, please, up on the stage. I hand over the proceedings to Melanie and Dinesh. So here we are in the air-conditioned comfort of the auditorium at Temple Trees, all set for a fireside chat.
Good to meet you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you please move up? Can you please move up? I want to make this very interactive session. We have had a very hard day, and I want to engage the audience now. So please come forward. So, Mr. Morrison, can I start with you? There was a question that I was told to ask you. So I would like to start with that. The question is, how does a country like Sri Lanka balance China and India, given the financial crisis we are in? You can hear. So let me repeat this question again. The question is, how does a country like Sri Lanka balance China and India, given our financial crisis? And by the way, it's not my question.
Well, the short answer is carefully. Extremely carefully. No, the answer to the, well, that is the answer, but the more important point is you do it consistent with your national interest. You understand what your national interest is. You be very transparent about your arrangements, and you seek to communicate constantly with everyone who's involved. See, Australia is often asked this question in the Pacific. It comes up in our relations with ASEAN. And when I was Prime Minister, and I suspect this remains the case now that the Labor Party is in power, we expect countries to pursue their national interest, just like we do. We expect countries to engage with particularly those of us who are like-minded, and I would describe Australia and Sri Lanka being very like-minded democracies, representative democracies, etc., and have particular views about the world and the rules-based order and etc., and things that are important to protect and not see undermined, and to push back against hegemonic forces that could compromise nation sovereignty. So I think as long as Sri Lanka is very open and transparent and clear with its friends about arrangements it's entering into and the reasons why they're doing that, I think that will always leave the opportunity for like-minded friends to form a favourable view.
Thank you. President Nasheed, how about a quick comment from you, being a neighbour?
Thank you very much. Australia, being an Indian Ocean country, they have a lot of links with other Indian Ocean, especially the islands in the ocean. Sri Lanka, your question is, how would Sri Lanka balance its relations with China and India? Now, I used to say foreign policy is find a friend, be nice to your friend. Don't play your friend against another, and trust your friend. So that, in a sense, it doesn't mean, I realize now that it's not talking about non-alignment. It is more talking about, well, I think the Prime Minister said it in many other words, but who is your friend? And then be nice to the friend. And I've never thought that you can have 2 feet on 2 places. I've always had the view that you have a friend. You can decide on who your friend is, but very often geography also decides who your friend is.
Thank you, thank you. Iran, since you are the only politician here, a quick comment from you.
I agree. I agree with the former Prime Minister. First principle is our country's interest. On foreign policy, going back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, it was a non-aligned policy. The world has changed, and it has to be a multi-aligned policy. We live with the reality that India geographically is our closest neighbor, and therefore India has its concerns, especially on its security, and that's something that any Sri Lankan government will recognize. But we welcome all investments, and there are no colors to the investments when it comes to our national interest.
Okay, thank you, Eran. This question is to all my Indian friends here. The question is, how do we make Sri Lanka more sexy for Indian investment? Maybe start with you.
Dinesh, thank you for getting us all here, but let me pick it up from where does capital go? Capital flows where it's welcome, and we were discussing this later, this place, and where it gets a return. And I think proximity always is a big positive in any case. So from that perspective, I see multiple complementarities. And I think as long as it feels it's welcome and it's respected, you should see a capital flow increasing on a big number.
Thank you. Roman?
So I think one key area which I think India obviously excels is services. And I do believe when you look at the global world as well with the Sri Lankans outside Sri Lanka, they also excel in services. And I think there is a big complementarity there of how we can provide services to, in some sense, become not the factory of the world, but the services of the world can actually be done by India and Sri Lanka together.
Rajesh?
Yeah, we couldn't hear the question very well. So you're talking about what will make...
No, my question was, how do we make Sri Lankan investment more sexy to Indian companies?
Oh, okay. No, I think it's very clear. I think when you look at, especially the investment from India, if that's what you're looking at, as long as it makes sense for the businesses, I think they will come here. And then there's more than one reason why I believe that Sri Lankan opportunity is actually very, very attractive as long as we package it well. Sometimes we believe that there's a little bit of a wait and watch from Sri Lanka, so we don't really get that. Are you all in, and are you really moving forward? Do you really want to get it done? Because we don't see many of these. For example, I'll give you, even within India, each state actually competes for the investment, and then you find that there's a lot of enthusiasm from some of the states, and I don't want to name them, but you know who I'm talking about. They all compete for this kind of, very this precious investment, if you may. We don't see that sometimes from Sri Lanka. I think it'll be good to sort of up the game a little bit and say, okay, we are really committed to this, and here are the 5 things that we can do for you. So that's something which will make it extremely attractive for the Indian investors.
Thank you. Krishan, there was a lot of talk about reversing the brain drain. And President made this point that, we have lost a lot of non-trained staff. And there was a comment that we should actually upskilling our workers to the Middle East, so that instead of making $100, they can make $500. What are your thoughts around that?
Well, we've seen this brain drain has become a topic, particularly in the last 2 years with the economic crisis, and we've seen a big exodus of people. But while there was an exodus, now you're seeing some people returning. And if you look at the last 30 years where the country has had extreme situations, we've had civil wars, 2 civil wars at the same time. We had the economic crisis, we had COVID, we had various other ups and downs, but the private sector has generally continued to grow through all this. So when we saw that initial period after the crisis, we saw that exodus, we weren't too worried because we knew that we had learned to be resilient, and we knew that we would retain enough talent and that people would come back. But in the medium term, we need to do more to retain talent, and I don't want to go into the details. I think we know some of the obvious areas that we need to focus on. But generally, from the lessons of the last 30 years, I'm confident that we will stem that brain drain and see people returning.
Thank you, Krishan. Neil, I know you have huge investments in Sri Lanka. Any thoughts around that topic?
Yes, so Ansell is the world's leading hand and body protection supplier, which in a word means gloves. And Sri Lanka is our biggest manufacturing center in the world. We employ over 6,000 people here. So I think we are the largest multinational employer in Sri Lanka. So that the talent available to us here is very, very important to us. We certainly have been affected by many highly skilled leaders and technicians, scientists moving overseas. But the words used earlier is that talent has been lost to Sri Lanka. I would like to think that it's on loan from Sri Lanka, and maybe the loan can be repaid in future, because certainly those individuals are gaining new skills in other countries right now. And I think anyone benefits from having international experience. So let's think about also bringing that talent back to Sri Lanka over time, having benefited from that experience, as well as, of course, changing the conditions in Sri Lanka to make it more favorable for people to stay. But it's a very important issue for us, certainly.
Thank you, Neil. Ahmed, you were a regional head for Glaxo for a long time. Share with us some of your ideas how we can bump up our capacity.
Well, Dinesh, I think you know that I've been coming to Sri Lanka after COVID first time now, but I'm a regular visitor. And from whatever I heard this morning about 3 lakhs of people migrating to other countries, it was quite disturbing. Yeah. What can you do here, according to me? What India did was, when I graduated, we had only 2 IIMs, IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Calcutta, okay? And we had just about 4 IITs, which is both these institutions, one for management, one for engineering skills, were premium, as good as any world class. Today we have 21 IIMs and about 24 IITs. Yep. I think that produced the best. In fact, I would say our IIMs are as good as anywhere in the world. Yeah. So they have been, rightly, in the earlier stages, most of them migrating. But then India economy blossomed. And therefore, and now, again, as you rightly said in the morning, that yes, we have to have a middle income, kind of economy where people are paid appropriately. Now, if you see our Indian salaries are not bad as compared to the rest of the world, particularly at managerial level, which is keeping the managers and leaders in the country. Yeah? And some of the best HR practices, like for example, open house. Most companies now, CEOs have monthly open house. Yeah? Most companies have these skip level meetings. These are all great HR practices which are now currently in most of the Indian good companies they are having. Yeah?
Thank you.
I think such practices will help you to retain and attract back people who have gone away at senior level.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, there was a question earlier about improving our public sector delivery, sector service delivery. Any thoughts around that which you can share? Then I'll maybe refer that to Anura after that.
I would really only underscore the critical importance of achieving it. And I think one of the best things that Australia has done as part of its ODA program around the world, and we saw tremendous results from it, was the capability building within public sectors, particularly in finance ministries and treasury ministries. I had an involvement over many years with the deployments and placements we had of treasury officials within the Indonesian Ministry of Finance, and similar in Ireland, some of the island states in the Pacific. Building the capability of your public service to be able to engage with the private sector, understand the needs of the private economy, and understand their role of enabling that rather than directing that, I think will be critical to Sri Lanka's future. But when you want the private sector to lead the economy, you also need a government sector that knows how to support that. And that can be a very big mindset shift for many public sectors. So I think there's some distance to travel there, but I really do believe that one of the best things Australian aid programs have done has been support that objective.
Thank you. Can I get a quick comment from you as well, since you were in the public service?
I think the Honourable former Prime Minister, I think, brought about the point of accountability. And I think 2 things what we are seeing here is, for example, one state government, the Chief Minister has a dashboard. Every time a file moves, he knows where it is moving and where it is with. So if an official has it for more than 48 hours, there's an SMS sent to him that the file has been there. Now the good thing is, over time, it gives you the diagnosis that is it a person or a policy, and then you know how to take measures to take care of it. So as I look at it, I think digitization is bringing in the transparency, it's bringing in a democratization, and it's also bringing in accountability. Or put it all 3 together, I think you have a solution for that one.
Thank you. Secretary to the Prime Minister, any thoughts around that? I know you're doing a lot of work.
If we analyze the if you see the immediate investments and reforms that are taking place since 21, after the crisis, while reducing the numbers, the size of the public sector, they're heavily investing on digital public infrastructure, so that, you know, to make it more transparent and less customer-friendly infrastructures are being built on income tax, customs, and then even the digital transfers of the subsidies for the people also being now digitized. And within next 3 years, I'm sure, with the unique ID is in place, the public sector services will be reformed to expectation of the private sector and the people.
Right, thank you. Lalita, I kept this important question for you. There's so much talk about economic diplomacy, and in Sri Lanka, there's a lot of complaints that our ambassadors are actually not focusing on economic diplomacy, more on political diplomacy. Any thoughts around that, how Australia addresses it? You want me to repeat it again?
Thank you so much. Can you repeat the question?
There's some echo. You may have to come.
Okay. No, there's so much. Shall I come over there and ask you? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, there's so much talk about economic diplomacy, and there are business people who complain that Sri Lankan ambassadors focus too much on political diplomacy instead of economic diplomacy, right? Share with us how Australia deals with this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for repeating the question. Look, I think the best advertisement you can do for your country is to have a stable economy, to have an economy that's open for business, to have some successful companies, some that are international facing, that have gone out of Sri Lanka and had success outside, as well as foreign companies that have come into Sri Lanka and enjoyed some success here. And to be honest, that is the best advertisement you can do for yourselves as a country. When it comes to economic diplomacy, the easiest thing it is for a diplomat to point to such successes and say, this is what you can do in Sri Lanka. These are the successes that you can have in Sri Lanka. Please come and invest, and you will have similar opportunities available to you. So that's the first thing I would say. I wouldn't criticise your MFA colleagues, because I know they do a really tough job with limited resources. But I would say that I have heard recently as well from outgoing diplomats in your own service talking about economic diplomacy. And they've said actually it's their #1 priority. It's something that they really want to pursue, recognising that the need in Sri Lanka is great. The need to get investment in, the need to attract foreign investment is so great right now. So I would say the potential is always there, and as Sri Lanka continues to stabilise, then the attractiveness as a destination only increases.
Thank you. Dr. Anton, my question to you, can you hear me? Okay. This is a bit of a mischievous question. Given that you are an AI expert, tell us how you can use AI to develop a political strategy.
Tough one. Thanks, Dinesh. Maybe there got to be beyond business diplomacy and political diplomacy. In the era of AI, I tend to think that there got to be technological diplomacy. And in that regard, though it may be a stretch of imagination, but when I look at countries like Estonia, for instance, and maybe even Singapore, where I'm from, our success has been by and large driven by, definitely, among other things, I must say policy, of course, policy in terms of stability, regulation, compliance, transparency, governance. But beyond that, Singapore has been always at the forefront of technology over the last 30, 40 years, not just now. We were one of the first few nations, small city state, to have access to internet, almost 96, 97% by early 90s. So I think leveraging AI, of course, is the buzz, is the frenzy, is the euphoria today around the globe, and it has gravitas and merit to it. But having said that, that's the future. There's no denial about it, though there are different schools of thoughts in terms of the economic proposition as of now and into the future. That's debatable. But having said that, there's no two ways about it. So I think nations should, countries should leverage, and it's time, it's prime time now to get onto the bandwagon and leverage from it. And if I can take countries beyond Singapore and Estonia, maybe even cities, Bangalore for instance, the success is driven by the draw of people to Bangalore because of technological hubs. And that happened because major technology MNCs and powerhouses took Bangalore as the home base, and hundreds of thousands of employees belonging to them, and similar to Silicon Valley and even Seattle. Without laboring too much, even if you look at Seattle, outside of Silicon Valley, the success is because of AWS, Amazon, Microsoft, etc., and the spin-offs from those companies, those employees of those companies. So
yeah.
I think
So Dr. Anton, you craftily dodged the question. I said you dodged my question.
Okay, thank you.
No, actually my question was something else. What I asked you was, how can you use AI to drive political strategy, given that we have an election very soon?
Sure. Let me confess that I am in no shape and manner able to speak about political diplomacy. I can merely speak or venture to comment how technology can potentially add value to political diplomacy. And it's evident. It's evident because technologically, as we all know, that AI can deliver all sort of things that you want, from prediction to developing regulatory guidelines, to creating jobs. So I think, I don't know, I would think that that can be leveraged towards political diplomacy. I certainly do not understand too much about political diplomacy, so I'm unable to comment on that. But I defer that to the panel, the esteemed panel who are expert in their area. Happy to comment on technology.
I'll park it for the moment. I'll park it for the moment. Maybe Melanie, you can.
Sure.
Over to you, Melanie.
Yeah, just throughout the day today, we heard that people are the centerpiece of the fabric of any country. Human talent, human capital continues to be the North Star. So my question is to the captains of industry, the leaders of today: how do we build a sustainable pipeline of talent in each of the pillars? So may I start with Mr. Kishan Balendra, please, your thoughts on that?
So you mentioned pillars in what context?
I mentioned that the 5 pillars that we discussed, you know, the technology, the tourism, the financial services, the public sector, and the startups, right? In the respect of those 5 pillars, basically, how do you build talent pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, taking people into an organization, yes, they could have an educational background, they may not have a higher educational background, but the biggest value is the learning and training that is done on the job, and creating the pipeline through that. And when I say learning and education, again, it's not the kind of executive courses you do once you start working, or it's not the seminars or classroom work, but actually the practical training and knowledge sharing that you can get from people who have operated in a different environment, in a more advanced setting, who have lived that experience, who can share their real practical knowledge. And by doing that, you will develop the pipeline better than any alternatives like executive education or higher education prior to starting work. So something, I'll just stick to that one point. It is practical training at the workplace, and that also through others who have operated in a more advanced environment, who will share their real practical knowledge.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Mr. Romal Shetty, please, on the same question, to get a different perspective.
Just Two or three things. One is if you look at skills, as we talk about building the talent pipeline, I think it's important when you talk at a country level and you talked about 5 pillars, is everything from a micro skill, that means something that helps you earn your livelihood, to actually going to the highest end, which is R&D and innovation, which is something that Sri Lanka needs to adopt, because you can keep doing these things, but if the innovation is not there, people will not stay in the country. So I think that is important. The second bit is corporates. How do they invest in academia and the universities during their first year, second year of college or third year of college to be much more relevant? Because what we see the difference is people coming out educated does not mean they have skills to do a job. And how can we bridge the gap, including add the right technology elements, because technology is getting integrated into everything that we do. So if those two things, yes, people can do, then I think it would be useful.
Thank you very much. I'd like to actually go to Deepak Banga on the same question. Yeah, so basically, it's like how do you build pipeline in each of the pillars that we talked of today, and obviously other industries that are relevant. So how does one, as a leader, how do we build that pipeline? And I'm sure we'd love to hear from you.
Ma'am, if I may, can I just step aside a little from that question on the straight one? To my mind, developing a pipeline is about empowerment and inclusion. I think that is what is critical, and that's what we've seen creating this huge movement in India. And how we went through that was through a digital platform. The only way today you can reach and include each and every person out there into your process and into your movement is through that digital platform. And that takes me to the next point, if I may, within a minute. The transformation is so rapid and it is being so disruptive that you very rightly pointed out, the time you get a degree, you're no longer relevant with whatever degree you have. As a result of which, I think one pillar of our society which needs to go through a complete rethink and restructuring is the educational pillar. We have to rethink the way we are imparting skills and not education in the traditional form of it. And I think shorter, as you rightfully said, more work-based, but much shorter versions of it. Because what you're preparing a human capital today is not for what you know will happen tomorrow, but what you don't know which will happen tomorrow. This is the first time in our history we have to prepare people for the unknown and not just for the known.
Thank you.
That's the challenge.
Thank you, thank you. That's very, very useful insight. And I'd like to turn to you, Dr. Anton, to respond to the same question.
Okay, thanks. Now, I think I earlier spoke a couple hours ago with, for the other panel with regards to skills and HR for financial industry. A couple of things comes to my mind, and I just shared with them some data. Because of AI, as we know that the predictions reported by WEF, that's World Economic Forum, is that by 2025, next year, 85 million jobs to be replaced. By 2030, 300 million jobs to be replaced, and I underscore replaced. Now, skills gap is real. Skills gap is growing, and that's real too. So the question is, and also, again, same WEF report, or one of them from WEF, states that 40 million people need to be reskilled. So the question first is, what do we reskill them on? And the second question, the follow-up question to address is, how do we do that? I know that some of the panelists mentioned the conventional educational models have to change and can be changed. And technology will be the catalyst to do that. AI would be the catalyst to do that. Because today you can deliver personalized training. People learn at different speed. People learn in different ways and forms and shape. So today AI can very easily personalize that. So to answer the question, I think the traditional institutional, conventional model has to change and will change, transform. And then secondly, we also need micro-credentials because lifelong learning becomes the cornerstone of any successful employee. And to achieve that, it has to be micro-credentials. And that cannot come necessarily from
traditional institutions, though many of the universities today have like, you know, the other centers for after graduates to come and take short courses to learn and stuff. So I think countries that want to develop talent need to open up to private sector for short training programs. Singapore is a classic example. We have been having for years the Skills Future program. The government, even if you're over more than 40 years old, particularly, from last year they give us about $5,000 or $10,000. You can use that for even learning how to use iPhone or how to use ChatGPT. So the point here again, micro-credentials will become part of lifelong learning. There got to be grants and subsidies to subsidize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anton. I like to take a different perspective on the same question of building talent, on the pipeline of talent. So I'd like to turn to Minister Iran and obviously Secretary to the Prime Minister, and then Mr. Morrison and Mr. Nasheed. So the perspectives from the more macro on the same topic will be interesting for us to see how best we can drive this forward. Over to you, please.
I would say to start with, Sri Lanka has in the last 20 years focused more on hard infrastructure. I think the priority has to be soft infrastructure and human resources, because you asked at a macro level, we have to make that shift. So that's one. Then someone said about the education system. I'm not for the reforming of the system. I'm for the busting of the system. And I think there's a difference. I think we have been trying to reform it for the last 30, 40 years. So many committees, so many reports, and we're trying to see if we can internally change it. I think we just need to bust it. We have to come to terms with the fact that the supply of education, the center, cannot just be the government. It has to be the private sector. It has to be non-government, non-profit distributing sectors. We have to accept these changes. If we accept these changes, we'll make big differences. I heard Jeevan Jnanam say in an earlier session that on AI, there were about 100 people and now there's 2,000 people. And then he made this comment. Almost all of them, he said, came not from the government universities, but came from outside. I think that was a telling comment. And I think we just need to be open to it. We are preparing a labor force not for Sri Lanka. We are preparing a labor force and human capital for the world. They need to be internationally prepared. I'm not too concerned about brain drain. I think if we change our thinking, we can create a brain drain if we just change our thinking. Because if we change the system, right, and we open it up, and more people are being educated, some will go, some will stay. But then there's a much better chance that we are actually going to succeed. In addition to that, I would say this, that we need to open up the system, If people are leaving, no skills in companies, I think we just need to look at our immigration laws. Open the system. We can't close the system and just expect everything to change. If those companies need those skills, they should be allowed to bring those skills. Sri Lankan expatriates are one of the largest in the world as a percentage of the population. They are this country's biggest asset, seen for too long as one of the biggest liabilities of this country. We need to open this system, whether it's dual citizenship, permanent residency, whatever. They have the education, they have the skills, they have the technology, the transfers, they have the investments. They are people, and this first generation is empathetically connected to this country. They will come because of that. Second, third generations are born in those countries. They're Australian, they're New Zealanders, they're British, they're Swiss, whatever they are. But they need to feel that they are also welcome here. So that's why I say we need to reverse our thinking to change the brain drain and have an open system and allow companies to do this. Final comment will be this. I agree with that comment that really training should come while we are working. I agree with it because I think you and I probably studied or worked in the same international bank. And what we are today is not because of our salaries. What we are today is because of the investments those institutions made in us in training. I heard this comment once in a business school. They said, no economy or no country succeeds even if the private sector is doing well, it cannot succeed if its public sector doesn't rise to the occasion. And I think that is a truism. Sri Lanka's public sector basically not to be reformed, has to be busted again. We know the numbers have doubled. We have to look at ways of bringing the numbers down. And the numbers have doubled everywhere. We have to look at ways of bringing it down. We are humanitarian, but we need to be agree on the goal. And there are ways of transforming it. Reskilling people, allowing people time, but the numbers have to come down. IMF programs have been basically fiscal consolidation based on revenue. Nobody has talked about fiscal consolidation based on expenditure. So we have to really relook what we are doing. If we don't, and if we don't take this opportunity, because you asked me at the macro level, we're really going to miss a big opportunity. Ongoing training, not in the private sector, ongoing training is needed in the public sector too. Because I worked in the private sector, I went to government. And when I went into government, the training budgets were extremely low. I remember taking the pen one day and just making it 3 times more, just to create the point. And I think we need to invest there as well. Because if we have a good public sector which can sit across the table and talk to the private sector entrepreneurs, and they're talking the same language, then this country will prosper.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hear from the Secretary to the Prime Minister, please, and then we'll go on the more international platform.
Now we were talking of the, human mobility. The 500,000 number was talked in several several sessions. But if you really see, the number that we had in human mobility in Sri Lanka was about average 300,000 people were going and coming, 1.2 million migrant workers in our population. Average 300,000 was there. So it has increased to 4.5. But same time, you know, every year we released from secondary system to the job market 285,000 to 275,000, 285,000 new talents. So that can be coped. You know, I mean, this issue can be mitigated within a reasonable period of time. And despite all these other restructuring, other debt lending issues were there, both World Bank and ADB promptly responded, and then we were developing a new educational reform policy with the support of the industry. And we already started testing in secondary cycles are tested in 150 schools. And from next year onwards, we will be coming up with the reforms from the primary and then from levels of secondary. So I'm sure with these bitter lessons we went through, this heavy investment, $1 billion investment for next 5-year period on education reforms, transformation will make scenario different. And then this time we are working with the sectors now. When we do the predictions and the work, we were working with industry, chambers, and SLASCOM, and all these people we were involved in getting this new next 10-year human resource plan. So it's a very ambitious plan, and I'm sure with these reforms and rebuilding the nation, this will come up with a solution which can be acceptable.
Thank you very much. Honourable Morrison, Scott Morrison, please.
Thanks. Well, my colleague here made some very good points, which I agree with. I'd make a couple of observations. There, in Tasmania in Australia and in South Australia, Tasmania in particular, our smallest state, had been through decades of people leaving that state. And then when the state finally got an economic plan that was taking it forward, people decided to stay. And it was a big turning point when their net migration figures actually went positive for the first time. Same thing happened in South Australia when South Australia got a plan and started implementing it, and that's continued on with a change of government in South Australia. And there's some positivity about that. The point is, your pipeline will work when your population can see themselves in this country in the future doing things they value and want their families to benefit from. And that strikes me right now, that's the biggest challenge Sri Lanka faces. With so many people leaving, they cannot see that at this moment because you're in such a difficult transition time. And that's why, as I said this morning, it's so important that you stick to the plan and that you follow through on the economic reforms that you're engaged with. And those reforms must be multi-partisan supported. Investors overseas will be looking on in an election, and I don't really want to get involved in your domestic politics, but they'll be looking on and saying, well, you've agreed to all of these things with the IMF. It's essential that that continues, and it's very important, I would think, that going into this election that there is a clear position from everybody involved that they will stick to those reforms. And because that is the only way I think investors and others can have certainty that this process that, as I remarked this morning, has begun, I think, so authoritatively by the President and others, then that needs to continue. Just quickly on vocational education and training and technical education. The status of this needs to be reconceived. We went through this in Australia some years ago, where the idea was that unless you had a university degree, you never had an education. And the same status was not afforded to a trade education. And what's sort of ironic about that is when I was in the Parliament, in my district, the people who had the biggest homes were the ones who had the trade education and run their own businesses in electricians and plumbers, and they were involved in the construction businesses and all the rest of it. People with white-collar jobs had mortgages they couldn't afford because they weren't getting paid as much as those working in the trades. If you want your technical education to be successful, then young people have to know that having a technical education and a trade education actually will work for them. They will earn more and they will do better in life. But you cannot allow, if you like, an elitism to be applied to education. You should get the training and the education for the job that you're going to get and do and enjoy and do well in. And in this economy, it needs to be an export-oriented economy, which means you need to be training people for the jobs that your customers want your businesses to be able to do, and that's being defined largely outside of this country. And so you need to set those skills requirements based on what you're doing looking forward, not looking back.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. And over to you, Nash. We'd like to hear from a small country like ours, how you can tackle that. Please.
Thank you very much. I also would again like to stress that we should not think about obstructing human mobility. People have a dream, people have expectations, and they go to places where they think they would find a better return and they would find a better life. Now, Sri Lanka has benefited immensely from remittance repatriation. $7 billion in 2020. This is before the COVID. Now, I like to question if the tourism industry is actually generating $7 billion. I doubt it. The whole of the Maldives economy is $5 billion. So Sri Lankan workers abroad repatriating $7 billion, and then if it is increasing, so much the better. Now, during many, many periods in this country, I am not Sri Lankan, but I've lived almost half my life here. I went to school here, and I have a lot of friends here. Whenever there is conflict or economic downturns, default, it's the remittance money that has stabilized the economy. And I think you should go into the business of exporting, in fact, exporting labor. Sri Lanka started the first university in 1921. I keep repeating this. Not many countries had a university at that time. Sri Lanka started its tourism management faculty, technical education, in 1964. And it has been producing very good people. A whole country, the Maldives, benefited immensely from Sri Lankan very, very qualified teachers, very qualified accountants, engineers, and everyone. Now, I think the question that I like to ask is, where did you go wrong? What are you looking for? It's certainly not the numbers. I was listening to many presentations, and you seems to be getting the numbers out. So it's the people not having the skills that you think would take your country to productivity and prosperity. Sri Lanka left English medium education. It probably left in the late 1970s. The legislation came in 1956. But nationalizing schools, private schools, and changing your education system, I think had a huge impact on you. So in this, Iran was saying that we shouldn't be talking about reforming it, but busting it. I kind of sometimes agree with him. Now, in doing this, you seriously need to think, can we turn around? Who are we trying to train? Where are we going to look for? It is the international world that we are looking at. So you should be armed with that. So I think a change in, it's not the amount of university places that you have. Sri Lanka already has 98% literacy. And every single author in England is almost everyone is Sri Lankan. It looks like it's kind of forbidden to get the Booker Prize for anyone who is not Sri Lankan. So I don't see your problem really. I'm afraid I haven't seen it, and I think your problem is something else, not the one that you are discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Nasheed.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Actually, that brings me to another point. You actually raised a very good point. You talked about the universities being opened in 1929 or 21, and how lots of Maldivians were educated here. We had so many friends in our private schools where they came and got educated here. But that brings me to another very interesting point. And that point is, I'll start with the phrase, learn, unlearn, and relearn. It's all about upskilling, new skilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling. We heard those words a little while ago during the course of the day. The pace of change today in the world has never been as fast as it is today, and it will never be this slow. Therefore, it's a matter of actually upskilling and developing our talent, developing our capabilities. So my question now, and I'd like to hear from all of you, probably in sequential order, my question is, how do we lift the capabilities of the 5 pillars and other areas, education, higher education, etc., so that we can meet the demands of the future? Can I start at the extreme, with the gentleman at the extreme corner, and then we'll just go down in sequential order, please. Very quickly, very briefly.
Ma'am, I go back to my original point. You have to give them the confidence that there is something ahead which will be new, and yet they can take it up and perform it. And that is going to be the most critical element going forward. It's giving that confidence to your people that there's not just one job they will do in their lives. There will be multiple jobs they will be doing, and each one, it's not the rope trick. You can't leave one hand until you have the other one right. So that confidence will have to come from economic growth and from a very fundamental change in mindset.
Thank you. Over to you.
Similar to him, I repeat what I said first. I think building capability is about getting people who've lived the experience, and ideally in an environment that is more advanced than the environment that your people are working in, to come and share their real life experiences, their ways of working. That is the best way, as I see it, as one good example of improving capability.
Thank you. Over to you.
I think the real focus is 5% of the effort is really the idea. 95% is really the idea converting into an execution. I think as a country, as a region, I think the execution focus on actually getting it done is very important, because the idea is, there are great ideas here, but how do you actually take it to execution? And that's how you build capability. There are enough ideas. I think you've got to focus on execution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neil?
Yes, I would agree with that. So then, all of these statements, so what are the activities or projects that Sri Lanka is going to focus on that will bring in talent? Some some technologies that Sri Lanka can pioneer, some ideas linked to the economy. You already have great bases in textiles, in our cases in manufacturing. How do you build on those centers and inspire them to do new things? And that's how you draw in capability, but you start with the goal in mind, and then that inspires human capital to build behind it.
Thank you.
Well, I think it is basically an industry and, industry institute partnership. I already told you about Indian Institute of Management and IITs, but even, for example, we got something called ITI, Indian Trade Institute, Industrial Trade Institute. They've also mushroomed, okay, quite a lot of number of people, little skills, plumbing, electricians, all those kinds of training. And the government also did a good thing. Now, government allows the industries to engage them as apprentices, for 3 years, without a guarantee of job at the end of the 3 years. But most companies employ them because they need them. And during those 3 years, they learn. So therefore, an opportunity for ITI people passing out and joining some company. And most companies prefer that because companies now believe that, okay, we don't have the liability of labor laws because they are exempted from labor laws. So a partnership between the government and the industry will definitely help. That's what I think a model that could be tried, what is becoming a very successful in India. Secondly, the push by the government to digitalize. For example, if you come to India now, even a vegetable vendor will have a QR code. Payment by, nobody carries cash now. It was very difficult, but now it is accepted, right? So I think it's a partnership between industry and the government which will make it work.
Thank you.
So the rate of change in technology, obviously, to your question of saying that how quickly can you reskill and so on and so forth. While there will always be some level of training, some level of education on what we know today. And to Deepak's point, I mean, we are not dealing with that alone. We are dealing with an unknown which we do not know. The rate at which the technology is changing, as I said, 2 or 3 years down the line, you're going to be talking about something completely different. We may not be able to, we won't be talking about AI and generative AI and so on and so forth. So that being the case, why don't we also look at, things like learnability, and I mentioned it in my keynote as well. Those becomes extremely important for the ecosystem, and in my mind, the ecosystem which will make it happen is a sort of at least a tripartite, if not even more, between the government, the education institutions, which is academia, and then the industry. Because at the end of the day, the industry will know a little bit more about what is coming a little bit down the road than the academia and then government, hopefully, right? So that means that, as long as you're able to get this going, and then, impart skills like, how do you make sure that you're able to go to the adjacency? If you learn skill A, in future, in 2 years down the line, it becomes A plus or B, you should at least be able to transform into those capabilities a little more easily. So which means, are you agile enough or adaptable enough to sort of do that would be a lot more important as we go forward.
No, I like that model of the tripartite.
Yes.
Between the government, the private sector, and industry. Academia and industry. That's a beautiful analogy of how we can draw that capacity building within those different areas. Over to you.
Yeah, so I like what the former Prime Minister said about university education, vocational, technical education. Somehow or other we have a psychological barrier or a cultural barrier, I don't know what that barrier is. We need to get over it. Everybody here has human dignity. Everybody is equal. Everybody has just different skills, inbuilt skills. I went to university. My older brother, 1 year older than me, didn't go to university. He went just for a vocational training. 45 years later, we lived on the same road. I still own one house. He owns several houses. I think it proves the Prime Minister's point, you see. And we had to make this shift. The opportunity for technical education, vocational education is very low. And if you talk to people, they will talk to you about companies or something like German tech or something like that, and it's low. So I think we need to expand those opportunities in the country and provide access to them as well. So that's one thing I would say. On the public sector side, on the training, there are countries who have really made the change. And if you go to the top business schools in the world, right, they have permanent seats for their public service. What they have done is what you do in the private sector. You know, you have your cadre and you have your succession plan and the planning and all that. They've done it for the public sector. And they have chosen people in their 30s and 40s with 20 years ahead. And it's like an elite service within the bigger sector. And then they have career map them. And then they basically are exposed even to international business and all that, which is not really in our training. Our training is generally through our institutions. We are talking different languages and things like that. So I'm bringing it from the public sector angle as well, that we need to really give them that opportunity so that when you sit across the table, that can be done as well. So these are two probably practical things that I would say we need to do quickly. So many things, but just two quick suggestions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Morrison.
Critical mass on the effort of the development agencies and development partners that are seeking to support Sri Lanka to achieve its economic objectives. What I mean by that is that whether it's the ADB, the World Bank, Australia's ODA program, US program, whatever China's doing, all of these things need to address the economic priorities that are part of Sri Lanka's plan, rather than trying to impose the alphabet of agendas that they may have on Sri Lanka. So if you want to get cut through and establish critical mass, whether that's busting the system or whatever it happens to be, in order to get it to a point where it's really going to work, you need to concentrate the resources that you're getting from these well-meaning and purposeful agencies. My observation would be they're all trying to do too much and as a result achieve too little. So if it's vocational education and training, if it's ensuring that that's accessible, if it's ensuring that it's being done on the basis of international standards which are recognised, and that you're training your trainers, and, well, you go to the agencies and you say, how about you all work together to help us achieve this? And at the moment, I think that effort is too diffuse. It needs to be concentrated, and then you've got half a chance of getting it right.
Thank you. I have a view that it's very difficult to select groups, pillars, elements, or development goals, target that, and get a good result out. Because I come from an island, if you want to raise a boat, you have to raise the tide. You can't just drag one boat up. My view would be school enrollment has to go up, primary education, secondary education, that has to be in good quality and in quantity. I think Sri Lanka and other countries do this in good quantity. Sri Lanka doesn't have in its constitution education as a basic right. It talks about eradicating illiteracy. So it needs to, in my view, Sri Lanka needs a view that education is a basic human right. And get enrollments, and therefore every single child born to be enrolled. And it's illegal not to go to school until 16. So my view is that if you want to get your pipelines and whatever you want to do, you have to have every single child attended. And also I still think that even after having done that, going out and facing the wide world, you need international skills, and you can't be looking local. You can't be only looking inside. We have excellent cultures, excellent histories. We have all that. But we are going out to deal with an international world, and so much nationalism is not necessarily, in my view, proving to be beneficial for our prosperity. I stop there, but I think we need to educate everyone, not just the VTCs or Tibet programs.
Among the 5 pillars, the public sector which I am representing, the public sector is a sector which create an enabling environment for the other pillars to function efficiently. So I am very optimistic on the reform and the transformation which are taking place within the public sector, and setting up of digital public infrastructure for next 3-4 years, the pipeline. And then educational transformation, secondary, skills and tertiary levels will assure a foundational, good foundation for other pillars to come up in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might also add a few points about public sector capability coming from the public service in Australia myself. I think, without meaning to cause too much mischief here in Sri Lanka, that really the issue is partly to do with the motivation of the public servants upon entering the workforce as well. So ideally you have public servants who see themselves as the name suggests, in service to the public. So they're there to, whether it's service delivery, provide policy advice to ministers, advice that may not always be taken, but it should be advice that is well evidenced. It's based on data. It's advice that they can then come back to in years' time and say, this is why we recommended that Sri Lanka go down this path or follow this policy. So a professional public service is not just about having a well-educated public service or having a large group of people enter through your doors every year in a graduate stream. It's also about the meaningful work they do on a day-to-day basis. And that means also a change in the way that politics is run and policy formation occurs in Sri Lanka. So it's really just an observation from afar that within our system, for instance, there's such a premium placed on quality advice. And that's really what you want your public servants to do. And if they're motivated to join the public service for the right reasons and their work is meaningful, I think you will find that you will grow a cohort of really high-performing, intelligent and experienced public service. You have that already. You have many good public servants, but the system doesn't always allow them to deliver the best results for the country.
Well, I will cut across all 4 sectors. I'll be different from all of the 12 esteemed panelists, and maybe a bit radical, unconventional in thinking. I look at all sectors across on a horizontal. I tend to believe that technology will make the difference, both in terms of learning, unlearning, and relearning. So leverage technology to develop skill sets. Secondly, the shelf life of skill sets, knowledge is evaporating very rapidly. So all sectors, we have to think how to address that dilemma of the shelf life of knowledge and skill sets evaporating quickly. So the only way to address that again is to cultivate a culture of lifelong learning from the very beginning, from school to throughout the career. So, I was asked to keep it short. So my message to all 4 sectors to develop is leverage technology, fully appreciate the fact that shelf life of skill sets will become shorter and shorter. And we speak about AI today. Let me quickly add one more sentence. The new thing happening, as most of us would know here, is quantum computing. With quantum computing, definitely AI will leapfrog Many countries are already working on that space. So naturally, the world of work tomorrow is going to be very different. Of course, we need near-term strategies and long-term strategies, but I am slightly looking at long-term in this context rather than near-term. But the point is, if I roll back, let's say 2-3 years ago, or 5 years ago, we didn't have jobs like data scientists, web developers, search engine optimizers, even Grab drivers and Grab delivery, gig economy didn't exist. So what we are failing to realize probably today, or what we need to really think deep, is the jobs of tomorrow in the world of Gen AI, and what kind of skill sets we really need. We keep saying that we need creativity and innovation, entrepreneurship, because AI will most of the other stuff. So the question is, we really haven't figured out, at least beyond near term but to long term, what are the real skill sets and what would be the near term, long term job opportunities are. Leverage technology across the board, lifelong learning, micro-credentials, applied knowledge, public-private partnership, government partnership. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. With that, I hand over to Dinesh.
Yeah.
Dinesh, I think you're in the group somewhere.
Yes. Melanie, there are a couple of questions here
Yeah,
from the
please,
audience.
go ahead.
So before we close it, we'll maybe take them.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I'm Kishore Reddy. I just had, I want to bring back the attention back to the essence of today's program, which is human capital, which is everybody from morning, I've been here listening to everybody, and everybody were concentrating on brain drain and how there is shortage of people in terms of every industry, and how we need to get back all the people from wherever they've gone, reverse the brain drain, and then, of course, President Nasheed actually mentioned that don't do that, leave them there. We don't want you to bring them back, but we want more and more people to go out. So if more and more people go out, how does Sri Lanka develop? So one of the essences of it is you need to develop human capital, and that's the essence of today's program as well. We need to create so much so that we have excess that could go out, but the present system should be able to support all the people who are actually in and can support the industries here and can grow the industries and then keep the national interest of Sri Lanka in growing Sri Lanka up. So make it attractive to people and bring them back with all the experience they have already gained in various fields abroad, and then they can come back and contribute. I think this is something which I think Honorable Iran had actually said that, we should create brain rain. I love the word, it's create brain rain is very good, so we could do that. And I think India is an example in terms of sending all the people outside, getting them back, and then letting India grow as well. And I think who better than Mr. Deepak to answer this, how India achieved and what should be the lessons Sri Lanka should learn from that. I'd also request after Deepak, if Romal and Rajesh also could throw some light on it.
Thank you for that. Prime Minister Modi, when he came into power, said that instead of job seekers, he wants to create a nation of job creators. And if you look at it, that is what has been the central point of the policy of India. Where you're looking at the flourishing of the startup system, which is now number 2 and 3 in the world in a period of 3,000 days. Or you're looking at 65 million MSMEs, or you're looking at 333 million self-employed. This is all about creating a mindset and creating an environment of people who create jobs and not seek jobs. And the moment you have that as a focus, both from policy, government, and every stakeholder, you will see that change happening. Thank you.
So, I think it's a combination of many things. It is a combination of course, it's not necessary that everybody who goes outside needs to come back, but I think when you learn as you go to other countries and you bring that knowledge back, I think it helps. Second is also, clearly identifying your niche. In India, the niche was services. comparatively to manufacturing or agri, right? It was. We are of course getting a lot of things in agri and manufacturing now. But services was our niche, and how to use that. And Sri Lanka has got to probably also identify where is that niche and therefore invest. And third is the academia. I think, clearly spoken about IITs and IIMs. But now, what was interesting about when India sent on space, right, or on the Mars and the Moon, what was important was not the fact that they launched or they landed a rocket there. What was interesting was most of the scientists were from tier 2 and tier 3. That means the level of education had percolated down outside the IITs and IIMs, which are of course the premier institutes. But that is what has happened in India. And I think that also needs to happen across the country.
I think they both covered it pretty well. All I would add to that is, I think businesses will go when there are three things happen in any part of the world. It could be a country, it could be a state, it could be anything else, right? First is expertise. You got to have the expertise which is developed very well, which comes in the human capital and what do we really do. Second one would be economics. It has to make sense because nobody can run any business on subsidies and government support and so on and so forth beyond a point in time. So you got to have the expertise, you got to have the economics. The third would be you got to have the right environment. And if you're able to create these three E's, it happens to be E's, then you have something going. So to Kishore, to your point, I think the ability for Sri Lanka to sort of, even if you have to sort of mimic some of these human capital movement back and forth, and you have a very good point, I think India did have this similar brain drain for the longest period of time. I mean, I think there was nothing you could do when you come out of the IITs and IIM that we all, say a lot about today. Most of us, we came out of these institutions, we had no choice but to go to the US or Europe or wherever. But most of us have come back for a good reason because we had the right environment and the economics worked very well. And then we had to create the expertise in some sense to do something meaningful, whether it is services or whether it is a product. I think that culmination of these things make a huge difference for us to have a viable business. So that's what we ended up doing.
Thank you. So you're talking about enablers that would actually be the magnet to bring these qualified people back to serve the country at some point in time. I mean, perfect. I just have one question to ask of the lady on the panel. This is about female labor force participation. We know we are today at something like 32%. And from your take, I mean, the question is only directed to her because she would probably see it from a female perspective. How do we uplift that 32% for something that is at least close to the 50-50 mark? Over to you, Lalita. Thank you. We'd love to hear from you.
Sure, and that figure of 32% is very low, and it's unusually low when you think about the education levels that all Sri Lankans attain here. So you have a very highly qualified, educated workforce there. You have women who are entering the workforce, but they're not staying in the workforce. Why does that happen in Sri Lanka? I think that's, it's an untapped potential there. It's not just potential for the women, for the families, and for the future generations. It's untapped GDP potential. So really speaking, Sri Lanka needs to be using every tool it has in its toolbox, and utilising the female labour force seems to be an obvious one. I say obvious, however, I think fixing that problem is quite challenging. You've really got structural challenges here in Sri Lanka as well as cultural. The structural challenges include some of the legislative barriers that make it harder for women to have jobs, or it might mean that the companies have to pay more to have women doing the same jobs that the men are doing. Could be in extra stipends or transport costs or so on, or inability to work the same shifts that the men might work. So there are really quite obvious issues there, and I know that there's some work underway to try and fix those. Other things like childcare, access to quality childcare. That's not easy for any country to do, and it takes time. But I think, and even in some of the development work that we've done with Sri Lanka on building up childcare facilities, it's not actually just about building a childcare centre, it's about the cultural change. And so I come to cultural change because essentially, I think in Sri Lanka, women have that double burden, which is they must look after the children and they must look after the elderly. And the expectation is still that they will do that. And that makes it very difficult for them to go out to work and to have the support they need to continue their careers. So I think, in summary, that it's not easy, but and I do think that progress is being made in Sri Lanka. Not to underestimate that, but that there are still some pretty significant hurdles there. But if some attention is focused on it, then you really do have an excellent workforce there. And you mentioned that you've directed the question to me. It's true I am the only female on this panel, but I often feel that the question should be actually asked of the men, because the reality is that no change will happen unless we all believe that the change is worth bringing about. And in Australia, for instance, I think a lot of the changes that have come about have been because of men, because of the male champions of change, because men have taken on roles such as carer roles. They'll be the ones who pick up the children from school so that their wives can stay and finish that important task at work and get that promotion. And then that's better for the household income as well. In time, women working and earning pension funds as well means that as a household, when they retire, they're better, they're more settled. There are many benefits. I won't obviously go into them, but I do think it is worth all of us thinking, not just the women, thinking about how do we bring about these changes, structural and particularly cultural, which are much harder to bring about. But I do feel that Sri Lanka has a great untapped potential there. With a bit more work, I'm sure you'll be able to use your excellent female labour force. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Melody, can we close with the final question, because I think the VIPs need to lead.
Yes, Dinesh,
So-
go ahead.
Thank you so much. Very interesting interventions. I have a question addressed perhaps to Honourable Morrison and also those of you who are working on transformation in the public sector. I've heard from all of you that the shelf life of skills is becoming shorter, and the skill sets we need to have would be about navigating the unknown world. And I often hear that the new skill sets required for public servants are AAA, agility, adaptability, and anticipation. But I also hear from civil servants that there's no ecosystem or incentive for public servants to exercise these skill sets in a very in an environment where risk-taking, innovation, and experimentation are not encouraged. In your respective governments, what are the incentives that you have created for public servants to be risk-taking, innovative, and experimental, and be adaptable and anticipatory in a world where the unknown is the norm?
I held several different portfolios before I was Prime Minister and enjoyed very good relations with all of my senior public servants. What I found in getting the best out of my public service teams was to give very clear policy direction, set quite ambitious goals, and then work closely with them to achieve them. So they felt very much part of what we were doing, and I was drawing on their expertise, particularly in relation to implementation. They were part of what was happening. They weren't observers of it. They weren't sitting on the sidelines. They were actually making it happen. So I think as a policy maker, as a minister and indeed a Prime Minister, I think it's incumbent on us in those roles to engage those in the public service to be part of what's taking place. I've seen public servants the most frustrated when they've been working in governments or for ministers who expect them to do all the thinking and to come up with all the answers. That's actually not their job. Their job is to help the government of the day develop and implement its agenda to the best of their capability. And in my experience in Australia, I found Australian public servants very, very, very good at doing that. When you engaged them and brought them on board to help you achieve what your goals were. When you took a very remote approach and just sort of sat back and expected the public service to do all the work, I thought that was very unfair. It is for the elected representatives to set the direction, to create the guardrails. But then I used to have this phrase, expect and respect. I would expect my public service teams to be very forthright. They could say whatever they liked. Didn't mean I always agreed with them, but I expected them to be able to bring forward what they could bring and put on the table. And I respected their ability to do so. And I found in both of those cases that got the best out of my teams.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking this esteemed panel. It was a very insightful fireside chat. So Dinesh, along with Dinesh and myself, a very warm thank you to each one of you.
Thank you very much. We can only echo the sentiments that have already been expressed. Thank you, Melanie. So we would like to say thank you to all, and I do believe that our special guests have to take leave of this venue and move on to the other place where there's a dinner. But may I invite the Honorable Iran Wickramaratne to linger a little longer. We'd like to request you for a little service that we have to conduct a draw. So we'll have the draw done over here. And thank you very much for just a little while. We have some prizes which we have been talking about. Business cards are in the receptacle. Here's the receptacle. And we'll have Mr. Wickramaratne draw for some prizes. So what are the prizes? Well, we have some gift vouchers from Flamingo, duty-free vouchers. So I guess we will start with the vouchers, yes? So Iran will draw. So the name we have is Shiranta Pires, Chairman, Ministry of Tourism and Lands. Shiranta Pires. May not be here then. Next we have Sivaram Kulendran, Coordinating Secretary, Deputy Chairman of Committees with a parliamentary position. Do we have him here? Sivaram Kulendran. He's here. Okay. We have Isuru Samarasinghe. He's saying no, thank you. He's basically... Isuru Samarasinghe, Assistant Manager, Sales with, anyway. Oh dear. Denzel Indrajit Pereira from Lanka Salusala. Okay, Kemanta Pereira of Blue Scope. Kemanta Pereira, Blue Scope. You won a prize. I think Kemanta is here. Kemanta is here. Wonderful. So, there we are. Okay, so that's a voucher for Kemanta. Well done. You are here. Okay, from Aiken Spence we have Chaminda Hindurangala. Hopefully he's here. Chaminda Hindurangala. Chaminda Hindurangala. Then next is Nishaman Karunapala, General Manager, HDFC Bank. Okay, not here. Ruan Pereira of Mua Aya. Johan D. Alves with KPMG. Johan D. Alves, KPMG. Oh dear. Alas. Milan Pereira of, Milan Pereira. Alan Pereira is here. Okay. Then the next we have is Thamalingam Mohan Raj. Matan Raj. Okay, we're quickly going through names. Zaki Numan of TCC Private Limited. Zaki Numan. Dr. Nimira Veeraratna, Joseph Fraser, Nine Wells Hospital. Then Mr. Rajanathan, Senior Lecturer with MCV. Okay, that was not a very successful attempt except for two that received it. Okay, we have a name, Upekka Ukuwala of Deloitte. Vacated the camp. Oops. Then Shanaka.
Unlock your extra power. All new Honor X9B. Extra tough anti-drop display.
This is Upekka, is it? Who's coming?
360-degree
Upekka is coming. That's very good. Then we have from BOI Tanuja Bandara.
and extra large storage for all your needs. Immersive high refresh display. 1.5K super clear and bright 120 Hz AMOLED for total viewing comfort. Honor X9.
Upekka.
Unlock your extra power.
Okay, she's got it. Then Tanuja Bandara from BOI. Also gone, my goodness. Chanaka Kumanayaka, also of BOI. Chanaka, you need to come up, right? He's coming up. We have another name, also from Deloitte, Samalka Aturellia. Samalka Aturellia. Samalka Aturellia of Deloitte. Not here? Wow. Shalindri Salgado of Deloitte. Shalindri Salgado of Deloitte.
Ah, she's there.
Where? Far away, is he?
Ah, no. I think they're taking a photo, so. I think
She's coming. Anne-Marie Tan.
From CBA. I think. Right. I think Shalindri is coming.
Yeah, Shalindri.
Okay, Shalindri.
Shalindri is here. Okay, that's done then. Wait, is he coming? Huh? So he's not coming? Prakash? Will be shared. Okay. Thank you very much. We just want to mention, as a matter of form, that a summary, that means the take-home points at the end of the day, of course a fuller report will be presented later on, but also a summary, a shorter summary with the take-home points will be provided by the partner for human capital consulting of Deloitte, and that will be made available to all the participants who have been here today. So with that, we would like to say thank you very much to all who have worked very hard toward the success of this event. And I'm kind of substituting for Pradeep Kakulawala to say thank you very much to all. And take care. Drive home carefully.